Good evening, party people. Welcome back to the Bar with an X. This is an infinity bottle. It's a charity infinity bottle. You can tell it's an infinity bottle because there's a little infinity symbol on it and everything. It's got little demarcations on the side and little tick marks to denote where we are trying to reach our goal for this freaking charity event we have coming up on Saturday. It's gonna be pretty cool. It's called Mixing Drinks and Changing Lives. Does that quote ring a bell to you? Because if you've ever played Valhalla, it sure should. I'm really excited about this, y'all. We got, just a reminder, we got a charity event coming up this Saturday, July 12th, happening at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Time. That's whatever time it is for you right now, minus just about 9 hours, or plus just about 3 hours. That is just kind of how time works. We will be going from 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern to about 7 o'clock p.m. Eastern for an 8-hour soiree. We'll be mixing some drinks. There will be 3 of them, 3 cocktails and corresponding non-alcoholic mocktails for all of them. 1 inspired by a manga, 1 inspired by an anime, and 1 inspired by a video game. Along the way, we will be playing a board game or 2, or a video game or 2, or just 1. Just 1 of each. There will be a video game and a board game, and I'll have a couple of my moderators here, aka bouncers, joining us for the soiree as well. Also, I was mentioning that infinity bottle. This infinity bottle is chaotic, dude. Like, you know how for the other bottle, like, there's only some things that are eligible, where for this bottle, everything's eligible for it. It's a chaos charity infinity bottle, which means anything can go inside of it. Cream liqueur is not allowed, and this one you can. Gummy bears, not allowed. In this one, you can. Fruit juices, usually not allowed. In this one, you can. But what's the catch? Because there's got to be a catch, right? Because I'm not signing up for this for nothing. Well, in order to put anything in this infinity bottle, you got to donate to charity. Which charity? Made by Dyslexia. We'll make it easier for you on the day of the event. We have an ! Donate link, and if you want information about the charity, ! Charity, it'll send you to our campaign page. If you donate during the course of the event, again, it starts at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Time. Put that on your calendar. We've also got reminders all over the place. You let us know what to put in this bottle. If you're wondering what the heck can go in the bottle, we can only put things in the bottle that we actually have. I've put my stock link in chat for you. If there is something that you really want to see in the bottle, and you promise to donate to charity, please use ! Suggest, space, charity, space, whatever you want us to try to have on hand on Saturday. The time is coming up rather quickly. If you don't put charity in your suggestion tab, I have no way of knowing whether you were requesting this for yourself, your sister, your brother-in-law, or for the charity event. So please be specific, if you can. We would appreciate that. If we do reach our goal of 1,000 pounds, we will fill up this infinity bottle, and whatever happens after the fact is honestly up to whatever's happening with our charity event organizer, which happens to be my beautiful Disney queen, and whoever is there for the event, which will include myself. Yet again, Mixing Drinks, Changing Lives, happening this Saturday at 11 o'clock a.m. We're going for about 8 hours. Charity infinity, chaos infinity bottle, inspired drinks, games and stuff. Pass this off to beautiful queen, and then we'll see you then. I look forward to it. Share it with your friends. If there's one thing, let me specifically shout out the people who are like, I don't think I have the cash to be able to donate in pounds or in dollars. No worries. If you even join us along for a little bit of it, you have my most heartfelt appreciation. If you share it with at least 1 other person or even 2 other people, that winds up helping out us get the word out about the event that we're having. And maybe like 3 degrees away from yourself, there's somebody who's got at least a single pound in their pockets. I don't know. Personally, I've got no money in my pockets right now. I just have a cell phone, but I'm not willing to pawn it off for this event. Otherwise, things go a little bit off kilter. But in any case, welcome back to the Bar with an X, everybody. To everybody who popped in here early, I'm going to try to rapidly go through everybody here if I can. I'm seeing Jamie and Wolfie and Levy and Brad and Fazbear and Cole and Raz. Oh my god. One renegade is Chelsea, I believe. It's been a hot minute for a second. My apologies if I forgot it. Silence, Mighty, Renzo, Manic, the chatbots. Who else is there? Gabi. I also see... Who else do we see out there? More than awesome. I said Brad already. But I'll say it again. Darkfire out there as well. And some nerd. And I believe I got everybody. I hope so. If I didn't get your name and you happen to be here in chat, feel free to say heyo. You know, it's just nice to know that I'm not alone up here. Speaking of things that I love doing alone, it's time for a cocktail, and I'm gonna drink it with just me and I guess Anna's... Actually, Anna just went downstairs, so I'm officially alone again. It's called the Golden Hour Sour because I'm sour about the fact that we've spent a number of golden hours trying to get Clementine to be the champion of the Sonic Adventure 2 battle game. Dude, I don't know what the... I don't understand. I apparently don't know how to play this game. I am really hoping to get to the end of all the Chao emblems tonight and have a plan. But I'm sour about it. So we're doing a sour. And this sour in particular features this bottle of 2X hopped whiskey, which I've mentioned to you guys a number of times on the stream. This thing tastes like weed. Just gonna state it outright. So I wanted to try to see whether or not it works in a cocktail that I pulled right off of Southern Tier Distillers' website. I want to know how they represent their product, because to me it tastes like the good herb, and to them, they mix it with a couple of different things. So we'll walk you through that, we'll make a quick recipe, we'll get right into the game, so we can finally be done with this whole Chao thing. I want to fight some bosses. I want to go driving, virtually, not physically, because drinking and driving is not a very good idea. Remember that. Ryan out there popping in saying, just collecting my points before I start playing the bagpipes. Bagpipes include drones, chanters, and blowpipes. I remembered. I have a note written for myself. I also see Leo popping in, as well as Aziel. A bunch of people in. We're gonna jump straight into the cocktail here. I'll get to everybody else later. I just want to drink in my hand. I usually linger with this stuff. So what do we need for this one? Let's grab a shaker. I'm gonna grab one of my nice ones because I was doing a lot of cocktail workshopping over the weekend, and I was using some of my cheap shakers, the shitty shakers, if you will, and I managed to get syrup on my decal. I don't know if you can notice, but Sonic's got a little dot up here now. He's not married, he's just a little bit dirty. But that's just sometimes how it has to be, you know? Let's start with, in our shaker, let's start with an ounce of honey syrup. Just using this little honey simple syrup. This is equal parts honey to water by weights, and I need an ounce of it. I decided to make all the ingredients ahead of time. I separated the egg whites ahead of time. I made the honey syrup ahead of time because we're rolling right into it as best as we can. Grab a measuring jigger for this one. Let's see. Aziel being like, what's the haps? Just doing some charity stuff this weekend, for all things considered. Levy asking, what's my favorite Sin City drink? I don't really have a favorite. I'll be honest, I haven't tried a lot of Sin City's drinks. I did try one, though, and that was the Chaos Control, and that was my favorite so far, but I've only tried, like, 2 or 3 of them, all things considered. What about yours, Levy? Actually, wait, I think you told us already. It was, oh my god, it was a Zelda one. Oh my god, it was Midna! Was it Midna from Twilight Princess? I think you said that in the Discord server. I didn't forget. An ounce of honey syrup. Pop that into our shaker. Got a little on my fingies. Hello there. I see Clementine the Chow saying, Cam, it's me, Infinite. I became the Chow. But you forgot the X in your name! Not my Clementine. Welcome in nonetheless. Mord saying, prepared beforehand, cocktail speedrun, we try. Harold saying, what did I miss besides the dirty Sonic decal? Oh, there's a charity event happening this Saturday, and you better be there, Harold. Or else. Nah, do what's best for you. Alright, what do we have next? Next we need a single candied ginger piece. We're going to muddle this in the honey syrup. I haven't actually opened these things yet. Oddly enough, this ginger I bought from Whole Foods, it's called All Natural Naked Ginger. And the thought occurred to me, is it really naked if it's got sugar all over it? And the ingredients list do say, ginger, sugar, may contain peanuts, tree nuts, milk, soy, wheat. Product of Fiji. So I don't think it's very naked. But, that's what I got. Clementine's like, where's the X in my name? It's right after the first E.
No.
Yes, it is. It's literally on my screen right now.
You misnamed.
Look at it.
No, you're supposed to put it after the second E.
No, it's on the first E. It goes after the first one. I make the rules. It's my X's. Ah. Brad says Anna's right. Oh, shit.
No, it goes after the I.
I'm a terrible father. If you think I'm a terrible father, join our charity event on Saturday and donate money to Made by Dyslexia.
You don't have kids.
I don't have kids, but I have like Clementine. Clementine's. I don't really know where I'm going with this. Would you open? Oh my god! I just want to drink alcohol. Thank you. Don't force the issue, chat. Don't force the issue. Candied ginger slice. I just need one. Just need one. Let's see. Some nerds say, not gonna lie, candied ginger is pretty nice. You know, I've never actually tried candied ginger before. How does this taste? Ooh. That was significantly less chewy than I thought it was going to be. That's delicious. It's a mild spiciness, a sweetness, and it tastes like ginger. Wow. That's awesome. Boop. Now I gotta muddle it. Wow, that was awesome. Man. Wolfie out there saying the Clem is coming to the bar to drink for all of the lost races. Yep. Clementine's crawling back up here and being like, give me a strong one, boss. Well, I certainly will try. We need to muddle this, so I need a muddler, and I don't know why, but I have no muddlers upstairs. That's awkward. Oh, I found one! It was hiding. I got it. Squish it up. That smells like honey and ginger. Who knew? Delightful. Throw it in there. Who needs it anyways? Honey syrup. I have a little bit left of it. What am I going to do with it? I don't know. I'm going to put it in my fridge. If anybody got ideas, send them up later. I'm going to grab my egg whites while I'm down here because I will need egg whites later on. Bob over here. Chat's talking about a bunch of different dried things out there. Like, who is it? Dried mangoes? Oh, that sounds lovely. Lovely. Oh, man. Brad out there saying, gonna pick it to the store, get a TSC safe bottle. Oh, yes. Brad's gonna be there at our charity event. If you want to see his beautiful face again. And if you don't, I think we'll all be a little sad because I want to see Brad again. I miss you. Big Callan, welcome back. Welcome back. Clementine with an X in the correct place, in my humble opinion. I made a new account and renamed it. I love this energy. The committing to the bit is beautiful. It's beautiful. Special shout outs to Sebastian, who put like a shit ton of names, shit ton of X's in their name. Greg and Frank, who are Cole's children, who also have X's in their name. And to the newly denoted Clementine, who may or may not be infinite in his infinite forms. Beautiful. What else do we need? I muddled it. We put in honey syrup so far and the ginger. What comes next? Ah, there's the whiskey. There we go. Next. An ounce and a half of hopped whiskey. This is the first hopped whiskey that I have ever tried, and I swear, when I took a sip of it, it tasted like cannabis. Will the flavor notes carry over? I don't know. We're about to find out. Pop. Oh. Smells like whiskey, and it's currently all over my hands. Where'd my, there we go. There's my measuring majigger. I got it. An ounce and a half of hopped whiskey. This one's twice hopped. The easiest explanation that I can give for hopped whiskey is, have you ever wondered why, if beer is made from grains and whiskey is made from grain, could you just distill beer to make whiskey? The short answer is no, because it tastes really freaking weird, but they decided to distill one of their IPAs, and it came out not that bad. It takes a much better master distiller than I to make this stuff work. And I definitely didn't allegedly put just an entire can of lager beer in a water vaporizer and expect things to taste good, and it didn't. Learn from my mistakes. Or like, I don't know, go to school for it. Get educated. Next we need an ounce of lemon juice. An ounce of my lemon super juice. I made more of it the other day, and I found out the easy way to do it, and that's not using coffee filters. Just get cheesecloth, dude. Just get cheesecloth. So much easier. You need an ounce of this, right? A whole ounce? Yeah. An ounce of lemon juice. Using my lemon super juice. There we go. Wait a minute. Excuse me. What am I missing out there? Mighty saying, I'm wondering if I should put an X in my name. Hey, dude. The world is your oyster. The world is your armadillo shell. What you do with yourself is your business. I encourage it. Yeah, why doesn't everybody get X's in their name? Recall, just think of the implication of being with an X, because if you have an X, it's possible that you're acknowledging your past lovers. And maybe that's not information that you want to, like, advertise to the world. I respect your privacy. I do. Or at least I try to. We have our honey syrup with candied ginger, hopped whiskey, lemon juice, apple juice. Next we need that. 3/4 of an ounce of apple juice. Oddly enough, one of the cocktails that I'm debuting on Saturday also uses apple juice, and I played around with the idea of cryo-concentrating apple juice to get a stronger flavor. It will not be making an appearance in this weekend's recipe, but I do have some cryo-concentrated apple juice that I kind of want to play around with in a little bit. 3/4 of an ounce of apple juice. Oftentimes, at least from what I read in Liquid Intelligence, is that apple juice doesn't have a lot of flavor to stand up to drinks. It's just a lot of dilution. So that's one of the reasons that you might want to make it into a syrup, concentrated in some way, either via cold or via hot. You either boil off the water or you freeze off the water. I think there's mostly 2 ways to go with it. Unless there's an advantage to doing it both ways, in which case I'm confused on the order of operations there, but maybe somebody smarter than I can figure that out. Also, what do I do with this apple juice? I don't know. I'm just going to leave it... I'm going to put it in my fridge. Oh, you know what? Actually, I'm just going to leave it right here. I'm just going to drink it later. Oh, let's see. Brad saying yogurt and dried fruit is great. Oh, absolutely. I've never actually... Oh, you know what? I've had, what is it? Yogurt-covered raisins before, and those are pretty good. Very good indeed. Manic saying that you got an X in your name, but it's invisible. That's very fair. And Wolfie saying, Cam, what's my favorite dried fruit? Dude, what is my favorite dried fruit? Dried apricots are one of my favorites, dude. I love dried apricots. I don't typically eat apricots, but dried apricots, I love the texture. I like the texture, and I like the subtle... There's something about an apricot that has like a particular flavor note at the very end of it, and I pick it up in anything. Like if something's got apricot in it, I pick it up, except for this apricot brandy I have, which in my humble opinion does not really taste like apricots. Not the way that I appreciate it though. Also, if dried kumquats are... Actually, I don't want dried kumquats. It takes the cum out of the quats, and I'm not a fan of that. Little Saw, welcome in. Apple juice. Now we're playing with the yumminess. That we are. At least we're trying to. Welcome in, EXE, by the way. Let's see. Next we need a ½ ounce of egg whites. Now, what you may recall is the last time I tried to measure out egg whites specifically, I didn't have a very good time with it, and I tried to froth it, and it went all over the place, and it was a total mess. I've been trying to kind of figure out the technique for this to be able to specifically measure out certain amounts of egg whites. And aside from just buying it from the store, you can separate, first of all, your yolks from your whites, and then just run a fork through the whites, and it should break up the little individual chains that hold the egg yolk together, or excuse me, the egg white together, to make it easier to pour in specific amounts like this cocktail calls for. Let's see if it works. ½ ounce of egg whites. That's pretty perfect, actually. Now note, we're adding the egg whites last because there is currently lemon juice in here, and if we added it any earlier, it's possible that it would start cooking the egg whites. And we don't want that yet. I don't want a scrambled cocktail. Don't fall egg whites, please. That would be disastrous. Fi, welcome in, as well as Pepsi Man. Loving that. Fi saying, back from the back, brother, just stopping by on YouTube rabbit hole. I cheers, keep up the good work. Come out of quads. Yeah, don't, unless you want to. We don't kink shame around here. At least we try not to. Anyways, ½ ounce of egg whites. Throw some ice in here and give it a shake. We'll do that as quickly as we can because those egg whites are doing stuff. Ooh, I need more ice. I forgot. I was doing some cocktail prep and completely forgot to stock up on ice. We'll do that later. Whoop. I think I'm gonna do a couple of small cubes and a big cube. Oh, yes. I'll say this: small little spoilers for Sunday or for Saturday. Some of the ice that I have in there is not ice that I would use in this cocktail. It's special ice. Big cube, because we're trying to emulsify that egg white in there. Appreciate that, too. Thank you very much, my dear. I fill up this, and I'll take that white one. Whoops. Anna with the quick ice assist. We appreciate it. There we go. Pop that over there. And this goes in here. Great. Thank you for the assist, love. Thank you very much. Whew. Just had so much stuff going on this weekend. Leo Nerd being like, how do you like your drink? Scrambled. Anyways, let's shake this before it gets weird. That's an eggy thing. I don't want that. Let's do it! Oh, the other direction. Shake the other direction. We don't want the hole facing that way. Otherwise, I'm gonna get gunk potentially all over everything else, so. Or do we do it the other way? I'm like confused today. Shake however you want to. But if you're shaking it wrong, reap the consequences. Oh my gosh, this feels weird. Something feels off today, chat. I'm just gonna do it this way, just in case. Just in case. Whew. Loving that X out there, Mighty. Mighty cool. Pepsi out there saying there's a Coca-Cola man, but we don't talk about them. Oh, no. I'm a Pepsi, personally. If it's warm, excuse me, it's warm, I'm a Pepsi guy. If it's cold, I'm a Coke guy. All right. Crack this open and pour it right into a glass. Garnish with candied ginger. Bring the cocktail angle over. What color is it gonna be? I think it's gonna be yellow. And that's just because I looked at the website beforehand. Sometimes the website's wrong. Sometimes the website specifically says strain into a coupe glass and they serve it in like a highball and there's a shit ton of ice in there and I'm like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Renzo, aka Foxworks, saying, I've already got an X. Oh yeah? You want another one, punk? I don't know if I can guarantee that. Saw saying, do your arms ever get sore from shaking the mixture after a while? Yep, I don't have a lot of upper body strength. I'm just stabbing a ginger slice in the background. Little ginger slice, we'll put that on top. Okie dokie. Crack it open. Pour it right in. Garnish with candied ginger. Woohoo! That's a lighter yellow than I thought it was going to be. Boop. There we go. Not bad. Not bad, I don't think. Ooh, hydration? Sure. I like that idea. I see Mr. Reese's Pieces out there saying like, yo, Sonic book spotted. It's that one and that one. I've got multiple. I'm kind of doing Sonic stuff around here. It kind of makes sense, you know? Anyways, what else? What other chats that I missed out there? Silent saying the Coca-Cola made with actual cane sugar is the best. Tastes completely different. Oh yeah, sometimes the choice of sugar goes a long way in your drinks. I can confirm that. Oh man. All right, let's do it. What is this called again? Golden Hour Sour. All right, all right. From Southern Tier Distilling. Southern Tier Distilling. Southern Tier Distilling. That's what it's saying. Clementine, hush. Oh, Clementine's sleeping right now. Oh, that's so cute. This is the Golden Hour Sour by Southern Tier Distilling, and it uses their... Where is it? I gotta do it again, because it didn't have the bottle. This is the Golden Hour Sour by Southern Tier Distilling, and it uses their twice-hopped whiskey, which to me kind of tastes like herb. But how does the cocktail taste? Wow! That is oddly sweet for a sour. It's not as, you know, there's a little bit of the spice from that ginger and the sort of, I'm gonna call it funk of that hoppy whiskey. A little bit of the funk of that hoppy whiskey. I can taste it intersticed between just the overall sour whiskey-like flavors of the whole kit and caboodle. I will say, on its own, I find this hopped whiskey to be rather potent in flavor, but when it's all together like this, everything kind of balances in a way where you can appreciate the notes of the whiskey that otherwise would take over, but also the fruit notes going on in there as well. I'll say, for the most part, I don't taste a lot of the honey in there. I taste mostly the lemon juice, but it's like the lemon juice is accenting a little bit of the apple note I feel in there. Oddly enough, I do taste a bit of the apple. And the apple goes oddly well with the whiskey notes. Like, there is something in there. The dryness from the lemon juice, I think, is accenting the hoppy flavors of the whiskey. And then the whiskey flavors of the whiskey, the other notes of the whiskey, think of like the barrel-aged notes like caramel, vanilla, and stuff like that. Exactly how does it fit in here? I can't quite articulate it here. But it seems to be accenting or being accented by the apple. And I could say the honey, but honestly, I don't taste the honey very much. It's kind of a honeyed whiskey sour in a way with some cannabinoid notes, if I'm being honest. That's quite nice. Let me summarize, because I know my description was kind of all over the place. Hello there. I would say this is like a honeyed whiskey sour with some, call them funkier notes of, I swear, it's just a little weed-like. But it's hops. It's definitely hops. On its own, this whiskey is very hop-forward, and it's a little bit overpowering, but with all the fruit juices and stuff in here, it's kind of mellowed out a little bit. It's been tamed. Now it plays well but only after it's been shaken to oblivion. Dope. Or dank. Dank indeed. I just wanted to make the weed joke. Anyways, what did I miss? What did I miss? What did I miss? Let's see. Next race out there, says Clementine. Oh, you're waiting for... We're not doing any more races, by the way, Clementine. You are going into the boxing ring. This is all about... this. You know, like dog fighting? Or cockfighting? Yeah, it's chow fighting. And that's gonna come later. You gotta do up your skills first. Sonic, welcome in. Cow King saying apple juice versus orange juice. If I had to pick one, it's apple juice. I don't really like orange juice, all things considered. Oh, let's see. Wolfie saying, I miss barrel-aged coffee. It was so good. Wait, can you not get it anymore? Oh, I feel like we were talking about this. I don't remember. I've never had a barrel-aged coffee before. That sounds absolutely delightful. Sonic saying, I guess your Chow is a little tired. Possibly. I don't know. Actually, you know what's funny right now? I'm just watching all of the animals in the pool. I did a little testing before stream started, so I did go on one adventure, so my apologies. But I see a bunch of animals just kind of swimming around in the pool. Actually quite fun. Anyways, that's our cocktail for the morning. How are we? We're already about a half hour in. Okay. I was hoping to get past this a little bit faster, but I was bothering you all about this charity event that's happening on Saturday. Before we get into the game, we like to do a little cheers thing around here, so let me put that thing in chat. If you want to cheers along with us, feel free to use the cheers command. It also works with, like, you know, Kampai and other cheers things in other languages. If I'm missing one, hit me up. We've got a charity event this weekend. I'll repeat that one more time before we get into the game. We're raising money for Made by Dyslexia this weekend, July 12th at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern. That's whatever time it is for you right now, minus about 9.5 hours. Throughout the duration of this 8-hour event, we'll be mixing some drinks, some alcoholic recipes, and some non-alcoholic mocktails as well, inspired by those recipes. We'll be playing a video game, a board game. I'll be joined by some of my moderators. And along the way, for every donation to Made by Dyslexia, the charity organization that we are benefiting during this event, you can tell us anything to put in this infinity bottle. If you're familiar with the infinity bottle, how it works already, there's only a certain number of bottles that are allowed to go into it. Those are bottles that are over 15% alcohol, that are not cream liqueurs, and are not otherwise unfiltered. But with this bottle, it gets a little chaotic. No matter what you want, so long as we have it, you can put into this bottle with every donation that you make. Now, the top of this thing is marked with a 1,000 pound. That means that if you hypothetically donated 1,000 pounds to charity, you can specify any of the ingredients to completely fill up this bottle with. If you donate, let's say, about 100 pounds, then we put about 10% of the volume of this bottle into it with whatever ingredient you specify. It's not just liquid ingredients too. We do have a number of botanicals, spices, and some candies here at the Bar with an X too, and if you're really feeling spicy and want us to put one of those into this bottle, we'll find a way to make it work. And yes, the culinary acids are also available, like citric acid, malic acid, lactic acid, and tartaric acid, are the different acids we have here at the Bar with an X, as well as a small little funny pack of pixie dust. It's not on the website, but if you ask for pixie dust, I know what you will be talking about, and it's not luster dust either. You can put it in this bottle with a simple donation. The charity details I will put in chat yet again, just to make sure that nobody forgets to show up this Saturday. That is not tomorrow, not the next day, not the next day, not the next day, but the day after that. And I look forward to sharing it all with you guys then, because I'm really excited about it, and so are a number of other people around here too. Oh, let's see. I'm seeing Silent out there saying there's a distillery in your small town. You're excited to see what happens with them doing their own whiskey. Oh, incredible! We love to see small distilleries playing around with things a little bit. Also, I notice a bit of separation happening in this drink. I'll just point that out now. There appears to be a layer on top of, my guess is the pieces of the Candied Ginger that just haven't had a chance to incorporate. Possibly could be other things, but I thought that was kind of interesting. Let's see. Shelly of the Mud popping in saying, in before the Infinimalort bottle. You could. I mean, hypothetically speaking, if you've got 1,000 pounds to donate to charity, which is about $1,300 US, you can fill up that bottle with Malort. But if I'm being honest, don't go so ham on it. I want you to donate to charity. But like, if you put 1,000 pounds worth of Malort into that bottle, then nothing else goes in the bottle. Correspondingly, after this bottle fills up, we'll just move on to another bottle. We'll do a little changing around and whatnot. We'll make some drinks with it. But like, don't you want to see Malort and Bailey's and lemon juice? And like star anise or something, some other like cursed ingredient? I don't know. I'm just putting ideas in your head. Think about it on your own time. Anyways, let's get some cheers going here. Let's get some cheers. What is everybody cheersing to today? Where's my thingy? Where's my thingy? Where's my thingy? Oh, it's all the way on the bottom? Come on, VS Code. A cheers in the direction, first of all, for charity. We gotta be cheersing for charity out there. Disney Queen's got a new manga, a big old cheers to that. Chelsea's to a wonderful weekend last week. It was a very, very fun weekend for them out there. Brad's saying too, resigned from a job that I don't like and can now focus on more jobs that you do like, which is excellent. I did that to myself about a month and a half ago. A cheers to Cow King as we build new shelves for more Legos. A cheers to some nerd to meals with friends. A cheers to Clementine. In real life, I have to finish playing Sonic Heroes. You got it. You got it. And a cheers to Renzo to getting money late and using it to help others. And to Wolfie as well for getting clear of your kidney disease. Knock the disease out of your system. A big old cheers to your health, your longevity, and to the people around us having better lives, hopefully from the work that we can do for them every once in a while. Cheers to that. Yeah, dude. Let's play a video game, shall we? I think we shall. It's not on the screen, but I just fixed it. We're jumping right in, chat. We're locking in. We are locking in, chat. I know exactly what we're supposed to be doing. I mapped out a special plan. A special plan for Clementine. There are 2 stages that seem to have the highest ratio of water and flying type animals. And the reason we want those is because last time we had discovered that Clementine was getting their ass kicked in the race in the Chow Karate because of the fact that swim represents defense and Clementine's got no defense. Clementine's good at punching fast and hitting hard, relatively speaking. But in terms of taking a punch, Clementine's not very good at. And in terms of dodging, also not very good at. So Metal Harbor with Sonic has a bunch of swim types. And then Dry Lagoon for Rouge has a little bit of swim and a little bit of fly, with some other stuff in between. So we're basically going to be spamming both of those stages this evening, as we make it to, hopefully, the final super karate tournament. And we can get that last emblem so we can finally move on with this game. In any case, Austin, welcome in. Good to have you. Cheers to the peeps saying Wolfie. Cow King saying Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3 and 4 comes out in 4 days. Are there more Tony Hawk games? That's incredible. What we'll do first, I was going to say that I wanted to give these animals to Clementine first, but to be fair, I didn't do it while you guys were watching, so they don't count. So we're walking away from these. Excuse me. Wolfie saying about the barrel-aged coffee. It's a tiny coffee shop out in a very small town. Excuse me. It barrel-ages some of its beans. What's my question about barrel-aging coffee beans is that, what do you get? Like for example, if you have whiskey in a barrel, the whiskey is going to absorb some of the flavors just because of how much surface area you're going to get between a liquid and a solid. But how do you barrel age beans? Because if you think about it, the only contact some of those beans are going to make is if they're making direct contact with the barrel, or I guess the air that exists inside of the barrel. So I wonder how you barrel age coffee beans, just because there's no like liquid involved, or no liquid to my knowledge at least. Anyways, we're collecting animals here, so I'm gonna be doing a little bit slowly. Oh dear, I didn't want those. Nope, I don't want those. I don't want those. Yo, Rocket saying big fan of the shorts content. Thanks for popping in, excuse me, Rocket the Alien. Good to have you in the live chats. If you're a fan of that infinity bottle, that'll be coming out at some point. Welcome in. Okay, Sonic, can we? Sonic, please. Thank you very much. That was deplorable. Wow, that's incredible. Wow, we're off to a great start. Leo saying, after this game, what'll be on the menu? I won't tell you. That's my little secret. That's my little secret. Shelly of the Wind saying, barrel-aged beans actually do work. I don't know the science behind it, but the best I've had was cold brew that had been barrel-aged. Well, that's the thing that I'm thinking about, because you can barrel-age cold brew, because cold brew is a liquid. And you can put a liquid into a barrel, right? And then it's basically the same as if you were barrel-aging like whiskey or any other liquid by that chance. I'm just wondering how it works with the beans. Oh my gosh, dude. Wow. Stephanie, welcome in. Rocket saying, I love the infinity bottle especially. It's one of my favorite segments too. If I had to pick a favorite, it's probably when we get to try recipes from our community. A little chat orders a drink, all that kind of stuff. Some of my favorites. I don't want the, okay, be careful about this, Cameron. I go up here, and then I go here, and then I zip, and that didn't work at all. Okay, that's fine. We can do that. Oh, I got the cow key already. I forgot the chow key. Oh my gosh. No, dude. Wow. I was testing this off stream and it went just fine. Wow. Nerd out there saying, got a dip. Thanks for popping in, Nerd. We'll see you back here again next time. Hopefully on Saturday. Hopefully. Hopefully. Thanks for popping in, by the way. Oh, I just saw a whistly thing down there. Great. Let's see. Silent out there saying, got some interesting cocktails from a bar at hometown that I want to try. Have to hunt down the ingredients, make a few of them, but they should be very, very interesting. Oh my gosh. If you got recipes too, I would love to see them. You know how much I love recipes from friends. Anyways. Leo saying, what a great start for today's stream. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. It's a good start to the stream regardless of what happens. Like, you know, if I do really, really well, then I feel good about it. And if I do really, really bad, then the death counter feels good about it. And somebody's got to be happy with the situation. There's always two sides of the coin, you know? No. I wanted the peacock. Can I have the I would like the peacock. Thank you. What the heck was that? Give me it. Thank you. Rocket saying Sonic Adventure 2 is one of my favorite games ever. What's my favorite stage? My favorite stage in this? Oh my gosh, I've never thought about my favorite stage. You know what? Just for the laughs, the stage that annoys me the most is the final Sonic stage, which I think is Final Rush. I can't remember if that's Final Rush or Chase. It's the Sonic one specifically. That one gives me a really hard time. And gave me a lot of hard time on this stream, too. We were trying to get all the emblems for it. But if I had to pick an overall favorite, it's Pumpkin Hill, dude. I would play in that stage for hours. Just for hours. And I believe there's a seal over there. So, we're all good here. And yes, you get the death. You get the death. But yeah, I get it. What's your favorite stage, Rocket? Do you have a favorite? Cow King saying, morbid fact, there's a company that can turn your ashes into a vinyl record of your choosing. Oh yeah, there's companies out there for everything, dude. You want to turn yourself into a gemstone? They got it. Turn yourself into a tree? They got it. Vinyl record? Now I know. But I figured they probably have it. Oh my goodness, there's a little piece of... Ew. Oh, that was a piece of the Candied Ginger. I got a little piece of the Candied Ginger in the cocktail. That was, mildly perturbing. But now that I know what it is, I'm okay with it. Come here, Clementine. I know you've been eating, but I've got to do other things to you instead. Like, not that... Nope, don't hit Clementine. We have to make sure that, goodness forbid, Clementine decides to die, that they come back. Shelly out there saying, is Sonic Adventure 2 the best 3D Sonic game? In my opinion, yeah. That's just my opinion, though. Other people would disagree. And I'd say those people are wrong, but I haven't played all the 3D Sonic games, so if I said that they were wrong, I would be doing it not under good faith. Rocket's out there saying, I have every Knuckle stage saved on Spotify. My favorite stage is probably Death Chamber. Oh, dude, it's a nice one. Pumpkin... What the... Jacquin, what are you doing? I was trying to go for Clementine. Thank you very much. The Pumpkin Hill rap will forever be one of my favorites. Although more recently, leading up to, in particular, this game, I tried to memorize the lyrics of the other ones, but I didn't have as much luck with it. Okay, Clementine. Did your levels go up? Because I hope they did. Peacock? Peacock. Peacock for Clementine. Alright, I know this is going to take away from some of other stats, but this is what we're going to do. We're going to go grind on this for the next couple hours. That's the vibe. That's what we have to do. Man. Silent saying one of the drinks out there that at the local bar is the Hibiscus-Infused Tequila. I've never tried that combo before. I did a hibiscus and mezcal drink at the request of, I think it was Official a couple weeks ago. That was pretty good. Mostly smoky. Not a lot of those agave notes, but... Leo saying, I think you'd cry if you were reincarnated again. I'd be so bothered, dude. I don't want it again. I don't want to keep playing this game. I want to move on to better things. I've got better ideas. I promise. I do. Let's see. Renzo out there saying that when they die... Oh, I'm on the wrong stage. I don't want to be here. Renzo out there saying that when you die, you would be taxidermied and dissected. Like donating your body to science? Hot. Oh, apparently my phone is not on vibrate. Excuse me. Excuse me, my notifications are on. Keep your phones on silent during the duration of the movie. Wolfie saying, Cam, thoughts on adding a shot of espresso to a vanilla latte boba tea that's already spicy? Wait a minute. Hold up a second. You're saying it's a latte, right? On its own, it's a latte. And you're asking what my thoughts are on making it a double latte? Because lattes typically already have espresso in it. My thoughts are, cut it, print it, send it to prod. Double espresso time? Yes, please. I want more espresso in my life. All right, get the good one. There we go. I'll take one of those. Bounce it. There we go. Shelly saying, I had a hibiscus beer on the 4th and it was awful. The hibiscus beer, that's an intriguing combination. Don't know how I'd feel about... I mean, you know what? If the hibiscus beer were in the style of a sour, I could totally see that. Otherwise, I'd start having questions. That's what I would... No, Sonic! Ugh! Hyena saying, ever tried Vietnamese coffee? I have, but I don't remember what was so special about it. I have some Vietnamese family, and I think when we were hanging out with them, like they're married in. I'm not actually Vietnamese, unfortunately, but we were hanging out with them, and I tried it, and I was like, this is really, really good. But I couldn't remember what made Vietnamese coffee like uniquely Vietnamese coffee. Like I think it's what is it? It's like Turkish coffee that I think is made in like hot sand in a little copper or not so copper pot. I just don't remember the specific thing about Vietnamese coffee. But have I had it? Yeah. Did I like it? Yeah. I like coffee. Big fan of coffee. Wolfie saying yes and thanks. Absolutely, dude. More coffee. The more coffee something is, in my opinion, the potentially better it can be. For example, if you take just espresso and fill up a cup with it, you've got a cup full of espresso. Good day. Good day. If you've got a cup of espresso and you put a bit of water into it, hey, now you've got an Americano. Good day, good day, good day. And there's nuance to these next statements, but if you add a little bit of milk or steamed milk or some other form of milk, you got a latte, a cortado, what was it? What's the other one that Starbucks really likes? Not a cortado. What is it? It's not a latte. What is it? I cannot remember what it is off the top of my head. It's not a frappuccino either. Macchiato. That's it. Macchiato. Hello there. I just want the animals. That is all I'm here for. There we go. Small little animals. No! Buddy! Sonic! Wow. Hyena saying condensed milk and the roasting of the coffee. So there's a specific roasting of the coffee for Vietnamese coffee, and they use condensed milk specifically. That'll do it. A little bit on the sweeter end. Wolfie saying by the sea. It's important. For coffee? Like salty coffee or briny coffee? A little bit of salt in your coffee. Not that bad, by the way. Flavor enhancer. Renzo out there saying, in terms of their body, not for science. Oh. Family heirlooms. I will have my left eye in space so I can watch cosmic events. Bro, if you've got enough cash saved up in retirement to have your eyeball specifically dissected from your body and sent to space, you've apparently been doing something right. And I want to know your secrets. And if it doesn't include content creation or like at least a little bit of cocktail mixology, which I know Renzo's does, you know, maybe we just strum a little different tunes. Character select. Silent out there saying, I'd request the drink, the hibiscus one, I assume, but infusing takes a few hours at best and your stock shows beetroot powder. This would likely use fresh beet juice for the best results since beetroot powder can leave a gritty texture if not super strained. Well, I am streaming for the next couple hours. Hold up a second. I don't think I have it on the website, but I might have beetroot juice. No way! I do have beetroot juice. Silent, I have no idea when I bought this, but I do have beetroot juice. Is this still good? The button is down. Well, the button is down. Have I ever opened this? So what was your request again? It might. I've also got hibiscus as well, if that's involved. Silent saying, I think you got everything it needs. Oh yeah, by all means, double check. Just let me know. Because if it does take a couple hours to infuse, we can let it infuse for the next couple of hours. We could let it infuse over the next couple of days. If you tell me how long it needs to infuse for, I can just let it sit. This is not a part of that infuse system that I've been teasing chat about, by the way. This is an interesting recipe that I really want to try, so I'm making a notable exception for it. That or I've got my whipped cream makers that can rapidly infuse things. And by rapid, I mean just less than a few hours. It can be as long as we want it to be. Come here, Clementine. Wolfie saying, confirming that Vietnamese coffee is good. Yeah. Hyena saying, I like putting salt on watermelon. Oddly enough, I saw somebody, it was a post on somebody's Instagram over the weekend about specifically salted watermelon drinks. Or in the past, when I was workshopping something for the Dream Daddy series back in February of last year. Dude, I am so burpful today. It's that drink getting to me. What was I talking about? Yes, I can confirm salted watermelon is tasty, especially when you put Havarti cheese on top of it. I haven't tried it with other cheese, but Havarti, that slaps. Havarti. It's very good. Renzo saying, hopefully Final Hearts Bar and La Café Fantastique will get you to the point where you will have enough money to get your eyes surgically removed and sent to space post-mortem. Spooky. But I dig it. Silent saying 3 to 4 hours is probably enough. We can do that. And what's the infusion again? I know if you put in a cocktail request, let me know. And then I can take a look at the instructions. Or you can always let me know in chat here and I can just get that started. Depending on if I got the ingredients. Because I don't think... Silent, I don't think you've made a request before. I think you're rather new. Hibiscus-Infused Tequila. Ah, yes. Ah, yes! That's it. Yeah, we could do that. Rocket saying, how's connecting the little guys? Frustrating. I keep dying in the levels. I'm not as good as Sonic. I'm really good playing as Knuckles, which is why I really like doing the Knuckles levels. But the death counter is getting her due today. One more peacock. I really feel like the levels didn't go up very fast. I don't know if the swim and the fly are actually going up. Maybe. Also, let me get a straw for this drink. I'm having a hard time sipping it. Brown straw for my yellowish drink. You know, I do pick up on some of those honey characteristics now, as it warmed up a little bit. Those sweeter notes are delightful. Also, I'm gonna go adjust the thermostat because I'm really, really hot for some reason. And while I'm at it, let me go grab that hibiscus. Just in case we need it for later. Just in case. Death counter earning its pay today. True. Also got cam alert. I have to try to be alert. If you ever need to do anything that requires your alertness, I would not formally recommend involving alcohol. Rocket saying Knuckles has good fight speed and it's easy to move with. Yeah, because he can freaking glide, dude. Not fly. There's a distinction here. And it must be preserved. Also, is there an animal in one of these boxes? Wow. I suppose we'll never know. Oh, was there a little seal back there? I think there was a little seal back there. There might have been. I think I missed it. I know I was saying I was locking in today, chat, but I have no idea what I'm doing, and I'm not that good at video games. Oh, wait. Get him. Yes! More penguins. It's 2 penguins!
Nice.
Renzo with the super chats! It's been a while. Anywho, when can we try ginger vermouth again? I've made some improvements on Cloud's Resolve. I have so many things I need to do. Thank you, Renzo, so much. But the ginger vermouth, that's the thing, like, ginger is one of those ingredients I don't typically have on hand, because it doesn't keep very well. Well, I mean, like, here are my thoughts. If I've got it on hand, I can absolutely try it. We don't need the request system for that. We can just figure it out later on, right? But for ginger, I feel like you gotta have it fresh. And for ginger, it only stays fresh for a little bit of time. Otherwise, I gotta put it in my freezer. And then it gets a little bit weird, you know? There's more experimentation to be done with it. When will we get that? I will work on the request system. Specifically, sorry, not the request system, the infusion request system. because that'll have its own fair share of improvements. And we'll get to it. I haven't forgotten about it, don't you worry. Let's see. Rocket asking, am I excited for Crossworlds? Steve from Minecraft in the Sonic game is kind of funny. I'm excited for the stuff that'll happen around it. I don't plan on getting the game because I'm just not much of a racing game guy. But I like the music so far because they released the opening to it, and it was okay. I'll admit, my honest opinion about the Sonic Crossworlds opening theme is that it's kind of mid. Just doesn't have the same splendor to it of other Sonic racing game themes. Like Sonic R, for example. I know I'm kind of behind on that one. But, oh, come here, Penguin. I want you. Penguin plus Penguin equals Peng 2, I guess. And then don't fall off the edge. There we go. And there's a seal over there. That's what we got. There we go. Hyena saying, hot take, Everclear and cottage cheese. We did a punishment game with it. Hot take, Everclear and cottage cheese. That sounds like it's just high alcohol content cottage cheese. Is that a question, by the way? Because I'll try anything at least once, but I don't have any cottage cheese on me. We got a charity event coming up on Saturday, though. Could get some cottage cheese for that infinity bottle. We could. The options are there. I see Chaos Sketch out there saying, playing or watching Sonic makes me feel better. Well, we're happy that we can provide. Welcome in, Chaos. Are we talking Chaos, by the way, like the creature made of energy and water and stuff? Because that's freaking dope. I love it. Static being like, infinity cheese. This is your infinity cheese. Every single time I bite from the cheese, I have to dunk it in whatever alcohol you choose. Today is Everclear. It's number 37. This cheese is not looking very hot anymore. Oh, man. Welcome back, Static. Oh, man. Oh, man. Man. Rocket out there saying, I'm investing in the new Digimon story game, so I won't be buying Crossworlds. Oh, my gosh. There's a Digimon stuff coming out, too. Ah, yes. There's a couple of community members who are a lot more into Digimon than I am. Like, don't get me wrong. I love the idea of Digimon. I just didn't play a lot of it when I was younger, so it just doesn't have that level of nostalgia for me, whereas something like Pokemon does. Sit down, Clementine. The only animal remaining... Oh, there are two of them. Okay. Rocket saying, Time Stranger looks fun. Which one is that one? Alexa, what game is Time Stranger?
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
That's because you're an idiot machine! Don't be mean to people. Be mean to electronics. They can't feel. Although I'm starting to be convinced that perhaps ChatGPT has a conscience. Where'd my animals go? Where'd my animals go? Oh, I guess those ones were just spent. All right. Time to do more things. Miku out there saying, I threw money into the void. Hi. Hello, Miku. Thank you for spending your money at the bar with an X. I can guarantee, almost guarantee, that I'm going to spend those whole $2 on a bottle of booze. Thank you for enabling my craft. And welcome in, by the way. Metal Harbor. Silent saying, very curious to see what you think of the drink. I had it once earlier this year for my birthday, and it was very intriguing. I love the idea of intriguing drinks. Oh, Sonic, what do you... Sonic, please... No. What is this request? I'm going to look at it. I'm going to look at it right now. Oh my gosh. Sonic is doing me dirty, dude. Dirty dude indeed. Miko saying, it's Cool Show, by the way. Just changed my name. Oh, Cool Show. Cool Show. Oh, I got you. I got you. I'm going to try to remember that you're Cool Show. But if you prefer Miku, if you prefer Cool or Miku, let me know. Let's see. Silent was saying that this recipe's got hibiscus-infused tequila, half an ounce of Sloe Gin. Oh, dude, I finally got a good bottle of Sloe Gin for this. Vanilla syrup. I've got something that could work for that. Crème de Cassis. I got some of that. Lychee juice. I've got the lychee syrup. We could use that. Lemon juice. Rose water. We got that. Beet juice. Egg white. Dude, this seems interesting. Flowers on your grave. Yeah, dude. I know it's the first... I know we haven't gotten that far into the stream, but this sounds really cool. I've never thought of this combination of ingredients. I think we're going to do it. I think we're going to do that one. I think we'll get started on doing the hibiscus-infused tequila as soon as possible. As soon as possible. But with follow-up questions. Do you know, Silent, how they infused that tequila? So, do you know whether or not they just put hibiscus leaves into tequila? Do you happen to know how much tequila that they used? Do you happen to know how much hibiscus that they used? It's probably a lot of details, and I'm sure you probably don't have all the details. But if you do have any, even an estimated guess, that'll help us. That sounds cool. Oh my gosh, it's got so many different ingredients. Sonic, please. Dude! Oh my gosh! Dude. Renzo saying the only place to find the original version is on the Internet Archive. I might have missed that one. I might have missed that one, whatever you're referring to. Miku saying, call me either, but now I'm thinking Miku. I'm gonna go with Miku because it's right on my screen and that makes it easiest for me. All right, did I get the Chao key? I definitely got the Chao key. I don't need to worry about that. Let's just go this way. Let's see. Cow King saying, which Spy Kids movie was your favorite? Mine was Spy Kids 3. I don't remember which one had... Oh, wait. No, it's Shark Boy and Lava Girl, which is technically a Spy Kids movie. Shark Boy and Lava Girl. That's my favorite Spy Kids. That's an easy one. I was going to say, if that's not considered a Spy Kids movie, then whichever one had the finger people in it. Because that one was odd. And stuck out in a very particular way in my memory. Wolfie was saying, one day I will resurface the long breath of the spicy boba. Is that what the archive was referring to? I imagine if you tried to make a spicy boba, wouldn't you just use, like... Wouldn't you just put the tapioca powder into, like, a spicy water? Like, habanero infused or otherwise? Like, it absorbs the water, right? So if you make the water spicy, you can make the boba spicy, too. That's what I would think. But what do I know? Coincidentally, I know quite a bit. Oddly enough. Silent saying, unfortunately, I don't have the details, but the research I've done shows 6 ounces of tequila to 1.5 tablespoons of dried hibiscus flower into a jar sealed, then refrigerate. And refrigerate for 3 to 4 hours. Interesting about sealing for 3 to 4 hours, because that would slow down the infusion, actually. I like that. No, Sonic! Oh my god. Hibiscus flowers. I've got a recipe for hibiscus infusion. We're gonna just do with that. I'm gonna when I say cold infuse, I'm gonna let it sit out at room temperature. Well, actually, if it says, you know what? It says refrigerator. We'll do refrigerator. I've got a refrigerator. Somebody's just going to have to remind me. And then we'll straighten it out after the fact. I don't think it'll be the only request we do this evening, too. So if anybody else has got cocktail requests, exclamation point order. Oh, and we have an ad break. Cool. Sonic, just sit there. And fall off the edge. That's cool, too. This is going great so far. Clementine, our champion, in preparation for our charity event this weekend. It's on Saturday. Details with exclamation point charity in chat. Let's see. Hyena out there talking about soju or blue raspberry tequila to a gathering. You'll have a little bit more space to work with soju because it's it's a blank canvas, so to speak. Unless it's a flavored soju, in which case, a little bit different. That's what I would think. Oop, there we go there. There's little chunks in here that are kind of making their way into my straw. It's one of the reasons I don't really like shaking a drink and then pouring it right into the glass is because oftentimes, like, there's just chunks of ice in there, and I don't really like that in my beverage. I can't even get my big straw to use it. Yeah, anyways. Wolfie's saying, I have yet to find tapioca powder. Okay. I feel like you can just order it on Amazon, but... I don't really know where to get tapioca powder either. I would guess it's in the baking section. Because it's a baking starch, just like corn starch is, just like, I guess potato powder. I don't know. Silent Symphony saying, I love when cocktail bars go kind of off the rails, so to speak, and do interesting things. They're the reason I got into making a home bar. Oh my god, wait a minute, the ads are running right now. I can set up, I can get all of my ingredients for the infusion. Let's do that. It was 6 ounces of tequila, 1.5 tablespoons of dried hibiscus flowers. I've got my hibiscus flowers. Let's grab a tequila. I'm assuming this is a Blanco, by the way. My assumption is it's a Blanco. So we'll go with that. I've got that in a container. Let me grab my hibiscus flower. Actually, I have all the prep work. I have it all. I just put it into a container, and I'll just label that. I'll label that stuff. Oh my god. Why is this being so weird? Hibiscus tequila. The tequila is Hervás. Hervás. With an accent over the A. And this was done on 7-7. We'll just combine it together in this container. Silent saying a reposado would probably be a little odd. Well, I don't think it would be odd. I think it'd just be a little bit different. Just a little bit different. Depends on what kind of characteristics you want. I would think that Blanco tequila tends to be a little bit more vegetal and a little bit more potent on flavor. Hibiscus also tends to be a very powerful flavor. So I would think you get more mileage out of the Hibiscus Blanco tequila because Blanco is strong, Hibiscus is strong, versus Reposado being a little bit more laid back and smoothed out. The Hibiscus might overtake the more subtler notes that are being introduced from the aging process. Or it might not. If you think about it, what we're going to do here is combine the Hibiscus with the Blanco, let it sit in the refrigerator for 3 to 4 hours, which might be a strong infusion. It might be a light infusion because typically infusions happen a little bit more prominently when we're at room temperature. But we'll do that first. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. Before we make this drink from Silence, we got to infuse tequila with Hibiscus with a very simple recipe. We're going to put, we're going to put 6 ounces of Blanco tequila with 1.5 tablespoons of dried hibiscus flowers. Let that sit in the refrigerator for 3 to 4 hours, and then we check back on it again later. Then we strain it out, and then we use it in the cocktail. Right? Was it 1.5 tablespoons, or was it teaspoons? Probably tablespoons. Probably tablespoons. Tablespoons! Tablespoons, that's the one. Let's see. Snake popping in with the box. Yeah, they get the reference. We love that. Welcome in, Snake. Snake. Hyena saying, one of your friends is bringing either some kind of homemade wine or maybe kombucha. Oh, dude, kombucha and soju I feel like would go well together because you got the mildly alcoholic kombucha with the base spirit, low ABV that soju tends to be. All right, let me get my tablespoons. First, I'll get me hibiscus. And I'm just going to let this sit inside of a small container. There we go. I do need a little bit more hibiscus. These hibiscus flowers are rather large. It's a little hard to measure a whole half a tablespoon. And then we get the half. Prepare this for later. And then 6 ounces of tequila. 6 ounces of tequila. Where's my ounce meter? Here we go. This guy over here. I think what I'm going to do... Actually, instead of doing this... Hold on, let me back up a hot second. Because I got to make sure that I conserve my inventory. Instead of doing the 6 ounces to 2.5 of hibiscus, we're going to do 4 ounces to just a single tablespoon. Just so I don't wind up hogging my spirits. 4 ounces a little... I would do 2, but I imagine the drink... Actually, how much does the drink use? The drink uses 1.5. Yeah, we'll be a little bit more conservative on that. We're gonna do 2 ounces because some of those hibiscus leaves are going to absorb the tequila, and I want just enough for the drink. So, ahead of time, we'll do a half a tablespoon of dried hibiscus flowers and 2 ounces of tequila blanco. Then we let that sit for 3 to 4 hours in the refrigerator, and then strain it out later. Don't forget to press on those flowers to get the infused liquid within. Here we go. So says the instructions. So it shall be.
Anytime now.
Okie dokie. These guys back over here. We'll tap this off and put it in the fridge. Hopefully somebody reminds me about it later. Don't forget to give it a little shake. Yeah. It's already working some magic. Okie dokie. Cole, welcome in, by the way. I see you out there. Hopefully I don't forget about that. Ooh, tequila? Don't mind if I do. Do not mind if I do. All right, let's get back to the game, shall we? Okie dokie. Let's continue. Hyena saying D&D and drinking always tends to go a little bit crazy. That's fair, that's fair. My DM doesn't drink, so I don't drink a lot of alcohol when I do my D&D sessions, which we had another one of this past weekend. While everybody else out there was drinking their beers, grilling their burgers, and celebrating the 4th of July with explosives, I celebrated my 4th of July playing D&D with my friends. I'm not better than you, chat. I'm just different. I kind of wish there was a little bit more fireworks, but all I could do was hear the fireworks. I didn't get to see any. But honestly, I don't really... I'm not a big fireworks guy anyways. It was a fun time. It was a great session. Let's see. Silent saying, I think... Oh, hold on. What do I got here? Do I want the penguins or the seals? Penguins are good. Penguins are real good. Let's look up with that. Silent saying, I think tonight calls for a glass of the whiskey infinity bottle I started. Oh my gosh. Flavor notes, please. I love getting to know other people's infinity bottles. Cow King saying, did you know that Canis by topographical data is flatter than a pancake? Canis by topographical data is flatter than a pancake. You mean Kansas? Like the state of Kansas? It's flatter than a pancake? Yeah, I guess that does kind of make sense. I mean, if you think about it, pancakes are like, they got a little air bubbles and stuff in them, and they're not really that flat. Overall, it looks pretty flat, but it's got some dimension. It's got some girth to it. Pancakes in general. And I'm sure Kansas does too. Kit Kat popping back in, saying, what kind of PC do you play? What kind of player character do you play in D&D? Ah, yes! I have a wood elf who goes by Yalamats, but he also has a second name, Hickory. He is stoic, pretentious, rude, and left his children for 32 years, only to return to an empty hometown where his wife, or excuse me, his partner had vanished, died, and the 3 children did not make it out necessarily in one piece. It's really, really cool. And I hate my character. Like fundamentally, if I knew my character in real life, I'd hate him, and I hate playing the character, but it is such a unique angle to D&D that I've never played before that I'm invested in it. Oh, come here, Seal. There we go. Welcome in, by the way, Kit Kat. Welcome back. Wolfie out there saying, home waiting the fireworks, not starting a fire. That's fair. Don't want to start the fire. Oh, come here. Okay. I want my peacock. Bring me my peacock! Where'd the peacock go? Oh, did he leave? I swear I could have picked up that peacock, but it was stuck in the door. What are you doing over here? You want to play ball? Play some ball? Ball's great. Ball's great. Nope. Ball's not so great, apparently. All right, back to the grind. Get my mouse off screen. Get him over there. Kit Kat out there saying, I'm a forever cleric. Danke. Danke. Nice to be back. Looking forward to the infinity bottle. I got an idea of what we'll do that infinity bottle in. Tonight's infinity cocktail is going to be a reference to last week's infinity cocktail. If we did a corpse reviver last week, what would you have the week after? Think about it. Think about it. I'm looking forward to it. Wolfie saying, sometimes you hate your character, but you love the aspect of playing somebody you will never be. If I'm being honest, there are aspects of this character that I pulled inspiration from my own life and personality. He is the man I fear becoming. But yeah, I know what you mean. I get that. Brad saying, am ready for the Final Fantasy VI remake, prequel or something. Are there more Final Fantasy games coming out? I've lost track of them all. I let the other folks do that for me. Renzo saying too, and I think the next Final Fantasy remake needs to be Final Fantasy VI, but with the playstyle of Expedition 33. I've never actually played Expedition 33, but I've seen folks talking about it. Looks interesting. Cole says, a cosmopolitan. Cole, how does a cosmopolitan relate to a corpse reviver number infinity? If you can draw a logical connection, I might just give it to you. But we've also done a cosmopolitan before. But if you think about it, whatever cosmopolitan we do now is going to be wildly different than the previous cosmopolitan. Oh, there was a penguin back here. I forgot. Need a penguin. Nope, don't touch me. Thank you very much. Cow King being like, we didn't start the fire. It's been always burning. Hey, that's a Billy Joel song. I hope I got the artist right. Could you imagine being incorrect about somebody who made music? I'd be more embarrassed getting, like, the credits wrong for somebody who created a cocktail recipe. Like, I'm only human. But that just ain't my niche. Silent saying that Expedition 33 is currently Game of the Year, and it isn't even close. Oh, it's not even close to the end of the year yet. That's intriguing. Now, I know Expedition 33 is not the one... I don't know why. I get Expedition 33 and... There's another one, but it's got these, like, very low-poly characters that, like... I don't know, look like... For lack of a better term, they look like, Actually, no, that's the judgmental statement. I don't really know how to describe it. Very low-poly graphics. Very low-poly graphics in humans. And I think one of them is smoking, like, a cigar or something on the cover of the game. It's not Expedition 33, I think. Oh, it's Schedule 2. That's what it's called. Schedule 2. Not Expedition 33, Schedule 2. I know more about Schedule 2 just because I feel like I saw it more often, but it's not the same. Okay. Go back here and start feeding Clementine. Oh, you know what? Alexa, remind me in 3 hours to check the infusion.
Okay, I'll create a reminder to go off in 3 hours.
Damn right you will.
Every hour until you tell me this is done.
Well, you don't have to do that, but I appreciate it. Clementine! Oh, baby! Silent says, Schedule 1, you mean? The Drug Empire Simulator? You know what I was gonna say? I didn't think it was very appropriate to share. But I was like, they look like they deal drugs. Like prison, people from prison, or shady figures. But is that really what it is? The Drug Empire Simulator? Wow. And they say not to judge a book by its cover, but sometimes you just gotta call them how you see them. Interesting. Cole saying, to draw the logical line between a cosmopolitan and a corpse reviver number 2. The cosmos are correspondent towards the soul. The soul is locked in the body until death. A corpse reviver needs soul to work properly, so therefore the cosmos of the cosmopolitan are related to the corpse reviver. Alas, Cole, but the cosmopolitan is regarding a certain era of... You know what, Alexa, define cosmopolitan.
As an adjective, cosmopolitan is usually defined as free from local, provincial, or national ideas, prejudices, or attachments, at home all over the world. As a noun, cosmopolitan is usually defined as a person who is free from local, provincial, or national bias or attachment, citizen of the world, cosmopolite. For more,
Cosmopolite.
more definitions for cosmopolitan.
I don't know, nothing about that gave me vibes of the fabric of space and time, Cole. I don't have to agree with you, but that's not the cocktail we're doing tonight. I promise there's an easy answer. That's a big old cosmopolitan from me, dog. I'll give that one to myself. Clementine, come back. Thank you. Renzo saying, the mainline Final Fantasy titles, we are on Final Fantasy 16. In total, there are over like 100 Final Fantasy titles. Yeah, there's a lot of fantasies. Why do they call it a Final Fantasy if it's not the Final Fantasy? It's got to do with the lore of the first game, dude. Stop asking me. Okay, Cameron, I will stop asking you. Thank you very much, Cameron. It was getting annoying. You're welcome. No, thank you. No, thank you. All right. As the great Knuckles from Sonic Adventure 2 Battle once said. All right. Cole saying, funny enough, I'm sipping on a Cosmopolitan right now. You want the connection between the Corpse Reviver number 2 and the Cosmopolitan, Cole? Because when I'm done with you, they'll need a Corpse Reviver number infinity to bring you back. At least your Cosmopolitan. Don't ask me how I somehow laced a random can of Spindrift, or rather a very particular can of Spindrift Cosmopolitan to somehow sneak up on Cole in such a way that he just couldn't see coming. Next time, be careful where you shop. Let me be clear, this is just me being facetious. This is a joke. Cole is not in any danger. Not any danger that I caused. Was there a threat? Was that a threat? I think that breaks the rules. I was being facetious with it. So it doesn't count. This is a bit. Cole's fine. Cole's fine. Fine. Cole, you okay? Oh, Penguin? Eli, welcome in. I still think it might be Corpse Reviver. What's more opposite of Corpse Reviver than that? Oh, Corpse Redeader. Go ahead, Corpse Redeader. Is that a drink recipe, Eli? If there is a Corpse Redeader, I think I have another Legend of Zelda recipe idea. It's a Redead, but it's a Corpse Redeader instead, and it's a riff on the Corpse Reviver. That's kind of intriguing. Renzo out there giving the backstory of Final Fantasy with the bankruptcy story and whatnot. We know that one. Oh my gosh. Give me the cock, peacock. Thank you. Cole saying, wait, you were in New Hampshire last week? I'm not giving any details of where my location is at any particular time, except when otherwise I post it on social media. If you want to know where I am at any particular time, follow me on the other socials. Or don't. Sometimes I go places. Eli saying, nah, there is no Corpse Redeader. Just made one up when you said it's the opposite of a Corpse Reviver. Oh, no. Let me be clear. It's not the opposite of a Corpse Reviver. It's the logical next step. If a corpse gets revived, what do you get? It's obviously a Cosmopolitan. Eli's like, zombie army? Getting closer. Actually, I'd say you're spot on the money. Cow King saying, how would you make a Sex in the Cosmos, Sex on the Beach, and Cosmopolitan mixing cam? Well, I mean, a Sex on the Beach is essentially a peach schnapps and stuff. So, like, if a what was it? What was the other one? A Cosmopolitan? Cosmopolitan is kind of cranberry. Sex on the Beach is kind of peachy. If you took, like, the peach aspects of a Sex on the Beach and combined it with the cranberry aspects of a Cosmopolitan, then you pretty much get a Sex on the Cosmos. I'm willing to bet that there is a Sex on the Cosmos drink that exists out there already. Man. Eli saying, are you making an army of undead, Cameron? No. I don't need an army of undead. I have thousands of followers across the internet. I don't need an army of zombies. Unless you would consider yourself to be a zombie, mindlessly staring at your phone when you realize that you have other things that you could be doing and a life around you. If you are a zombie watching right now, wake up. Wake up. It's time to experience the world around you. Go forth, not so zombie. Turn your phone off and touch grass. And come to my charity event on Saturday. Which one? This one. This charity event. Yeah. Anyways. Cole's like, I know what it is. It's a necromancer. No. I told you, Eli was basically right. Basically. But I'm not gonna tell you. You just have to wait for the infinity bottle segment. All right, so you know what? Swim and fly are going up. And it looks like power and run are relatively staying the same, and that is exactly what I wanted out of this. So we're just gonna keep spamming Metal Harbor. Did we get them all? I don't know. We're going. Cole saying, death in the afternoon then? Maybe. A death in the afternoon does have absinthe in it. It does. That's a good one. That's a good one. I like it. But a death in the afternoon is essentially just absinthe and champagne. And if you want to adjust it in such a way that it's balanced, you just add a little bit of sugar to it, a little bit of citrus to it as well. Essentially, the death in the afternoon would just be an infinity mix that has a lot of absinthe, which technically the most absinthe that it had was right after it was added. And then you top it with champagne. But how's that different from, like, a Kir Royale, for example? Except instead of the Crème de Cassis, you use something else instead. I'm just saying. There's options. Diamond, welcome back. How's it going? Diamond, I am in no means a position to be harassing another content creator about the content that they should create. but I would be lying to you if I wasn't looking forward to the next episode of Deltarune on your channel. I'd be lying. I would be lying to you if I didn't say I was. I'm hyped, dude. I'm hyped. I love it. Oh my gosh, dude. Chat, I told you that I've been spoiling Deltarune for myself, not only by listening to the music religiously and scouring the wiki pages and absorbing every piece of content that I come across on TikTok that is tagged #Deltarune, but I've also been watching Diamond's playthrough. Some of the editing bits, some of the bits that he does in editing, I think is hilarious. A couple of meaningful things in there and whatnot. And honestly, I get the chance to watch somebody play the game, and I know somebody's benefiting from it, and that makes me feel good. Silent out there saying, if it is what I think it is, busting out that overproof rum. Let's see. Bong James popping in saying, cheers, thank you for the membership. I don't know who did it, but they did. Welcome in, Bong. And Mads is back. I miss you guys. Mads, we miss you too. I hope you're doing well. Oh my goodness. If you celebrated 4th of July, I hope it was a good one. If you celebrated the weekend, I hope you celebrated well. But if it was just the weekend for you, hey, you know what? Positive vibes anyways. Good to have you back. Diamond saying, fine, I'm gonna go do it. I'm gonna make the video. I'll see you on Friday. Dude, I look forward to it. Or could be Saturday. Charity event. Charity event. Burnout is rampant in the creator world, so put your health and wellness first there, Diamond. But I really do enjoy the videos. And I have been specifically I have not been watching anybody else's videos. I have been Diamond exclusive, aside from all the clips that I've been watching on TikTok. Let that be known. Let that be known. I see Evil Tomcat popping in saying, more along the lines of Cannibal Corpse. A Cannibal Corpse cocktail. Well, what would be in a Cannibal Corpse? Well, I guess if you think about it, right? If you revived the corpse with the corpse reviver and took a bite or even a drink, that is mildly cannibal. But nobody said that the corpse being revived was a human. But I like where your head's at, Evil. Welcome in, by the way. Where is Clementine? Where is my baby? Swimming. Slacking. Leo out there saying, my vibes are unfortunately negative and it is only because of loss. Oh man. Oh man, dude. Well, if at the very least, if I can throw some condolences in your direction, and I'm not sure what you lost out there, but here's a little drink raised in your direction. I don't know what you're going through, and you don't necessarily need to share it if that's not cathartic to you. But a big old cheers and some good vibes in your direction. Loss happens, and it fucking sucks. And sometimes that's just how it is. Mad saying, I wonder if points expire. Nah, they don't expire. Not unless I screw something up. Not unless I, the programmer, really fuck things up. But we've got backups. We've got backups just in case. Wolfie out there saying, Clem is here to get better at swimming. I mean, I need Clem to get better at punching other Chow. And correspondingly, not being knocked out as soon as they are punched by the enemy Chow. I need both of those. I need this. Please let me have it, Clem. Thank you. Okay, give you the... Do we really want the raccoon to go to Clementine? Yeah, we want the raccoon. Also, Clementine is really hungry. You can see. She's trying to eat. There you go, buddy. And then we'll let you food. We'll let you eat. There you can have some of that. Anyways. Bong James Bong saying, just drinking a ton of beer. Modelo specifically, solid choice for beer. Hey, there ain't nothing wrong with having a nice cold beer, or a nice warm beer, or a flaming hot beer. Or a frozen beer. I've never actually had a frozen beer, nor a really, really hot beer. Both of those extremes sound discomforting. But we don't judge here. Cow King saying there is a reanimator cocktail made by Greg on HTD. Oh my god, a reanimator? What was that themed for? Actually, come to think of it, I was watching Greg from How to Drink last week on, I think it was Friday. He was doing a live stream. He was talking a lot of politics and stuff. Not really my vibe, but he was talking cocktails along the way. And he made a riff on the zombie cocktail for a necromancer. And the crux of this drink was a Lich King, a Lich. He made a Lich drink. And he said a Lich is a necromancer with a phylactery. So he made one part of the drink that was the phylactery, and one part of the drink, which 2 separate containers, as the rest of the Lich, the necromancer. I have no idea what the recipe was. I wasn't really listening. But I thought the concept was pretty cool. He was totally into it. All right, then after Clementine eats this, we'll go back to the harbor. Renzo out there saying, why is it so hard to draw a coupe glass? Do you need a model? I'll send you a picture of my coupe glass. I have many. Well, actually, I really don't have as many coupe glasses as I want. We broke one of those the other day. Yeah. Cole saying, gonna dip out for a little bit. Probably be back in 3-ish hours. Maybe give it hours, maybe give or take. Enjoy the stream. Same to you, Cole. Hope you're doing well out there. Mads being like, Chow fights seems unethical. That's because it is! Unethical. It's very much unethical. Drew Ender saying, a weirdo. You're goddamn right, Drew. Welcome back. Where's my coupe glass? Here's a chilled coupe glass picture, Renzo. It's chilled. It's chilled. Hold up a second. It is a little bit chilled, so my apologies, but this is a chilled coupe glass. Oh, that is a terrible picture. Hold up a second. Hold up a second. Yeah, get a little closer. There we go! I got a picture of it. Don't worry, I tagged you. This is definitely not me checking Discord while I'm doing a stream. I don't do that. I never do that. Never do that. But I gotta do my man a solid. Metal Harbor. Wolfie being like, not the fighting ring. Oh yes, the fighting ring. Clementine was doing so well, we decided to reward them with punching bag privileges. Is it ethical? Oh no, 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 no. But is it the world that Sega Sound Team wants you to live in? Why, yes. Yes, indeed. Seals. Oh, there was a Mr. Peacock. I'm Mr. Peacock. I am not Mr. Peacock. I am Mr. with an X. That's the name I chose for myself. There you are. Oh, I don't want the raccoon, actually. Raccoons don't swim very well, relatively speaking. We don't want it. Renzo saying thank you. I'm drawing ivory hair and ebony power, so it is perfect. Oh, is that the one that I used for that drink? I think that's the one I used for that drink. Or it might have been the one with the angles. I actually have way too many of the coupe glasses with the angles. The one I showed you is the one with the curves. I only have one of those. The ones with the angles that kind of look like trapezoids, I don't like them for one reason. They have little divots halfway down the stem, and those divots make them very difficult to get out of my freezer door. And I tend to put them on the freezer door. The coupe glasses that I keep chilled before the stream, even the martini glasses and stuff, I tend to keep them in my freezer on the door because they're kind of, they catch the side of it in such a way that it doesn't fall out. But those coupe glasses have a little nubule on them that if I pull it the wrong way, I lose my grip and it falls to the floor and it breaks, like the first one. Oh, get it, Sonic! Yes! That worked perfectly. Mazifer popping back in saying, did I miss the drink mixing? Well, you missed one of the drink mixings. But there'll be plenty more. Plenty more where that comes from. That's how we at the Bar with an X seamlessly blend cocktail mixology and video gaming together. So we're playing a game, we mix a drink, then we drink it and play the game. And then after we're done with the drink, we go back to the bar and we do more mixing. And then we drink that drink and we go back to the game, and sometimes we take cocktail requests and everything. This is our pride and joy. It's our proprietary process, patent pending. Welcome back, by the way, Mazifer.
Stage select.
Silent out there saying, Whiskey Infinity Notes. Ah, yes, since that's all that it is for now. This is Silent Symphony's Infinity Bottle, by the way.
Characters.
Tasting notes so far are, it's all Japanese rum right now being added, it's just whiskey right now, Japanese rum being added shortly. But right now, nose is very vanilla, caramel, peppery, little bit of smoke, very grain forward, sweetness right up front. a bit on the thin side. It can be tough to pick things out. I know whiskey tends to collapse and gets really simple if too many ones are added. I don't know about that. Only because, and again, my palate is going to be different from the people who have been doing this for a really, really long time. But from what I've been told about whiskey bottles, and it depends on what whiskeys you have in your bottle, infinity bottles in general. But I've seen like folks from the whiskey tribe say like, when you put multiple spirits together, the notes layer on top of each other in mysterious kinds of ways. If you think about it, depending on the way that you did your infinity bottle, if it's anything like mine, whatever was in there previously, it's going to build on top of those flavors, with those flavors diminishing because correspondingly, there's less vodka in at least my bottle than it had when it was originally set up. If you filled your bottle up with a full bottle of bourbon, then if you add, let's say, a rye on top of that, some of the bourbon notes are going to diminish because there's less bourbon in there relative to what is in there at any particular moment. But it all depends on the palate, too. Like, my palate is not skilled enough to pick out all the notes in, like, our infinity bottle. But in terms of the whiskey bottle that I've gotten, I really haven't touched it in a little while, so I'm not a really good judge on this. But there are definitely some flavors, and exactly which ones, I don't really know off the top of my head. I can totally believe that some of those flavors are kind of being squished, other flavors are being expanded, and some flavors are just being transformed completely. Solid toasting notes, by the way, very, very thorough. I like the note of peppery that you've got going there, and I wonder if you mean peppery like spicy pepper, like a little bit of vegetal bite like you'd get from like a habanero, for example, or something a little bit more peppercorn, which to me tends to be a little bit more on the floral side. Silent saying too, another Whiskey Tribe and Whiskey Vault fan. If you fight, may you fight for a friend. If you steal, may you steal your lover's heart. And if you drink, may you drink with us. Cheers, you magnificent bastard. I wouldn't say that I'm much of a fan, only because I don't watch it as often as I probably could. But there is a lot of details that I could be learning. A lot of them. Massifer out there saying, I might make an infinity bottle with the leftovers of different drinks that are too little to have as a drink, but too much to throw away. Valid. And Whiskey Tribe forever. Okay, so what was it? There's Whiskey Tribe and Whiskey Vault. I only know of Whiskey Tribe, and again, I know them in passing. I've watched some of their content when it strikes me. If it pops up in my feed, I'll give it a watch. I think there was a while back when I was looking into distillation when I watched, I think it was, I don't remember which one did the videos with Golden Hive where they took the mead to Australia and did a bunch of the honey and mead to Australia and did some distillation experiments with it. I think that was the Whiskey Tribe. And I want to say it's Golden Hive mead that was my intro to whichever one it was. Whiskey Tribe, Whiskey Vault, whichever one. I think it was the Tribe, though. I didn't realize they had a saying, though. What was that one? If you steal... What was it? If you fight, fight for a friend. If you steal, may you steal your lover's heart. If you drink, may you drink with us. Cheers, you magnificent bastard. Oh, beautiful. I love that. I've been outed. I'm not as Whiskey Tribe fan as I am claiming I am. Now, but that's fair.
Stage select.
Any particular week, I'm diving down a different rabbit hole for a completely different spirit. Like, this weekend, I was doing a bunch of workshopping for the cocktails and mocktails that I'll be showcasing at the charity stream on Saturday. And one of the recipes that I haven't quite gotten down pat yet, I'm thinking about doing a riff on the Star Cocktail, which actually, one of the drinks that I made for Paper Mario way back was a riff on the Star as well, but instead of the Star Cocktail using, at least according to Difford's guide, Applejack or apple brandy or something else that's apple, I went with Applejack specifically because at the time, I didn't have any Calvados or specifically an apple brandy coming out of France in very specific regions. Kind of like champagne. It's got to be made in a specific region to be called Calvados, and I learned, too, that if it's not made in those regions, you can call it Calvado. Or Calva. It's either, I think it's Calva, actually, not Calvado. Calvados is specific. Calva is if you make an apple brandy to the standards of Calvados, but it's not actually in the regions that are specifically called out for by, what, I think it's the DOC or something. But the Star Cocktail uses, as an option, you can use a Calvados, and I only recently got a bottle of Calvados, so I was like, before I jump into this, what don't I know about Calvados yet? So I did a little research. Welcome in, DJ Brad Mac, to the Bar with an X. If I can get you a drink, feel free to let me know. If you need a recipe, hit me up. And if you don't drink alcohol at all, that's okay. We got mocktails, too. Good to have you. Silent Symphony out there expanding that Whiskey Tribe is more of the experiments doing crazy distillations, etc. That feels a lot more up, was it Golden Hive's vibe. Whiskey Vault used to be part of the same overall brand, but they had to split for some tax and non-profit related purposes. Whiskey Vault is the tasting and review channel. Rex and Daniel used to do it together. Now it's just Daniel. No way! I didn't realize that they were basically cut from the same cloth. I've learned something new today. I appreciate you sharing the lore behind it, Silence. Sometimes I find really cool pieces of information by doing my own browsing, and sometimes just chatting with you guys gives me something else to chew on. I appreciate it, dude. Speaking of folks I appreciate, Hervás popping back into chat. What's going on, dude? Welcome back. Welcome back. If I could throw a drink in your direction, I absolutely would. But there's air in the way. There's a microphone in the way. There's a lens in the way. There's electronics in the way. There's an entire computer network, like underlining infrastructure of the internet protocol that's in the way. So, in place of that, want some Candied Ginger? It's apparently dripping. I will say, Candied Ginger is not my favorite. It's unique, it's intriguing, but I don't really like it. I think it could definitely be used for experimentation. For ginger infusions, perhaps. But a little bit sweeter. Renzo out there saying, I made one of the star drinks from the Paper Mario series. I think it was the Gold Star Power Lift. Yes, it was the Power Lift. Correct. Yeah, the Power Lift, the Gold Star from Paper Mario, the Thousand Year Door, was based on the Star cocktail. It's basically a Manhattan riff. The Star, I want to say, is some form of apple brandy. You have, I think, sweet vermouth on that. And I guess some bitters. Oh, Creole bitters specifically. And there might be one other ingredient there that I'm forgetting. I specifically went with, I think it was Laird's Applejack Brandy. Not the bonded, just the blended stuff, because that's what I had access to at the time. And I specifically added a starfruit syrup as well. Another little spoiler for Saturday, the starfruit are making a return. If you really had a hankering for those starfruit that you can find in the store, or the starfruit that you can buy from the internet in dried packages, we've got another recipe for you. And, oh, should I spoil it? Should I tease it? I kind of want to tease it. It involves just a little bit of enzymatic action. Maybe. It might involve enzymatic action. I don't know that yet. Still working on it. Silent Symphony saying that Daniel from the Whiskey Tribe and Vault actually co-founded the world's first whiskey sommelier certification. Wait, is there a sommelier certification for whiskey? In one train of thought, that is so incredibly pretentious. But on the other side, that is so incredibly focused on the art and craft, dude. And the experience. I like it. Because really, it's the job of the tasters to describe how things taste to the rest of us in a way that is accurate and relatively unbiased. I aspire to be a sommelier one day. Mark my words, chat. Maziver saying, if anyone here has whiskey recommendations, I'm open to hearing them. I like bourbons and sweeter whiskeys, but open to more than that. I do like a burning feeling on the tongue as it goes down. Some top whiskeys I've already had is like Hibiki, Suntory, and Angel's Envy. If I had to make my own recommendation for a budget-friendly whiskey that I keep coming back to time and time again, I really, really like the bottle of Rittenhouse Bottled in Bond. It's the 100 proof version of the Rittenhouse rye. I think they probably do a lower proof Rittenhouse, but I've never actually had it before. I use the Rittenhouse Bottled in Bond as kind of like a go-to, like, cocktail mixing whiskey. In terms of other whiskeys, because I've had a lot more now since I did before, trying to think of what I've got so far. I don't want to lead you astray. I don't know as much about whiskey as other folks might be able to do, so I'll throw my hat in the ring with the Rittenhouse Bottled in Bond, because I just like it. Makes for a really nice cocktail. I will say this. Recently, I've been trying to get a feel for how cheap whiskey, quote-unquote cheap whiskey, tastes comparative to not-so-cheap whiskey. So I have been making more or less old fashions for myself 2 times a week with the Evan Williams bourbon that I have. The big bottle of it. It's relatively cheap, but I'm doing that so I can specifically hone in on the flavor of that old fashioned to compare to others. It is always 2 ounces of Evan Williams bourbon, a half an ounce of Carpano. Excuse me, this is a Manhattan. That's a Manhattan, not an old fashioned. 2 ounces of the Evan Williams bourbon, the black label, by the way. a bar spoon of rich Demerara syrup. This is from a company called Pratt Standard, so I make sure it's as consistent as possible. And then 3 dashes of Angostura bitters. No garnish or anything like that. Just to try to see if I can catch on to some notes. I did also try that very same standard, but with, I think it was the Jim Beam rye that I have back here. And I like the extra sweetness from the bourbon more. But I may be able to pick that out now as opposed to previously. Silent Symphony saying on the Twitch side that they would recommend Glenfiddich's Experimental Fire and Cane. And that one sounded pretty cool. Pop Cheesemo popping back in saying Lagavulin 16 is probably my absolute favorite whiskey. Pair it with a medium rare steak. Oh, dude. Not to mention the pairings on top of that with food and whatnot. Welcome back, Pop Cheese. Popping in here with a whiskey recommendation? Oh, we love it, dude. And delayed expectations on the Twitch side. What's going on, y'all? All these folks coming back out of the woodwork. Was it the 4th of July that got to y'all? Especially for the folks who aren't in the United States whatsoever. Was that it? 4th of July happened and the rest of the country was just like, let's go check in on our American friends, seeing if they're okay. I'm doing all good. I played D&D on the 4th of July. I stayed indoors. I had my first sip of Sprecker's cream soda. Was it oven-fired soda, I think is what they call it. Oven-fired soda. It was really tasty. It was really, really tasty. Quite sugary, but it had that nice creamy feeling. Can I describe it anymore? No, I cannot. I only had 1 can of it. What else did I have? I also had something else. Oh, and I sampled 2 different ginger beers side by side. Q-Tonic. Q-Tonic, still my favorite. I tried it compared to Reed's ginger beer. That's, because I got to keep the bottles. This ginger beer versus this ginger beer. I like this one better because when you drink it, it hurts. You can really taste the ginger. Mazifer being like, hell yeah, D&D. What are you playing as? Oh, Wood Elf, who's an absolute asshole. He's a wizard. Oh, I forgot to mention he was a wizard. He is a wizard. Not was a wizard. Is still a wizard. But what a wizard is if not a wizard was. And what not if a wizard will be. Far be it from me. Peacock? Pop out there saying, for some reason your notifications haven't been popping up for me. Oh, let's see. You're on the YouTube side, right? I think on YouTube by default gives you recommended notification settings. If you want to be, here's to everybody on YouTube if you want to know. If you want to be notified for all the live streams, go to the channel, find the bell, click on the bell, and click on all. Granted, the unfortunate part about that is if you just want to be notified for the live streams and not like the shorts and stuff, I don't think there's a way to make that happen. Unfortunately. But I am very conservative about who I ping with the shorts that come out. Most pings that, if for anybody watching on YouTube too, for the most part, you'll be pinged about events, like the charity event happening on Saturday, or for the Infinity Bottle. But I don't really ping you about the other things. Because I don't want to be annoying. In any case, Wolfie saying that you're snacking. What kind of snacks you got? Delayed saying I lost access to my YouTube account and then my trip to the doctor gave me excellent news. Excellent news. Are you expecting? Congratulations! Perhaps. Started out with YouTube, then again came over. Yeah, I got you. Chino popping in too. How's the night going, my G? It's going pretty well so far. I've got a gingery, honey, mildly hoppy, aka weed-ish flavored cocktail in front of me. Using some whiskey I got from Southern Tier Distilling a while ago. Hopped whiskey. Like, you know how you have hopped beer? The whiskey's been hopped too. Hopped right over the Cabbage Patch, so to speak. But I like it. Michael Prophet, welcome in as well. Good to have you. Pop saying, would you care for a fun summery 90s drink from Finland? Yes! Of course I would. I love trying things from other countries, or things inspired by other countries. The other week, I had a conversation with Ghost on TikTok about a Swedish-inspired drink, and I used every single Swedish ingredient in my collection, except for Swedish vodka. I didn't decide to take out the Svedka, because I think that's made in Sweden. It was really good. It tasted very similar to a drink that a drink that I had at a bar here in Philadelphia called Andra Hem, who specializes in Swedish-inspired beverages. So I felt very accomplished. Wolfie saying the snacks are dried mangoes, dark chocolate covered blueberries, and going to grab dinner now. Oh, delightful. What do we have for dinner tonight? I put together a, oh, Anna made meatloaf. Anna made meatloaf, and then I reheated the meatloaf and put a little salad together with some celery and cucumber and a little bit of oil and pepper and salt. Special salt. Exactly what kind of salt? I don't remember, but it's orange. I think orange like the fruit. No, I think it's orange like turmeric. Because I think it's a turmeric salt of sorts. Michael Prophet out there saying that you got 400 subs, now getting up to 404. Dude, a cause for celebration! If you can wind up being 1% better of who you were the week before or the month before, that's progress, baby. That's progress. Silent out there saying that I'm real stoked to finish my current D&D campaign and jump from DM to player. A water genasi swashbuckler rogue in the works by the name of Tidal. That's super cool, dude! Love a good D&D story. I love that. Massive for being like, error 404. Subs not found. Ooh, man. As a person trained upon the computer programming, I like that joke. I really appreciate that one. That's good. That's a slide whistle. I see Neon Hyperdrive popping back in, a fellow Sonic fan, saying, how's everyone doing? I'm actually not with your dad, going somewhere with him via the bus. Well, it's a pleasure that we were able to join you on your bus ride. At least in my experience, bus rides tend to be long, unpleasant, and sweaty and smelly. I hope that's not the same for you. And if it is, my sincerest condolences. Welcome back. Pop out there saying it's called a Ville Valaton. Ville Valaton, Dennis the Menace in Finnish. Ah, there we go. Because of his ice cream pops. Oh, does it involve an ice cream pop, you say? I wonder if it's one I got. Actually, I don't think I have any of my ice cream pops on the website. I haven't inventoried those. Because typically Anna eats all of them. Yeah. Eli out there saying, wait a minute, if we're talking about D&D characters, the campaign where you're playing an Armorer Artificer Warforged is almost over, so I get to play your Fey Wanderer range Astral Elf. Very excited, but you'll miss the robot. If I'm correct in saying, a Warforged is a character that is like a soul in a robot's body, I think, right? The only reason I know that is because, and I'm not allowed to give spoilers because technically it never was revealed in the campaign, but the campaign we haven't played in a while, I played a Warforged character once upon a time. But we never got to reveal that he was a Warforged. Because we never got to that place in the story. Not the D&D campaign that I'm in right now. This was a while ago. Pop Cheezo Spain, the Valaton is the banana liqueur, the vodka, a cup of milk. Oh, banana liqueur, vodka, and a cup of milk. Fill a highball with ice and mix it all together. Excellent. Excellent, excellent. I'll say this. We've got a new request system in now, Pop. Since I don't remember if it was implemented when you were here last, but just in case anybody wants to make a cocktail request, this is the command to use. That's just so I don't lose your recipe later. And I'm currently working on the one that's already in there. I've got some Hibiscus-Infused tequila that's currently infusing. Although it's gonna take about 3 hours. Which will probably mean it's the first request, but maybe I'm a little spicy. Maybe I changed my mind. Speaking of which, that was a recipe from Simon. Yeah. I was gonna ask if you're still around, but you are. I don't do nobody's cocktail recipe unless they are here for it. Man of my word. And I guess technically if you miss it, like, that's why it gets edited anyways. Neon saying that the bus is pretty clean, but the roads are kind of slow. Yeah, that's the long part of the long drive. Well, at least you've got kindred company, I hope. Pop saying cheers. I haven't seen the request system before. Yeah, finally got it working. And I was doing some updates this morning, chat. It should be a little bit easier for me to get the recipe in a way that's easily readable. I was changing up my parsing logic a little bit. Essentially, the logic that I was coding earlier is it takes whatever your recipe is, it swaps out certain words with words that in the way that I would typically present them. For example, if you spell out ounces, it replaces it with OZ for the abbreviation. If you typed out milliliters, it replaces it with ML for the abbreviation. Fractions and whatnot, symbols and whatnot get automatically replaced so that it's specific. Instead of fractional numbers like 1 over X, it'd be decimal form instead. Because I just think that's a little bit easier to read. Because sometimes those symbols get really, really tiny. Clementine, can you... On topic, Clementine. Oh, there's just one seal. Oh, yeah. No, that's a lost cause. All right, cool. Continue. Eli's saying, did I miss the infinity bottle? No, not yet. Infinity hasn't happened yet. But we'll get there. Eli's saying, too, I love Warforged characters. They're very fun and funky. Yeah, actually, I didn't even realize... Going back to my Warforged character, I didn't know that he was Warforged until, like, halfway into the campaign. Because I never really came up with a backstory. I kind of said something in-game that was contradictory. And the only way to make it work was essentially if I didn't have parents. And that's what my DM came up with. And I liked it. We fell out of that. And now we're here. Neon out there sharing that I find it interesting that in Sega, Sonic the Hedgehog is fully localized. English text and stuff, alongside a new sprite for Eggman that matches his appearance in Sonic Saturday AM that went unused. Intriguing. I'll say, I don't really know much about the Saturday AM cartoon series. That was not the Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog. That was the one, I think, with Sally Acorn and otherwise, because I still get the two mixed up every once in a while. But you were saying there was an unused sprite for Eggman that made its way into the show? Intriguing. In any case, Mazifer out there saying, I may be making an Elden Ring-inspired cocktail. Oh, Maz, are you making a cocktail inspired by a video game? If I were any color than Caucasian white, I'd be something else entirely. And I'd be colored like intrigued. That was a mildly racially charged joke. I apologize for that. I don't know what color intrigued is. I'm imagining a royal purple. Well, color me purple and serve me a side of that cocktail. Pop saying, did I format that correctly? If the bot responded to you, then you did everything right. If you need to add any more details, feel free to use the command again. Maz saying, I can see purple. For intrigued. Now, let me make this perfectly clear. Like, when I am intrigued, I am not being choked. It's a different kind of purple. It's not asphyxiation purple. It's royal purple. It's intrigued purple. It's a different kind of purple. Otherwise, I'd be dying.
Stage select.
There we go. Let's see. Mazifer saying, my favorite D&D character you've ever made was an undead kobold who could go from 2 feet tall to 9 feet tall on a dime. He threw a door at Strahd. Oh my gosh. Well, if you're 9 feet tall, of course you could do it. That's incredible. Was it like a wild shape or something? Or I guess gigantify, if that's a thing in D&D. I'm not as well versed, by the way. I need education. MK Bryce being like asphyxiation jump scare on my Twitch stream. Nah, I'm not gonna do that. That's stupid. Welcome in, Bryce. Eli saying, I think intrigue is more of a royal blue than a purple. Dude, my favorite color. Ryan popping back from bagpiping saying, hope the stream has been good. I'll be lurking while I'm driving home. I hope the bagpiping went well, my friend. Drive smooth, drive safely, and if there is any way to do it while satisfying those other requirements, drive bagpipingly. I don't know how to do that, but I'll leave it up to the experts. Like you. Neon saying, canonically, Blaze is officially bad at cooking. Yeah, I think I remember seeing something like that. Lycus and I did an episode on Blaze the Cat, and I feel like it might have come up in conversation. I don't know if it made the edit for the video that Blaze was not good at cooking. You would think because she can harness the power of fire that she would know how to cook the steak just right without overcooking it. Guess not. I mean, if you think about it, Blaze is like regal. Blaze is, I believe, a princess. She wouldn't have to do her own cooking. Ah, well. Bryce saying, do you think anyone's ever held their breath till they passed out on the stream? Oh, yeah. Do I think that somebody out there held their breath for so long that they passed out during a live Twitch stream? Yes, absolutely. I bet some of them did it intentionally. Couldn't be me. I mean, it could be me, but I mean, if it was me, then I got a strange feeling I wasn't the only one involved. There must be foul play. Eli's like, yeah, passes my vibe check. Somebody's definitely choked himself to death. Or excuse me, choked themselves to the point of being knocked out. We hope nobody choked themselves to death on stream. That's a bad vibe. Come here, Seal. Nope, just kidding. Renzo out there saying, I do that to fall asleep often. Kinky. Pop out there saying, I DM 95... Oh, you were the Dungeon Master 95% of the time, but one time you got to play as a Vero elf cleric that grew up on the streets and just recently became a man of the cloth. Ooh. Somehow quite surprised when he started cutting a henchman's ear off for information. Oh, man. So he was raised in the streets and then became like a priest or something. Interesting. Hey, you know what? There are plenty of damned people out there who have decided to turn a good leaf, you know? A good leaf, or a god leaf. The goodliest of leaves for the Lord. Or some deity, of which there are many in the D&D world. Eli out there saying, Cow, are we racing for the infinity bottle? Are y'all racing? If Eli gets to it, we're gonna wind up having pickles in the bottle again. Eli, I implore you, I have 200 bottles. I have so many options. So many options. I will personally write a thank you card for anybody who decides to put something in the bottle that hasn't been added before. It has to be something that hasn't been done. I will personally write you a thank you letter if you do. If you put spicy pickles in the bottle again, you will be getting no thank you letter from me. Mazifer out there saying, I just want to add 2 ounces of pure lemon concentrate. Well, if it doesn't have alcohol, it can't go in the bottle. If you're ever wondering what's available, it's on the website. Oh, who did it? Thank you, little Abe. Mango habanero roll smoky. That hasn't been added to the bottle yet. I have to write little Abe a thank you letter. Thank Lil Abe for Infinity Haba. And I get to hand deliver it to him. Oh, we have an ad break! Okay, cool. I'll go get the mango. I'll go get the mango whiskey. That's a new bottle. I know Little Abe's been wanting to see that. He was the one who gave it to me. Or although technically it was Big Abe. No, actually, I guess technically speaking, it wasn't Big Abe or Little Abe. It was Biggest Abe who gave it to me. Intriguing. I'm gonna go get the whiskey. It's in my liquor. Actually, you know what? No. I'm not going to the closet just yet. I keep telling you people that there's more than just spicy pickles that's available. I'm gonna prove it to you. I know we're on ad break, but I'm going to get a bottle. I'm gonna prove it to you. There's more than just spicy pickles. Let me show you. This is the floor. This is everything else. Look at everything. The apothecary. The next. See? All of this is infinity redeemable. Every single one of these. Most of these are eligible. None of these are eligible. Except for these two.
Anytime now.
Eligible. All of this stuff. All of it. Not those ones. Those ones are not eligible. I just don't have enough of them. This one's not eligible because it's got no alcohol in it. Neither are these. They don't have alcohol. Eligible. None of that stuff. Those are all cream liqueurs. But where's the haba? Where is the haba? Oh, there you are. Right back there. Oh, don't drop it there. Oh, it's a big cut out of the way. Trying to use some hands and it doesn't work. There we go. So, if it looks like an accident waiting to happen, because it is. Welcome back. Lil Abe being like, it was Big Abe that gave that one to you. Thank you for the letter. Oh, thank you in advance for the letter. By the way, chat, the X Bar got a bunch of new bottles a week ago. Take a look at the stock. It's true. I actually need to add a means to be able to sort that by date added, because I was actually trying to do... What was I trying to do the other day? I was trying to add a filter to filter by new, but it didn't work. But somebody gave me an idea and I just didn't implement it. Sort by created date. Website. I can't spell right now, but that's okay. That is okay. Thank you for redeeming chat's Infinity Bottle, Abe. We'll do one more run in not Pearl Harbor. Oh my god, Metal Harbor. Watch what you say, Cameron. Watch what you say. And then we'll get to that right after it. We'll give Clementine one more meal, and then we'll be back. Let's see. Neon out there saying, I enjoy pickled mangoes sometimes when my stomach feels like it doing it. Also, Big Luigi in the background. Yeah, this guy, don't trust this guy. He is not trustworthy with animals. That Luigi back there. Neon saying, doesn't Ryan Reynolds has his own beer brand or something, since I think he got reference in Deadpool and Wolverine? Ah, Aviation Gin is what you're thinking of, I think. Yeah, we got it. We've got Ryan Reynolds' gin. Aviation is nice. It's got some subtle cola notes to it, I think. Welcome back, Clementine. I hope you've been enjoying the souls that we have been reaping just for you. But, yeah. So, Infinity happens... Infinity happened. Little Abe made the redemption. It is Mango Habanero Whiskey. Which, by the way, chat, is mildly... Is it mildly? Actually, hold up a second. I have to... Let me just double check this bottle. Actually, Abe, can you confirm that this one is Infinity eligible? Because it is a mighty cloudy bottle. And I just want to see what... I don't remember exactly what judgment call I made on it. I'm pretty sure it's good, but I just want to be absolutely certain. It's just very, very clouded, which means it might possibly cloud up the Infinity bottle. That's not necessarily a problem. It just means that I have to prepare to clean it at some point. Mr. Black, like the coffee liqueur, legitimately has sediment in it. That's... Like, this will not... I don't think this will settle out over time. Abe saying I'll double check. I appreciate that, sir. I appreciate it. Let's see. Clementine saying I was playing Block Blast when we were doing a lot of things. All good, all good. Neon being like so many alcohol to consume, yet so little time. Sonic.exe before drinking your whole stash. No. Keep that cryptid away from my stash. If EXE drinks all of my booze, then I've got nothing to mix with. By the way, chat, the goal is not to drink all the booze. It's to make friends along the way. And you can make more friends the longer you take to drink it all. Big brain energy. EXE's like, huh? Yeah, Sonic.exe gets enough alcohol via osmosis by sitting on my shoulder. Clementine, please, wake up. Boobo, welcome back. I like the name Boobo. I don't know if it's supposed to be pronounced Bubbo. Feel free to correct me, but Boobo is funny. Because it's got the word bow in it. Like Rochambeau. Drumshambo. Bo-ba-bo-bo-bo-ba-bo-bo. Bo-ba-bo-bo-bo-bo. Bo-ba-bo-bo-bo-bo. Bo-ba-bo-bo-bo-bo-bo-bo-bo-bo-bo. If you've got a birthday in chat, happy birthday to you! I will never say that again. EXE being like, what about the booze? Oh, nothing. Just somebody saying that you're gonna drink all my booze. I know you wouldn't do that, would you, EXE? Because if you drink all my booze, you're no longer welcome on my shoulder. Rocket saying it was my birthday a few days ago. A birthday for you. For today. Bubbo saying, Boobo saying, no, you got it right. It's been my go-to forever. It's a good one. It makes me chuckle. Neon saying, I actually remember seeing an art of Gerald Robotnik on the album cover of Charlie's Inferno, where it can be, where it's an outline of Black Doom can be seen behind him. Oh, is that the one that goes like, bum 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 bum? That's a fun song. Oh, Alrighty then, it's infinity bottle time! Right, isn't it? Yes, it is. Lil Abe says, looks like it's 35% ABV and shouldn't do any of that molding stuff. Oh, excellent! Excellent, excellent, excellent. I was more worried about sediment in the bottle because it looks a little bit cloudy. But I'm not concerned. I'm not concerned. I'll just look at it. If it's got the infinity symbol next to it, then we should be just fine. Haba. Looks up Haba. There is only one. Yeah, it's good. It's good. It's got the little symbol next to it. I see Not Needed saying, what if you only drink most of the booze? I try not to. That's just my thing. Binge drinking, not my stick. Alcoholism, not my shtick. Growing dependent on a very well-known toxin, not really my shtick, but I guess you do you. Anyways, let's get our infinity bottle out here. Lil Abe says to put some habanero Tennessee Mountain Made mango habanero whiskey in the bottle. So let's do that. EXE out there saying, I drink what Cam gives me. You drink what I put in my body and you absorb it via osmosis, and that's that. And you don't get all of it, otherwise I don't get to enjoy anything. Anyways, let me go a little... Oh, let me see, make sure it's in the camera. This is a charity infinity bottle, and this is my chance to interrupt the infinity bottle segment to tell you about a charity event that we have going on Saturday, July 12th at 11 o'clock a.m. That's whatever time it is for you right now, minus about 11 hours. You damn right I'm going to be advertising the charity event in the middle of the most popular segment on the channel. We're raising money for Made by Dyslexia, and if you thought the fun of racing to put something into this infinity bottle was not very fun, let me encourage you for something a little bit better and a little bit more devious. This infinity bottle starts out empty. This one started out full. This one gets one redemption per stream. This one gets as many redemptions as you want to, so long as you keep donating to charity. This one only has a certain number of bottles that you're allowed to put into it, and this one can have anything in it. It doesn't even have to be a liquid. So if you join us, it's gonna be chaotic. I hope you do. Mark your calendars. Now the moment you've all been waiting for. This is your infinity bottle. Every single time we take from the bottle, we gotta put something back into the bottle, so let's give it a try so far. Which side are the Glencairns on? Is it on stage right or stage left? It's that one. It's right here. What did we add in this last time? I think it was cognac. I think we had cognac last time. I was happy. I was happy with the cognac. Yes, I was happy with the cognac because we have not put cognac in the infinity bottle yet. We haven't put mango habanero whiskey into the infinity bottle next. God damn, the next person that puts Everclear in the bottle.
Malort?
And I swear if it's you.
Well, now I have to.
Now she has to.
I was gonna put Malort in next.
Why don't you put something else that's high in alcohol? Like overproof rum, for example.
I don't like rum that much.
Boo-hoo. Oh. That's a new sound.
Oh, I like moonshine. We have the blue raspberry moonshine in there, so I'll do that one next.
If it is not a legally available product like Hooch Moonshine or Back of the Woods Moonshine, it's not eligible for the bottle either. Say, some people don't think Old Smoky Moonshine is real moonshine. I'm just playing to that crowd right now.
Put you in
I'm already in the corner. I'm literally in the corner of the room. Are you pouring it?
Yes.
Oh. Ooh, it's infinity time. Do you want to taste it first?
Yeah, I'm gonna go bed.
I guess so. Makes sense.
It smells like toothpaste and absinthe.
Chat saying hi.
Was
There.
it Ryan that put in absinthe?
Yeah, it was.
I'm still upset with you.
I'm putting hot absinthe. More absinthe.
No! I don't want any more absinthe.
Oh my god.
I mean, actually, you guys can do whatever you want. I will not put absinthe in the bottle.
I get really excited about this bottle.
I'm very possessive about the bottle. I'm only one in chat. And minus.
Where's my water? Cognac. Technically a grape brandy. With other specific requirements. There's something in the toaster? I just heard the toaster go off downstairs. Flavor notes? Does
You
it
know the bad part of Malort?
Yeah, the bitter part, or the part that tastes like rubber tires.
So like that hits immediately with the absinthe accenting it as if the absinthe is like dominating the world. Yeah, that's where we're at. I don't like that. Too much absinthe.
Noted. I don't like that. Noted. What else do I see in chat out there? Let's see. Manix making some more images, some more head cannons of the bar with an X. I love to see it out there. Red Pen out there saying put Sonic energy drinks in it. Nope, it's got to have alcohol in it for this bottle.
The unlimited one. We do have Parmesan cheese.
What? We're just talking about Parmesan cheese. Wait, does that mean we can put Parmesan cheese in the... Yeah. This infinity bottle. I only have to deal with this infinity bottle for 8 hours. This shit's forever.
Cheeses we currently have are Parmesan, cheddar, and Swiss.
If you can find, if my stock website has it, you're allowed to put it in the bottle. And if you think I have... Dude, stop giving them ideas.
The crack pack mac and cheese.
There is cheese on the website.
I can get one of those.
There is. There is. Alright. Ooh. I smell more of the bubblegum again. Ooh. Still very absinthe. And it burns my nostrils. I would say that I would say excuse me. Oh my gosh. Just lowering the volume of my headphones. Don't want any feedback. I really do get like this sort of anise bubblegum flavor to it. I really get that. A little bit of the fruit came back. Yeah, actually. It really does remind me of, like, an anise-flavored bubblegum. Like, specifically the bubblegum that comes from the bubblegum machines. You know, it's probably been sitting there for a little while and nobody's touched it in years. I see that. Oddly enough, like, it's got a... I'd say I can't pick out any particular fruit notes anymore. But that general candy-like licoricey air is very prominent here. I'm willing to bet that there is a licorice candy out there that tastes very similar to this. And it's also old. And has been sitting around for a little while. That's what I think. Alright, let's see. Ryan saying, can we get shrimp for the chastity bottle? Did you just call it a chastity bottle? It's a charity bottle! Nobody's keeping me from what I want to do. Anyways, let's see. Let's see. I'm gonna keep things on topic for the mixology right now. Red Pen is saying maple syrup. If we're talking about this bottle gets anything that's non-alcoholic, and that's only on Saturday. This bottle here has specific redemptions that are available on my website. If you want to know what can go into the bottle, that's the link. That is the link. Holy Roller being like chastity bottles for a whole nother stream. Oh my gosh, dude. Eli's saying, is there going to be a normal Infinity Bottle segment during the charity stream? No, there will not be. The regular Infinity segment will not happen during the charity event. I'm giving you enough Infinity already. Oh my gosh. Welcome in, Tails. Good to have you back. I know exactly when I want to do this in. Last time, we did a corpse reviver, so now I've got a zombie. That makes sense, right? So we're gonna do a zombie cocktail. Okie dokie. Red Panda out there saying ferment maple syrup, then it will be alcoholic, but it has to be high enough in alcohol, 15% alcohol or more. And nothing that I can do, for the most part, is gonna get anything up to that level of alcohol. Also, I will cordially ask chat, please don't spam things that you want me to put into the bottle. Check the website. That's why I put it together for you. I need a recipe for a zombie. And I got it on my website. Not my website. Sorry, it's in my recipe book. I'm going to use the one from the Spruce Eats for a zombie. Oh, I was just looking at it earlier. There we go. We need light rum, dark rum, orange curacao, passion fruit puree, orange juice, lemon juice, lime juice, grenadine, Angostura, and high proof rum. Oh wait, does this not have any absinthe in it? Wait, does a zombie not have absinthe? I thought zombies had absinthe in it. Hold up a second. Zombie. Zombie. Oh, this recipe for absinthe has it. All right, I got a different recipe for a zombie, and it's coming from Tiki Drinks from Nicole Weston and Ben Sharp. That one's got absinthe in it, so we're gonna do that one. There are many ways to make a zombie. This is the way that we're doing it in particular. Cow King saying, would 4 Loko be Infinity Bottle eligible? Is it 15% more or 15% or more ABV by volume? Because if it's not, then nope, it is not. Let's see. Maziver saying, hit song Zombies by the Cranberries. It's such a good song, dude. All right, this needs an ounce of white rum, ounce and a half of aged rum, half an ounce of overproof rum, lime juice, passion fruit, falernum, spice simple syrup, grenadine, absinthe, and allspice dram. So we've got quite a few things going on here. I'm gonna take some liberties because I don't explicitly have allspice dram. I don't explicitly have a spiced simple syrup, but we're gonna use a Demerara simple syrup, which is like a splash of something that's a little bit cinnamony, I think. Also, I'm gonna use a, actually, we're gonna put a little bit of, I'm gonna ruffle some feathers with this one. I'm gonna add just a little bit of black walnut liqueur to this, a thing called nocino. Some people might be like, it's got nocino, it's not a zombie. Bitch, it's my zombie. I'm gonna do what I want with it. I need white rum. I need overproof rum. I need aged rum. We're gonna go with just pussers down here. I also need lime juice, passion fruit puree, which I thawed before the stream happened. Lime juice, which is fresh from my newest batch of lime super juice. Instead of spiced simple syrup, we're gonna go with nocino. Oh, I also need grenadine, don't let me forget. Grenadine. True grenadine. Instead of the allspice dram, because I don't have that, we're gonna use the falernum and my nocino. Nocino! Nocino is a black walnut liqueur, by the way, and this shit's homemade. What else do we got out there? Oh, I need my falernum. So I'm gonna use my homemade falernum, which I made a while ago, and only when I get to the bottom of this can I finally make some more. Let me clean up my bar just a little bit. I need a little bit of space to work with this. How else do we serve this, right? Combine all ingredients in a shaker, shake vigorously for 20 to 30 seconds until very cold, strain the contents of the shaker into a highball glass filled with crushed ice, and serve. So, I need some crushed ice. So I need to get most of my glassware away. We're gonna add all of our liquid ingredients into the shaker first. Before we add ice, we're gonna crush some ice and put it into a highball. Crush some ice and get that prepared, and then we'll put things in a highball glass. That's what it says. And what do we garnish with? You can garnish with cherries, you can garnish with a lime wedge. Anything like that. I'm gonna use cherries for this guy, because I feel like it. All right, what else have I missed out there? Massive saying limoncello, valid for the infinity bottle. That it is. It is above 15% alcohol. It is not typically unfiltered, and it's not a cream liqueur. Wolfie saying, what's infinity? Mango habanero whiskey. Ryan, good to hear that you made it home. Lil Abe saying, I've never had a zombie, but I feel like I'd really like it. It's a tiki drink, dude. It combines a bunch of things together. It tends to be rather tasty, although everybody does it just a little bit differently, I think. Anyways, let's get to that. Grab a shaker. Oh, I just realized I need to modify this for the infinity mix. How are we gonna do it? Okay, we have, I need more details. Hold up a second. 1, 2.5, 3, 3 3/4, 4 and a quarter, 4 and a quarter, 4 1/4, 4 3/4, 5. Teaspoon. So we need 5 ounces of stuff. 5 ounces of stuff. I don't think we need the white rum, because we have rums in here already. I think we're going to get enough notes from the aged rum, so I think I'm going to take the white rum out of the solution. We'll keep with the aged rum. We're definitely keeping with the overproof, because I don't have anything like that in the bottle already. Passion fruit doesn't have a stand-in. The lime juice doesn't have a stand-in. The falernum is going to have some spice notes that I think we're going to get from this. I'm not going to worry about the allspice dram, actually. So I think... Yeah, I'm adding too many variables already. I'm gonna go back on my decision to use the Gino in this. I don't think it's necessary. Then we got the falernum, the grenadine is staying, the absinthe is a part of the bottle, so that actually kind of works. So we'll do 2 ounces of Infinity, 3/4 of an ounce of aged rum, half an ounce of overproof, 3/4 of an ounce of lime, half an ounce of passion fruit puree, 1/4 of an ounce of falernum. No, whole falernum. Whole half an ounce of falernum. Take out the spice simple syrup. That's 2 plus 3/4 is 2 3/4. Plus the half is 3 1/4. Did I say 2/4? 3 3/4? We'll make it work. We're gonna make it work. I'm done thinking. It's time to start drinking. Grab a shaker and start with 2 ounces of our Infinity Mix. This measuring jigger is a little bit dirty from tequila. No cross-contamination! None of it. 2 ounces of our Infinity Mix. Let's see. Aziel being like, Infinity time, I'll roll up. Get ready the best way that you can. However you like it. I didn't smoke no grass today, but who am I to take away what makes you feel great? Speaking of grass, that hopped whiskey from earlier is kind of weed-like. If I'm being honest, which I tend to try to be. Ugh. Ew. Hair in my mouth. 2 ounces of Infinity Mix. Yeah, that was a good sound. Bong being like 8 ball? I'm not sure I understand. Red Pena out there saying, I love pina coladas. They're peak and just taste good. That's fair. Now imagine a pina colada, but even better. That's not a zombie. That is not what this drink is. Completely different. Next we'll do 3/4 of an ounce of aged rum. Not a very nice pop on that one. That's okay. 3/4 of an ounce of aged rum. You could also call it a dark rum, I guess, if you want to, but aged, I feel, is just a little bit more accurate. In my humble opinion. God, I love the way rum smells. Remember when we used the Pitoro, like, last week? I think that was last week. That shit was so good. That shit was so good. Next we'll do half an ounce of overproof rum. That's 151 proof, by the way. Oh, I got a little bit extra in there. Cool. Half an ounce of overproof rum, if I didn't say it already. Lil Abe being like, what was that about Pitoro? I used it. I think, actually, we did a, I think we did a pina colada type drink last week as a cocktail request. And I used Pitoro. Because it's got some nice notes of like char and caramelized sugar that I just love, dude. It is, that bottle of Pitoro, which I picked up from Puerto Rico, is unlike any white rum that I've had previously. It's probably very similar to, I'm guessing, a Ray and Nephew, if it were not overproof, because the Pitoro is only 40% ABV, I'm pretty sure, and this is 151 proof. Or about, what, 60-something? 63% alcohol. High proof rums. We love it. What's next? Clementine is walking around on screen. Now we need, okay, lime juice, passion fruit, falernum we're gonna dial back on. Right now we've got the 2, the 3/4, and the half. Meaning we've got 1.25, 3.25. It's fine. I don't know why I'm so worried about this. I don't know why I'm so worried. 3/4 of an ounce of lime juice. Give me a little shake. Make sure I shake it. Ryan being like, Infinity Floor Finder for the next Infinity cocktail. That's not a classic. That's not a classic cocktail. That's just Everclear upon Everclear upon Everclear. Yuck, says Anna. 3/4 of an excuse me. 3/4 of an ounce of lime juice. There we go. What else do we need? Bong saying the Infinity bottle was a good idea and very mysterious in terms of flavor. Absolutely. P. Abayata out there saying, hello, Sprite Zero. I will now be known so forth as Sprite Zero with an X. I request everyone to refer to me as such for the duration of the Infinity Bottle segment. It is a pleasure to serve you. What else do we need? Falernum. Do a quarter of an ounce of this. Oh, I gotta open it. There we go. It actually worked. Quarter of an ounce of falernum. I'm using the custom stuff. There we go. Smells so clothing. Oh my gosh. Sprite Zero, indeed, with an X, with multiple X's. Ryan, you've got 2 X's in there. Cute. I like the committed to the bidded. Now we're gonna skip the spice simple syrup. We're not using that. Grenadine, and I need a teaspoon, and I need half a teaspoon of the other stuff. Oh, we're not gonna do the allspice stream. I just need a teaspoon of grenadine. Evidently, that's all I need in here, apparently. That's all. Open up. Open up, you silly syrup. Come here, you. I'll open you up whether you like it or not. Which you should never say to a human. Because that's not very consentful at all. A teaspoon of grenadine. Not roses. The tart stuff. You hear the sound on that? Sometimes the syrups just hit a little bit differently. Renzo being like, wrong, Sprite Zero. It's not just Everclear on Everclear. It's everything fruity. Topped with Everclear. Yeah, no, I'm not doing a fluffy floor finder for it. Personally, I don't do drinks like that. Unless it's a request. We'll do it once. But we'll do that for the more jokey segments, like some of those requests tend to be. The jokes. Yeah, that's right. I'm calling it a joke. You heard me. 2 ounces of Infinity, 3/4 of an ounce of aged rum, 3/4 of an ounce of lime juice. Oh, I forgot the passion fruit puree. Forgot that. Half an ounce of passion fruit puree. I almost forgot. I thought this from my freezer this morning. There we go. Half an ounce of passion fruit for quarter of an ounce of falernum, no spice simple syrup, not according to this recipe, teaspoon of grenadine. We don't need to add absinthe, it's already in the bottle. We don't need to add allspice because there's already allspice in my falernum. And I think we're good to go. How's that tequila looking, by the way? Pretty good. Pretty good. Excuse me. Also, I see out there. Annie out there is saying, I wonder if Date Everything has alcohol bottles. I bet it does. It's gotta be. You're telling me the main character of a game that has everything in their house to be able to date doesn't have at least a drink every once in a while? Gotta wonder. Ryan out there saying that I'm joining the Scottish Rite soon too, so I'll be supporting a second children's hospital network. Hell yeah, dude! Mixing drinks and changing lives. Official popping in as well. Boobo saying winner requests, by the way. This is only my second stream. I do requests after the Infinity Bottle segments. But I gotta get through my cocktail here.
Date Everything has Beverly.
Beverly like the soda?
I don't know, just said Beverly.
Beverly is apparently... Wait, what? Wait, hold up. No. Yada, yada, yada. No spoilers.
Beverage cart.
No. Stop.
The beverage cart.
Anna's spoiling everything from the chat. Date everything? No. Date one person. It's your wife. She spoils everything. All right. We're going to put this to the side because we need some crushed ice for this. So, you know what we do for crushed ice? Let's see. Not needed asking, does the Infinity Bottle ever taste meh? I know when some stuff sits for a little while, it starts to taste funny. Does it ever taste meh? No. Chat has not graced me with ingredients that taste meh. Does it taste better on some days and not better on other days? Absolutely. But I would say, would I ever say that the Infinity Bottle tastes so meh that it's got no notes at all? Not recently. All right. We gotta use some, we need some crushed ice for this one. You know what that means. Safety goggles. Get the fucking wrench, dude. Wrenches. And a bag. And I'm gonna use a second bag because I don't really need that much crushed ice. Note, I did not put any ice in the cocktail shaker so that I have as much control over dilution as possible. And you know what? Just because I want to be very particular, I'll put a little cover over top of it just to make sure it doesn't oxidize too much in the time span of it sitting there. Little bit of ice in your bag. Don't need too much of it. Just need enough to get the job done. It's like 8 cubes or something. I'll save the rest of this for later. Sometimes, I realize in the past, I've just broken up an entire bag of crushed ice, and I don't need that much crushed ice typically. Big ass wrench, that's right. B-A-W, the ball. Back for the bottle, says Static, just in time. What did I say? Goggles, wrench, a bag, and something to get angry about. I guess. What am I angry about today? Titties. Oh, my bag is a little bit broken. By the way, I'm thinking about putting together a throne wish list so that when I inevitably break apart bags like this, you guys can just buy me new ones. Good idea? Maybe? I don't know. Oh, you know what? I found something to get angry about. The city of Philadelphia's workers are on strike and nobody's taking the trash out in like a week. So all my trash is sitting in a pile over there. I'm not really angry about the trash thing. I'm angry at Philadelphia. I'm angry at the man, for not paying our workers fairly. Pack that stuff away. And now we'll mix the cocktail. Because this goes in the beginning of the segments. Now that I got my ice prepared, we'll swap places with these in the infinity bottle. Annie being like, we support the unions. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Who's that? A hairless Kit Kat has just walked into my bar. Well, even hairless Kit Kats deserve a drink.
Thank you very much.
I hope that I can offer you one. This one might be a little weird, as all these infinity drinks tend to be. Welcome in. Welcome in, Kit Kat. Let's see. Ryan out there says Borderlands 2 is going to cost 80 bucks. Yeah, that's something to get mad about. Okay. Throw some ice in here and shake it. Oh, big stuff. Big stuff. Yeah. Hairless saying, you able to make a margarita? Absolutely. How do you like your margaritas? Slushified? You want it over crushed ice? Do you want a reposado tequila, an añejo tequila, a blanco tequila? Are you a lime kind of person for your margaritas? Do you take orange liqueur? Are you agave nectar? Do you know? Or you just want a margarita? Because we can always do that. This one, unfortunately, does not have any tequila in it. But I'll meet you halfway with some hibiscus-infused tequila, which we should be getting to in a little while. Shake it. Hairless being like, sounds good. Excellent. Oh, we have 2 Kit Kats in chat now. I love it. Also water. Appreciate the water. Alrighty then. Strain this into a tall glass, topped with crushed ice, and garnish with some cherries or something. Let's see. I see Smoothly out there saying, my friends and I's are rankers. Wait in sub to you. I thought you were someone else. What's this one about? Booze. I was gonna say, wait a minute, I think I've seen you at my bar before. Welcome back, Smoothly. How do I rank on your YouTube? I've been waiting to see my results. I'm incredibly anxious about evaluation, criticism, and feedback on the internet. That's reason number 325 of why I drink. There are many. Welcome back, Smoothly. Excellent. Get that crushed ice, put it in. Tavern of Dragons, welcome back. Every single one of those dragons. Oh yeah, dude. That's not exactly filled all the way up, but I'll take it. Put that back. Bag it over here. Here we go. Strain it. Ryan, your generosity is unmatched. Is she bubbling? Yeah, dude. Oh, that absolutely needs some cherries. Hell yeah, dude. Oh my gosh, do I have any I don't have any limes up here. Oh, something fell. Oh, it was the egg white. It's okay. Nothing's broken. You want to break something? Come to the charity stream. It's on Saturday. I let you break things. It's controlled chaos in a way that it can be. Get a couple of... I'm going fishing. Boop. Whoop. 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 Okay. Oh, I had one. There we go.
Nice.
I'd say I caught me a live one, but I think it's an unalive one. Boop. Delightful. Hairless out there saying, I would absolutely love a Cadillac margarita. What distinguishes the Cadillac margarita? I haven't heard of that one before. I'm aware of the Tommy's margarita. I guess Tommy's isn't really a car now, is it? I don't know, man. I don't know. Smoothly saying, it's prismatic lol. Alexa, define prismatic.
The adjective prismatic is usually defined as of, relating to, or like a transparent solid body, often having triangular bases, used for dispersing light into a spectrum or for reflecting rays of light. For more, ask me to give you more definitions for prismatic.
You take in white light and make it gay. I love it. Do we call this the Infinizombie? Infin-zombie? Zombie number infinity? Zombie infinity? Zombie infinity! Zombie infinity! Zombie infinity! I need to eat brains and booze. Don't forget a straw. Oh, pal. Wow. Somehow, that is the most absinthe-forward zombie I have ever had, but yet, it's not super absinthe-y. It's actually quite fruity. Like, I really taste the fruit notes that are in there. The passion fruit puree, well represented. I can get a little bit of the spice notes from the Infinity bottle. Thinking a little bit of, legitimately, like a little bit of nutmeg. Ooh, there's a hint of something woody in there. But I don't know what kind of wood. I don't think it's the wormwood. That's intriguing. Like, it is absinthe, but it's not. It's absinthe, but it doesn't really taste like absinthe. It's fruity, but it really doesn't taste like fruit. If anything, there are a lot of very muted flavors in here. It all kind of works together. Am I also catching on to some cherry notes too? That's funky. It's like, it's a little bitter, it's botanical, and it's fruity in a way that really isn't really in your face. It's fruity in a way that isn't in your face. I like that. I'm so intrigued by that. Wow. I like that. I will say, that old note remains, but it's old like a pleather couch that has not been well maintained. It's almost latexy in a way. I can see that. But I like it. Call me kinky, but I like it. Anyways, what did I miss in chat? Smoothly saying drinks looking good. Hairless saying can't find anything on the web for, what was that, a Cadillac margarita? I've heard of a Cadillac drink before. Maybe it's a mix between the Cadillac cocktail and a margarita. Asking if I got a YouTube. I do. If you type !YouTube in chat, it'll give you the link to it. We're live on we're live on 2 on YouTube actually right now. Let's see. I see out there saying, Orion says, damn official, no recognition. Wait, about what? Wait, what did I say? No official recognition. Of what? In Zomfinity? Zomfinity? Oh, did you put that in chat official? I didn't even see it. I'm so sorry. Renzo out there saying that you moved on the color in the thing. I like it. The little, oh my god, what was it called? Devil May Cry. That's the one. Cow King, we appreciate the bits out there. The support is appreciated. Boobo saying, you're telling me this drink tastes like a sepia tone camera filter? That is so incredibly accurate, dude. You have no idea how accurate that is. If you put a sepia tone filter over top of a zombie, I agree with that. I really agree with that. Wow, that makes more sense in a way that I can't even properly articulate, dude. Wow. David popping in saying, what's up, Cam? You're sipping on that while I sip on a Chufly Bolivas National Cocktail. Got some Singani and from Bolivia and a little dried mango. That sounds delightful, dude. Wow. I love that. Bong James saying that a Cadillac margarita is like an elevated version of a classic margarita distinguished by its use of premium ingredients, specifically top shelf tequila and Grand Marnier. I guess you could say a Cadillac thing. How do we make a Cadillac zombie then? Do I just put the real good absinthe and the real good grenadine and the real good infinity in here? This is the real good infinity, by the way. I'm not saying it's good in the sense that it tastes good. It's good because it's ours. And I like that. All right, what goes next to the infinity bottle? You already know. Lil Abe says to put mango habanero whiskey into the infinity bottle next. Bringing some of the spice back. And the whiskey. And the fruit. All at the same time. Incredible. I gotta take this off. Over here. Wolfie's saying, Cam, yeah? Official with 5 memberships? Did I miss it? Oh, is that what it was? Oh, I see it. It was the memberships. Oh, thank you, official. How did I miss that? Why didn't that pop in my chat? Did it pop in the chat and I just missed it? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to miss that, official. Thank you so very much. I will make up for it by doing that thing that bartenders do, and instead of doing the show, I'll just clean my bar instead, while looking solemnly at the internet. I'll just do what people think bartenders do on the, in general. I'll just sit here and just clean my bar for a little bit. Oh, hey. Didn't see you there. Me? Yeah, I've been in the industry for about 30 years now. Started when I was young. Much younger than the government would want me to be. You ever have an old-fashioned? Probably not. Looking a little too young. Vodka cranberry? I got you. Oh, hold the vodka? I really got you. You know, back in my day, infinity lasted a hell of a lot longer. Everything just feels so timeless these days. Everybody flipping through their TikToks and... Gosh. Sometimes I wonder. Sometimes I wonder why I drink. But you know what? There's about 200,000 reasons. And I'm not even halfway there. Anyways, let's take 2 ounces of this, put it into the infinity bottle, and they'll check back on this again next time. It's orange. I guess mangoes are orange. That does kind of make sense. 80 the Beet, welcome back. He's not hacked. He's here. He's green. Is he green? No, he's actually kind of purple. That's all right. Pop that in there. Pour it over top. Will we get all of infinity number 36 into the bottle today? Oh my gosh, yeah. Gasps from the audience. There we go. What else did I miss out there? Abe out there saying, I love virgin mimosas. That's right. Virgin mimosas that have never touched poon. No, just kidding. Mimosas that don't have alcohol in them, obviously. Also, are you thinking about orange juice? Anyways. Infinity. As you all know, for the people who watch during the live stream, if we don't reach the mark on this infinity bottle, because we do sip some from the infinity bottle, and everything that we sip from it doesn't go back into it, usually we would put more of the next ingredient into it, but we downsized from a bigger bottle to a smaller bottle, so there's a little bit of what was left in that last bottle that we need to add incrementally over time to the new one. And it's possible, do we think, that we'll actually make it all in today? Nope. Little bit, you know what, send it. If the infinity bottle were a lich, and number 36 was its phylactery, we have finally brought them back together again. And now it's time to fight the BBEG. That decanter is looking even more wet than it usually does. Incredible. Let's see. Cow King saying, what's my favorite scary movie? I don't really have one. I don't really watch scary movies, all things considered. What's yours, Cal? Oh, specifically scary. Oh, the parody movies? I think I only ever watched 3. So, I guess 3, I suppose. Let's see. Official out there saying, a refused recognition is to be acknowledged and back off. Alas, Ryan slips away without double recognition yet again. Wait, did you do it twice? Did Ryan do it twice? Cameron has been gaslit. Incredible. Anyways. Gullible. It's written on the board. Where? This is number... Oh, we're getting close, chat. This is number 48. We're almost to 50. Now I just gotta update our back end. We did a zombie this evening. And we put in mango habanero whiskey. Let's do my codes over here. I gotta go into the back end real quick. Sorry, chat. Infinity, this one, and then Infinity, this one. This is mango habanero whiskey, made in America, so it has an E. And we did a zombie this evening, just so I can keep track of things. A zombie, you say? Yeah, zombie. Now the infinity command accurately represents what is in the infinity bottle right now. Alrighty then. We got it. Official saying that was 50? No. This is not 50. This was not 50. We have just added 40. So next is, the one that comes next is 49. And then afterwards we get 50. So this is number 48 right now. We're close. We're very close. I did take a sample of 25, and I plan to continue taking samples every 25 redemptions. Let's see. Leo out there saying, I'm leaving for a bit so I can get some food. Absolutely, go take care of your body. Smoothly saying, I wish that I could say, but I gotta rank other live streams with friends. Go for it, dude. Thanks for popping in. Hairless Cat out there with a bunch of Doritos. And Rocket saying, did I just miss the infinity bottle? Yeah. Yep, you did. You still got the cocktail, though. Official saying, so Monday. I think it'll be, oh, yes. It would be on Monday. You're right. It will be on Monday. Official, like, I ain't gonna throw in my shot at Infinity History. What are you planning on putting into it? That could be cool. My lord. So if you think about it, chat, it is not guaranteed that Infinity happens every stream. But y'all really like the segment so much, you just keep spending your points on it. It is basically, like, I don't guarantee that Infinity happens. Like, if Infinity doesn't happen, it's okay. I've got a contingency plan. But everybody wants to put their finger in my bottle. Yeah, that's right. I said it. I know you do. Let's see. I see Clayton out there saying, wispy. Right back at you. Welcome in, Clayton. Pop saying, have you listened to the soundtrack for Claire Obscura Expedition 33? What? Why is everybody talking about Expedition 33? I have not. But does it have a good soundtrack? Because I will. Ryan saying, enunciate when you say bottle. Bottle. It's my infinity bottle. Man, let's see. Wolfie saying, it's fun, Cam. We just want to be a part of the channel. That we do. Clayton saying, what are you doing? Drinking. Welcome to my bar. Now let's play a video game. Let's play Sonic Adventure 2 Battle again. Good night, my love. We just finished our infinity bottle segment. My dearest is going to sleep. Everybody who wants to go to sleep too, you can do that as well. Junior, welcome back to chat. And Abayata says, hello. Let's see. Techno out there saying, did you hear that Helldivers 2 is coming to Xbox? I did not, except for right now. I never actually played Helldivers. Just wasn't really my shtick. Actually, you know what? I'm the kind of person... Here's a little secret, chat, about me. If you pressure me enough to do something, I will most certainly not do it. Not because I'm trying to disappoint people or anything, but eventually, if I get pressured too much to do something, it becomes more of an achievement for me to not do it despite the pressure. And I received way too much pressure from certain friends of mine to play Helldivers 2 when it came out. And so, if I'm being honest, I made a priority not to. Ryan's like, so that's why you haven't played Rat Shaker. No, I haven't played Rat Shaker because I have a concept for a drink that I want to make while I play Rat Shaker, and I just can't get the fucking ingredients. If anybody knows where to get a monkey orange, not a navel orange, a natal orange, a monkey orange. If I can find monkey orange, there will be a Rat Shaker playthrough, which will probably only last a stream, and a Rat Shaker cocktail. That is the crux of my ideas for a drink. And why? Because Rat Shaker, rat poison, strychnine, Strychnia spinosa, and what is it? Monkey orange comes from a tree that is in the strychnine family, and strychnine was a tree that they would derive the poison from way back when, but it's considered an unethical poison, so they don't use it anymore. Anyways, faithful cocktails. Oh, Sonic, please. Sonic, please? Okay. That's fine. We don't have to. KQ, hey, dude. Welcome back. I think. Welcome in, KQ Productions. What do you produce, KQ? You've piqued my curiosity. And when I am curious, my face turns purple. Or royal blue. We're still figuring it out. Official asking, what's an unethical poison? Isn't the whole idea of poison unethical? Maybe unethical is the wrong term for it, but there was something about using strychnine as a poison that we just don't do it anymore. And I read the Wikipedia page like a good month and a half ago. This idea popped into my head a month and a half ago, and I have been searching. Not really actively, because I don't think it's in season right now anyways, but that would be the idea. What makes it unethical? I don't really know. I think the method by which it works is... honestly, I don't know. Alexa, what's wrong with strychnine, the poison? Alexa, tell me about strychnine. Or strychnine.
According to Wikipedia, strychnine is a highly toxic, colorless, bitter, crystalline alkaloid used as a pesticide, particularly for killing small vertebrates such as birds and rodents.
Rats. Alexa, why don't we use strychnine anymore?
I don't know that.
Maybe I'm just wrong. I could be wrong. One thing's for sure, I ain't putting none of that shit in my body. But the fruit of the tree that isn't exactly the same one, yeah, we'll do that. I do know this, though. You can derive the poison from the seed of the fruit that I want to make a cocktail out of. But I'm not going to use the seeds. Naturally. EXE out there is saying that evidently Tails Doll made his account name EXE Production. Your IRL friend who owns the account. Braid made a whole EXE Production. Dude, props to that. We love to see the people close to us doing well. And if they got to a point where they've got a whole production, and maybe even a production team, dude, that's vibes. That's goals. Love that. Techno saying, unethical poison hurts to die somehow. Ethical poison is rather painless. I think that sounds right. Like, intuitively, that feels right. Or painful. Or not. Or both. That tracks. KQ out there saying, honestly, the Sonic games need more Chao Gardens. Dude, I am in 100% agreement. Why else would I be playing Chao Garden stuff after having played this game for almost, what, 15-something years? I played this game when I was just a kid. I'm in my mid to late 20s right now. I didn't mean to do that. Sorry, Esmar. I've been playing this game for a long time. And I never was able to do 100% of it. But that's what I'm trying to do. Or at least get all the emblems. I would say that technically 100%ing would be getting every single Chao variant. And all of the Chaos Chao, but I'm not gonna do that. In this game, like over 20 years old, yeah. You got that right. Official out there saying, also, for the Infinity Bottle, it's an achievement that 10,000 points have been redeemed twice a week for almost 24 weeks straight. Absolutely. Evidently, we've got something good here. Or, again, it's good in the sense that, you know, people are into it. Not that it, like, tastes good. Because I think from one train of thought, never has this Infinity Bottle tasted good. Ryan saying another reason that strychnine was discontinued was because it never really went away. When the animal died, the strychnine would disperse into the environment. Ah, that makes a lot of sense. So the animal's body doesn't process it. It passes through and then winds up getting into the soil and stuff, killing potentially other things. Yeah, that I can understand. Man. I see Shelly out there saying, I've seen yours. I think I've seen of yours, but hold on a second. I need to. Can't really read the chat message because my aggregate is being weird. I've seen of yours before today's the Infinity Bottle videos, and Instagram does not do your stream justice. Oh, I got you. You've seen some of the content before, but the Instagram does not show the stream justice. Yeah, if anything, it's because I just don't edit the stuff that happens in between all the drink segments. It's just too much work. I'm still looking for an editor to help me out. KQ Productions with the sub. I appreciate that. KQ saying, too, I learned something new today. Was it about poison? Don't put strychnine in your body. If you put it in your body, it goes out of your body and puts it in the soil for everybody else to experience. And that's no good. Smoothly popping back in chat. Ranking 100 streams. Or more. And we're like, well, the X bar is pretty cool, so I guess we'll come back. Welcome back, Smoothly. I would say that it is even more a pleasure to have you back, because I know I'm being judged right now. And as such, I will do the only thing that I know how to do when under the observation of folks who mean to critique, feedbackifies, or otherwise. Oh, yeah, I'll run ads. That's what I'll do. Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll do the only thing I know how and hide during the ad break with my Infinity Cocktail. And the ads will be happening for a hot minute, so. Thanks for supporting the bar with an X. Ryan saying, but I did find a source for monkey oranges on Etsy. Can you buy edible things on Etsy? Can you do that? To my knowledge, Etsy was just for crafts. You're telling me I can buy monkey orange on Etsy? Damn. Techno out there saying, gotta go, someone dying. Go for it! You can. I just sent it to the suggestions channel. That's incredible, dude. I didn't even realize that. Wow. Yeah, Strychnos spinosa. The monkey orange. That's the one. You notice the name Strychnos? It's like strychnine. Same family of tree. That's incredible. God damn. Thank you, Ryan. How expensive is it, though? Let's see. Smoothly saying, I've ranked 1,021 streams total since I ever thought of the idea. Excellent, dude. Dude, you passed the Centurion, the Millennia. That's great. Kit Kat saying, answers out loud. Yes. Oh, absolutely. Silent saying, you can buy edible things. People run sweet shots. I had no idea. I had no idea that you could buy edible things on Etsy. I've learned something new today. It's $33 for 2 of them shipped. There we go. Well then. Evidently, I've got something to budget towards. Now, that's the thing. Another thing is, too, is it's $33 to get them shipped, right? I have to use that for R&D. Like, that's what I think about. That's what I think about when it comes to workshopping these drinks. And don't get me wrong, like, should I really be saying, yo, I need 30 bucks to play Rat Shaker? Not for the game Rat Shaker, but for the ingredients for the drink? No, I probably shouldn't be doing that. But, like, I really want to make a drink for Rat Shaker, and the best idea is make a drink for Rat Shaker inspired by rat poison. And if I just give the pitch of, I'm gonna make a drink inspired by rat poison, I bet you'd be like, what the fuck? But hold on, I have a point to this, and it's not death. I got you. Yeah, man, let's see. Clementine saying chow chow. Wolfie saying Ryan with the knowledge bomb. It's because he knows how to use Google, and, you know sometimes people, it's a little roll of the dice, depending, you know? It's $70 for 7 of them shipped. Only 70 bucks. That's not that bad. That's 10 bucks for fruit. Not bad. I see Gion's Rasta popping in, saying no water shots today. Nah, I got full-on cocktails this time. And you're just gonna have to be okay with it. Welcome back, Gion's. All right, where is my Clementine? Clementine, where are you? Hello. I have the red on Clementine's heads to be able to figure out which one's Clementine, because sometimes I can't. Smoothie out there saying, I was about to donate, but our policy doesn't donate to swearers unless the streamer got frustrated. Fuck tits, bitch ass motherfucker! This is not a kid's stream. That's okay. I understand. Welcome in, Ferb, Micah, by the way. Just to give you a heads up, I curse sometimes. I also drink alcohol, which is a 21 up thing, at least here in the United States. So if you are a child, leave. Thank you for your understanding. Water? Sure. Oh, that's the shot of water. I appreciate the kind words, by the way, Ferb. I appreciate that you like the TikTok content. It all originates on these streams. Except when I feel like getting dirty. And by dirty, I mean, I guess answering comments and questions and stuff. I do that sometimes. Official out there saying, whoa, I had to double take when you said that and ask if it was the correct streamer. That's okay. I was prompted with, oh, sorry, can't donate to streamers who swear, so I might as well make sure that there is a very, very clear line between this stream and other streams. For the sake of categorization. We try to be honest. We try to be honest. As best as we can. And I honestly curse on this stream. Do I do it a lot? No. I wouldn't consider this to be a vulgar stream with massive, offensive use of words. But is it sprinkled in like salt to garnish and emphasize the flavors of a dish? But the dish in this case is a 6 to 7 hour live stream? Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Wolfie being like, am I in the right stream? Is that Cam here? No, this is Sprite Zero with an X, actually. Sorry, you got the wrong guy. Let's wait, Seals. There we go. Ryan saying, once I get that 2,500 part I'm saving for, I'll send you 70 bucks for the monkey oranges. Dude, you don't have to. You don't have to. I'll try to budget for it. I'll put it in my system. If you want to, though, don't let me stop you. Unless your policy specifically prohibits you from donating to streamers that do certain things. And then I will do the thing. That's called prompting. KQ out there saying, unfortunately, I can't stream because you're only at 50 subs, so you can't. That's fair. Hey, you know what? If you want to stream anyways, you could always go over to Twitch. You can stream starting from 0. Admittedly, yeah, on YouTube, you got to do a little bit of work before you get to the point where you can stream. But on Twitch, you can start today if you want to. That's where I got my start. And I'm still doing it. No, Sonic, please.
Nice.
Chino with the membership. That's another $1 in my pocket, minus what Google decides to take for themselves. Thank you, Chino. We appreciate it. Ryan's like, unfortunately, I cannot donate to streamers who drink alcohol on stream. It's just fruit juice, I swear. I like this cocktail, but it is very unique. Actually, chat, if I'm being honest, I have been so tempted to get a bottle of vodka as a prop. And what I mean by that is the vodka bottle gets filled with water. And then depending on what I need to do, depending on the bit, I can use that water-filled bottle of vodka for a bit. It can't be chugging the bottle of vodka because that would imply that I'm binge drinking alcohol, and that's definitely against the terms of service. However, I thought about this. If anybody remembers, though, one person who popped in the stream was just like, show me your liquor license. And I was like, dude, shut up. I thought to myself, there have been a couple of folks who pop in chat who are very, very zealous about the non-alcohol thing, and that's fine. That's your preference, right? But I do alcohol stuff. It is a craft of mine, and it is something that I do on a weekly basis. So if you're just going to be here harassing me about it, I'm not going to change anything just because you tell me to. But I thought about a bit, and the bit goes something like this. Some holier-than-thou individual says, alcohol's bad, it's against everything, and it's bad for you, and this, that, and the other thing just harasses me about it. And then I would stop the stream, and I'd say, you're right. Alcohol is bad. It's a poison. It's a toxin. It rips people apart and tears people from the inside out. And then I reform by just pouring out a bottle of Grey Goose. The whole damn thing. Just to see if I can get a reaction. And then be like, just kidding. That was water. Welcome to the X bar. If you're gonna harass me any further, leave. Anyways, what did I miss? Renzo's saying that the drawing is almost done. Then I get us to spend a couple of hours writing a script and recording voice lines. That's the deal. Welcome to Editing Dumb.
Nice.
Chino with the 99 cents. Mwah. Mwah. I love it. I love it. Thank you for your donation. Chino saying too, you deserve it funny. You deserve it if you're funny and goated. I wish I looked as good as you do with the vest, bro. You dress like a distinguished gentleman. If I'm being honest, chat, this vest I stole from my grandfather. This bow tie is a cheap clip-on. This shirt is something I never wore for years. And this vest is brown while the bow tie is black. I'm clashing up a storm. But if you think I look good, I'll take it. Kind words and a few pennies? I love it. What a vibe. What a vibe. Let's see. I was seeing Gian saying too, does anyone say to you that you have a nice voice, but you're using it on the wrong subject? I'm not sure what you mean by that. I'll take that as a compliment, though. Rocket Alien out there saying too, by the way, I enjoy the non-alcoholic variants of the drinks that you make. I don't like alcohol, but the drinks always look very nice. Well, I appreciate the kind words too. If I'm being honest, I didn't used to do non-alcoholic recipes because I didn't think that I was very good at making non-alcoholic beverages. But the only way to get better at something is to start doing it. So I specifically started mixing up non-alcoholic versions of all of my original drinks, even though it's more work and it's harder for me because of the feedback that I got from you guys. Also, there's an entire part of the population who doesn't want to drink alcohol, which means that I'm leaving out a ton of people who otherwise want to be a part of the fun. So I did it because of you guys. Hey, thanks, Rocket! And the newest member of the Bar with an X. All the contributions, by the way, to the bar, whether it be with super chats or bits or subscriptions or otherwise, like, it goes back into the bar every single time. And it winds up going towards ingredients for new recipes, equipment for really cool techniques and stuff so I can share it with you guys and share my learning journey along the way. So I greatly appreciate it. It all goes back into the stream, y'all. I literally have a separate account for it. And I have a giant-ass stack of receipts on my desk. Because accounting and, like, honesty, but from a financial standpoint, you know? Wolfie out there saying, Cam, I stayed because the streams were great to have in the background of my studies. There we go. Some people tell me that they can sleep to this content. I have no idea how. More power to you. Could I sleep to my own streams? Probably, but that's because when I... Esmar! Get out of here! I probably could sleep to my streams because when I was growing up, I lived next to a highway, and so I could fall asleep to the sounds of trucks blaring in the middle of the night. So, yeah, I could probably do it. Probably. All right, let's go get some more animals. Excuse me. Ryan saying, it's all the yelling. It puts everyone to sleep. That seems counterintuitive. But if it works, it works. Chino out there saying that I've learned a lot about libations due to you, which I thank you for. Absolutely. I am also the kind of person who literally can't shut up. So if I know something, I want to share it with the world. If I've unlocked some secret that I think is gold, I don't want to keep it to myself. I read cocktail blogs, I look at recipes all the time, I'm workshopping things now more frequently than I have in the past, and I'm reading books about the craft all the time. It would mean nothing if I couldn't pass out that information to people who would want to listen. And if you want to, you're in the right place. I got plenty of things to talk about drink-wise. And I'm learning more every day. Jacob, welcome to the Bar with an X. If you're here in the live stream, feel free to say heyo. If not, I hope you're having a great rest of your day, night, evening, or otherwise. Welcome in. Let's see. Gion's out there saying, maybe to be the voice of Bugs Bunny or something, like you do voice lines or a speaker. I don't know, you get the picture. Yeah. I would love to do voices for voice acting. I would love to be a voice actor, but nobody's reached out to me about it. So for now, I practice my lines here on stream. And sometimes do funny voices. Ryan out there heading out. It's about 11 p.m. Running on 3 hours of sleep. Oh, dude, do what's best for you, my guy. Thanks for popping in. Let's see. Rocket's saying that I don't notice the yelling. That's fair. That's fair. I try to adjust my microphone settings so it doesn't necessarily come off as yelling all the time. Chino's saying, it's mainly how I ask questions to you and to chat, and y'all don't make me feel dumb for being ignorant in this field. Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. Let me pause the game for a second. You can ask any question that you want to. I would prefer it to be something about the topic at hand, which tends to be mixology, but in my opinion, there are no stupid questions. There are stupid answers, because sometimes the answer is stupid, like the word. But there are people out there with every level of expertise. You could be a total beginner. We'll answer your question about, what the heck does ice do in a cocktail? Why do we even need sugar in cocktails? What the heck even is alcohol? We can answer those questions. There are some really, really tough things out there that don't even have answers. And somebody's got to ask the question so that somebody or some group of people can answer the question. And I'm all about learning the truth and learning about what there is to be learned. So again, if you've got a question, feel free to ask it. Unless it's something like, do you pee standing up or sitting down? The answer is none your business, and both. But I prefer that not be your first thing in chat. Otherwise, vibe check. Please don't make the bartender or the people attending the bar with an X uncomfortable. I need to make these statements nowadays, because YouTube vertical doesn't get it. Y'all have been misbehaving. I'll turn you off. I have the power. I have the power. Anyways, let's see. Not needed saying any fun facts that you're willing to share. I have a master's degree and 3 degrees total. I went to college for 5 years, and basically none of that knowledge is being used for what I choose to do with my career now. And I do that willingly. Fun indeed, because the fun happens with you guys. Next question!
Stage select.
Let's see. Chino saying, you've answered and showed me so many things about mixology and the bartending that I appreciate. That's what we want to do. Gian saying, your voice is like a sound effects sound vault, and you play Sonic and drinking? So pity. I am going to continue to interpret that as a compliment to my vocal range. Thank you so very much! And thank you very much. And that's all I got to say about that. Kit Kat saying, any fun facts about bartending that you haven't had a chance to share on stream? I mean, I think I've been pretty clear about the fact that I've never actually worked in a bar before. That's a pretty fun fact. Oh, I'm sorry. You probably got angry because I threw you across the world and into the water. My apologies. Not needed saying, meant about mixology, but cool. Fun facts about mixology. Did you know that ice is a mineral? Like, you know how rocks can be minerals? Ice is a mineral. It has a crystal structure. Incredible. Also, did you know that ice is less dense than water? That's why it floats. Also, did you know that when ice freezes, the force is great enough to shatter a steel tube? freaking wild. But that's less a mixological fact and more just a, you know, cool fun fact about physics, I guess. But like mixology is basically chemistry, but you can drink it, typically. Chino's saying, question, what's better as a mixer to mitigate hangovers, soda or juice? I would say neither, actually. The main difference that you have between juices and soda is soda's got carbonation, whereas juice typically doesn't. Juice has, I would say that there's like a natural element to juices. If anything, what you use as a mixer is not really gonna, let me put it to you this way. If you're thinking about what mixer is gonna give you the least potent hangover, they say that sugar causes a worse hangover. I have nothing to back that up, just purely on hearsay. The less alcohol that you consume per unit of time, the less intense a hangover you will get because your body has chance to process the alcohol. So if you think about it, it's not about whether you use soda or juice, it's about how much of it that you put in the glass and how fast you drink it. And how much food is in your body, how potent the drink actually is, and a bunch of other factors. But I would say between soda and juice, I don't think it really matters. But that's just based off of what I know. There might actually be like some studies and stuff out there that specifically say that, you know, the specific mineral content of a particular juice makes it better for hangovers. But honestly, that's beyond my level of comprehension. Solid question, though. Let's see. Cow King saying, did you know that there are 0 and negative level magnitude earthquakes? I did not, actually. That's pretty cool. Shelly's saying the best mixture to mitigate a hangover is liquid IV. Well, that's because liquid IV supposedly allows your body to intake more water. And yeah, admittedly, if you have more hydration in your body, alcohol affects your body a little bit less. I've also seen, like, let me also be clear, too. Like, I've seen, like, hangover cure products out there, like things you take pre-drinking to make sure that your hangover doesn't do so good, and it's got to do with the way that your body processes alcohol and acetaldehyde binds the receptors in your brain, and there's products out there that bind to those receptors instead of the acetaldehyde, which is the toxic part of the alcohol metabolism. But a lot of that is, I don't know, I haven't tested it myself. If I found something that made me get less intense hangovers, I would share it with you guys, but I haven't found anything yet aside from I drink my drinks over time, and I don't drink them that quickly. And I try to have a full meal beforehand, and I try my best to stay hydrated. That's about all I got. Maybe that's the hard thing to do for folks, but to me, that's just the de facto answer, I guess. Let's see. Chino was saying, I heard people say that soda is worse. Soda is worse than juice as a mixer. Yeah, I think the crux of the argument there is sodas tend to have artificial ingredients, and juices tend not to. It depends on what juice you have. It's a fresh squeezed or otherwise. I think that's the main crux, and that research is a bit dubious, to say the best. Or rather, it's a little bit, nobody really knows the answer. There's no, like, from what I understand, and I haven't looked at the literature recently, it's just kind of like, Ozzy being like, bar chemistry, dude, advertise the pill. Yeah, dude. Yeah, what was it, bar chemistry? Yeah. If I'm being honest, there are some cocktail creators that I really, really appreciate watching. I'm not the biggest fan. I'm not the biggest fan of bar chemistry, only because of the, I don't know. Actually, maybe this is just my bias. I think that's just my bias. I think my bias is he's a little bit loud and outspoken, and I tend to be a little bit loud and outspoken. And he sponsors and has a whole company around a hangover cure, and I don't believe in hangover cures. So, but I haven't tried it. I would like, don't get me wrong, chat. I want to know what is and is not. I'm a big fan of the facts if the facts exist, and I'm a big fan of solid conclusions, again, if they exist. If it really does stop hangovers, I'd try it, but I'm not the kind of person who goes out and binge drinks. So I don't typically get really tough hangovers. After these streams, hey, I drink like three to five cocktails in a stream, but I don't typically get hangovers in the morning because I'm drinking them over the course of sometimes 7 hours. I know I went on a small rant there, but let me see. I'm seeing, Jian saying you're a fast speaker. What about rap music? I don't really listen to a lot of rap music. Nothing wrong with it. I just don't listen to it very much. I don't have any favorite artists or anything. Doesn't really get me going. I listen to a lot of instrumental music, which typically has no lyrics at all.
How are you? And then go back to...
Welcome in, the Grand Content Master. If you're here in the live stream, feel free to say heyo. Love to meet a fellow content creator. Let's see. Shelly out there saying a lot of the hangover cure products in America are kind of BS, but Japan has a big culture around vitamin and electrolyte pre-gaming drinks. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, and a lot of it too, like, it depends on the literature you read. If they're, like, I like to look at scientific articles if I can, but I would be hard-pressed to find the time to go through every single research article about, you know, the acetaldehyde process metabolism in the body. I don't know. But yeah. Welcome back, Techno Boy, by the way. I hope everything is going all right with you. I know you said that there was somebody dying out there, so I hope you're doing well, and I hope they're doing well as well. Oziel out there saying that your doctor told you that sugar dehydrates you more, and I think I can agree with that. Only because I remember I think it was a biology class, I think the process of metabolizing sugars is, and I think this is a chemical reaction, and I am not a chemist, you need a water molecule to break apart complex sugars. It's hydrolysis. Without water, you cannot break apart sugars. Therefore, if you need water in your body to break apart sugars, the more sugar you have in your body, the more water needs to be used to break it apart, correspondingly, leaving you with less water. I think. But I haven't taken a chemistry course in years. Oh, come on, Sonic. All right, that's fine. Tiovo, welcome back. Good to have you. I got a water request, and Chino's got a question about points. If you got any questions about points, use !help in chat. It has a little blurb for you. Hopefully make it a little bit easier for you. There's three main things on YouTube, and that's reminding me to drink water. That is workouts to keep my body moving during the stream. And the Infinity Bottle segment, if you're familiar with it already, that happens because of the point system that exists. So you need 10,000 points to tell me to put something into the Infinity Bottle. Otherwise, it goes to somebody else. Boobo out there saying that is correct. About the needing water for that chemical reaction of metabolizing sugars. It rings a bell, you know? Chino's asking, how does one spend points? Again, that !help command is going to help you out there. But to spend your points, you do !redeem, space, and whatever the redemption is. And if you don't know what those redeems are, type !redeem, and it should also provide you a couple of hints. Tiovo saying another 14-hour shift done. To the folks out there working today, best of luck to you. Technically, I've been working for the past... I work all the time now. But, you know, I wouldn't say it's not shift mentality, you know? That's completely different. Tiovo, I hope you're doing well. Starry Sky, I see you popping in as well, being like, speaking of water, I appreciate that. Excuse me. Shelly out there saying, I never understood why sugar dehydrates. That actually makes a lot of sense. Yeah, dude, when I learned that, again, if I'm quoting it correctly, and I hope I am, that simple chemical reaction that I learned in chemistry class was, like, eye-opening for me. I was like, yo, that's cool. I see Ferb out there saying, oh, you have channel points on YouTube essentially too? Yes, exactly, actually. Exactly that, Ferb. When I started multi-streaming to YouTube, I realized that you couldn't get the same experience on YouTube that you can on Twitch, so I didn't develop my own system. I took I used StreamerBot for my bot that works on Twitch and YouTube, and other platforms too, but I don't use them. So there is a custom set of functions and variables that somebody put together. I think it was one of the programmers for StreamerBot, one of the community members, put together a point system, and I took their point system as a bootstrapping point and added my own stuff on top of it, and I have added some other modifications. So there's a watch streak mechanic on YouTube, there's the points mechanic on YouTube, there is the, when you gift a membership, which is the same thing as a subscription on Twitch, if you give super chats, which is basically the same thing as bits redemptions on Twitch, or bits on Twitch. It also gives you extra points for that as well. Although, there are some limitations of YouTube's code endpoints that you can't make it exactly the same as Twitch. So for those things, for example, like on Twitch, you get a multiplier for points when you are a subscriber, but YouTube, for lack of a better explanation, doesn't provide enough details to allow that system to work without potentially it being taken advantage of on YouTube. So there is no multiplier. Instead, you get extra watch streaks on YouTube. So the longer you watch, I think Twitch's watch streak caps out at about 5. YouTube caps out at 7, I think. So you can get more points if you keep watching, I think. Chino being like, BRB, joining your Twitch. Oh, he's going quantum! Quantum means you exist on multiple platforms, by the way. This is just me explaining the joke. Let's see. I see John saying, I'm permanently out of the stream. God bless you, man. Stop the drinks, stop the talks without point, and most important, above all, play Sonic. Thanks for joining us, I think.
Stage select.
I hope you have a wonderful... If you're permanently out then, Gions, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your life. Thank you for sharing even a brief moment of it with us here at the Bar with an X. We will miss you. Sips cocktail. Heyo, got him. Anyways, Chino, welcome to Quantum Zone. Anybody who wants to join on the Twitch side, type !Twitch in chat. Anybody who wants to join on the YouTube side, type !YouTube in chat. Anybody who wants to follow me on OnlyFans, you can't. And that's all I got on that. Anyways, Chino, welcome to the Twitch hand side. It's basically like the YouTube side, but a little bit different. On Twitch, you know what? There's one advantage there's a couple of different advantages between different platforms, and one of them is on Twitch, you can only watch the stream horizontally. On YouTube, you got a vertical as an option too. And that's just to basically mimic TikTok's feed. Oh, actually, update on the reason why I have chosen not to stream this show on TikTok. I finally have a really good reason why, and it's got nothing to do with the fact that TikTok Live Studio requires administrator access to your computer, which is freaking creepy, dude. It's got to do with the fact that TikTok's policies basically discourage alcohol-related content because it's a controlled substance, in a way. So, I don't want to deal with TikTok flagging my stream every 10 minutes saying, oh, sorry, you're breaking rules. So if TikTok ever lets up their policies about how they feel about mixologists, unless they do that, I'm not streaming this show on TikTok. I'll do my dishes on TikTok. But if you want the real show, this is where to be. Good stuff. Chino saying, bro, make a new thing, not OnlyFans. Call it Only Drinks. Yeah, kind of like that idea. Let's see. TikTok whack anyways. Silent saying TikTok nanny's real hard. Yeah. I mean, admittedly, I think the reason why they do it is in a good place. It seems to me like they have such strict policy platforms because, like, the platform is not necessarily not intended for children. And there are a lot of children on TikTok. There's a lot of children on YouTube, too. But YouTube has their solution. It's YouTube Kids. Or at least they try to push people to use it. Twitch has added, like, content classification guidelines and whatnot. But to be perfectly honest, like, there is nothing stopping a 13-year-old from watching somebody in a hot tub with half their clothing on Twitch. Like, there's really nothing stopping them. On TikTok, like, there's a lot of safeguards in place in particular for children. And that's something, honestly, I gotta have a lot of respect for. Like, if anything, it's a place where in the most non-specific use of the phrase, kids can exist and interact with the internet in a way that is comfortable to them. And there's some good in that. Now, does that mean that I'm not gonna post on TikTok? No way, dude. I finally reached monetization and the paychecks are fat. And by that I mean it's like 50 bucks. Diversification. That's what they say to do. Where's Clementine? Clementine, where'd you go, dude? Every single time I can't find Clementine, I get worried. Man. Renzo out there saying, I am so tired of those people who keep coming here telling you to stop drinking and that the game you are playing sucks. Yeah. People out there exist. They're just gonna happen. I think of it this way. The best thing that we could do is to try to be as kind as possible. People have differing opinions, and that's okay. Harassment's not cool, though. That's like me, like, popping up to your, like, cigar store and being like, yo, cigars are bad for your health. Close your business. Like, bro, don't come into my cigar store then. That's like walking to a liquor store and being like, alcohol is bad. It's bad for your body. Like, bro, don't come to the liquor store, though. Who walks into a bar and says, alcohol is bad, you are all damned to hell? Bro, it's pasted right on the door. And at least on Twitch, I add tags for alcohol and cocktails. Like, who joins a stream that is labeled alcohol and says, bro, alcohol's bad for you, man? If not for the explicit case of trying to harass the streamer. Man. Shelly out there saying, it's so funny watching people try to stream schedule one on TikTok. Because it's a drug game, right? I bet it's a nonstop slew of them being like, what? TikTok's blocking my stream? Why? It's not inappropriate. It's just a video game. Whatever. Not needed out there saying, any advice for somebody beginning in mixology? If your end goal is to mix drinks like I do, start mixing drinks. Honestly, where I started, I got this cocktail book from my mother. It has a bunch of cocktail recipes in it. Every once in a while, I would flip through it. I pick a random recipe. This one is Planter's Punch 2. Dark rum, gold rum, brandy, sweet vermouth, bitters, cherry juice, grenadine. Sour mix, and pineapple juice. If I didn't have an ingredient, I'd try to find it. Somewhere in this book, I learned about praline liqueur or praline liqueur, which is a pecan liqueur, so I found that out. In here, there's recipes that use crème de cassis, a very particular liqueur that doesn't have a lot of use. So I'd flip through books like this, and I would try to see what I had the ingredients for, and if I had budget to be able to procure more bottles, I would seek the ones out for the recipes that I wanted to try. And honestly, I just started mixing. That's how I would do it, because that's how I did it. I hope that answers your question. If you got more questions, feel free to throw them my way. Be happy to answer them. All right, I think we got all the animals. So let's go back to Harbor. Chino out there saying, my favorite rule is ELE. Everybody loves everybody, or at least we try to. Yo, you know, I don't know if it's a rule if a bunch of people don't follow it. There are some people who do not love everybody. There is absolutely something to love about every single person. Absolutely. I fundamentally believe that. But yeah, I see the sentiment there. Tiovo out there saying, I still have yet to download TikTok in general. Twitch is a lawless Western. Now that's fair. I would agree with that. Every single platform is going to have their own special version of pros, cons, vices, and grips. Which one do you choose? I'm on all of them. Except for Kick. I don't stream on Kick, but I do have an account. Just in case. Tiovo out there saying, too, if I were to have a singular drink right now, it would thrungle you. Alexa, define thrungle. Blood clots? Are we talking about throngul or thrombull? It's very possible with thrombull. Because I think thrombosis is a medical term. I've heard Anna use it before. Ferb out there saying, Twitch basically depends on other platforms, in my opinion. I mean, it depends on what you're trying to accomplish on Twitch. Like, if what you're trying to accomplish on Twitch is streaming as soon as possible, you can do that from day one, make an account, set up Streamlabs or OBS, and just go for it. If your goal, let's say, is to grow as a content creator, Twitch's discovery system is not that good. It seems that you have to rely on other platforms to funnel people to your Twitch stream. And if I'm being honest, I've had very nice success. My own special flavor of success over the last year or so, and I absolutely agree with that. I did not get traction on this channel until I started editing shorts for YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, and Facebook. If it weren't for that, I don't think many of you folks would be here. So yeah, there is absolutely a thing there. Is that the case for everybody? No. There are always exceptions, right? But it seems that the general rule of thumb is if you just stream on Twitch alone, which I was doing for 3.5 years, you're not going to make it very far in terms of growth. Unless you are really passionate about networking with people, you participate in other people's streams, you collab with other streamers and whatnot. That is apparently a way to win on Twitch. I've got anxiety. That's not my way of winning on Twitch. That's just not my route. But that's one way to do it. As my physics teacher once said, there are many ways to get to Walmart, and that's just one of them. Tiovo out there being like, honestly, I didn't even know that thromble was a word. I just remember a meme about a fictional weapon of mass destruction called the Throngler. I love it, dude. Kit Kat saying, Planter's Punch, loving that recipe. Have you ever heard of Chatham Artillery Punch? I have not. I wonder if it's in this book, though. Let me check real quick. Chatham. Chatham. It does not appear that there is a recipe for, what was it, Chatham Artillery Punch in my book. Then again, this is the second edition, and they've got like 9. That's just the first one. Oh, I let all the animals scatter. That's unfortunate. Chino out there saying, I found you due to the Infinity Bottle shorts, which I love. Streamers doing end-of-streamer raids to their friends is the closest thing Twitch has to decent discovery. They've also implemented some features recently where if you're experiencing a hype train, they kind of boost your visibility a little bit in the little following section on the dashboard if you're viewing on desktop. They have added specific features to allow people to collab more formally, meaning if you are collaborating with a streamer that has a larger fan base, it shows up as a dual, like a dual stream, so that people can find you directly from the first streamer or vice versa. Like, Twitch has admittedly really been trying to add methods for people to mostly collaborate on the platform. Collaborate and also get visibility in the way that Twitch wants you to be visible. Even too, like, I don't remember when they launched the initiative, but Twitch has this thing called creator clubs now that focus on very specific groups of content that typically aren't gaming. There is an arts and makers creator club, which I am a part of, and I'm a part of their team now because I make art. It is liquid art, right? There is a newly added a food and drink creator club, which I most recently joined to because I drink. There is a VTuber creator club. They just added specifically for gaming. This is the newest gaming one that they added. They added a Roblox creator club for people who do Roblox content exclusively or predominantly. And they also have one for, it started with DJs and musicians because musicians and DJs have had a really, really hard time on Twitch because of copyrights. How are you supposed to be a DJ on Twitch if every single stream gets muted? And I think the current CEO of Twitch right now is a DJ, so very near and dear to his heart. And that's how they have been prioritizing things right now. Honestly, got a lot of respect for Twitch. If anything, like, YouTube is a very across-the-board solution for a lot of different things. Twitch still maintains its passion for live entertainment and live content. And that's why that's why Twitch is my first home. Not just because I started there, but because it remains true to what it started as. And I really appreciate that. And that's not just from my perspective as a live streamer. That's from my perspective as a performer. Because I've been doing theater and performances long before I started streaming. In any case, that's my rant on that. Let's see. Shelly out there saying, I finally came to Twitch after telling them about the recipe for the flavor in an Instagram comment. Oh, did you tell me about the flavor? No way, Shelly! I'm still looking, by the way, I am still looking for the, I know that I need Mike's Harder Cranberry and Cucumber Gatorade, but if I'm being honest, since a lot of those comments have come in, I've been putting all of my effort into this charity event on Saturday, which, yes, I'm absolutely going to put it in chat again. So, my mind has been a little occupied. But yeah. Anyways, official, welcome back. You're drunk and high on a Monday. A little bit of cross? Dude. Preach! Ferb out there saying, for me, Twitch is the only place I like watching live content. Yeah, you and a lot of people too, I think. Diamond out there saying, wait a minute. This is important because this involves me. Diamond says, Cam, I have begun exporting the final render for the next Deltarune video. Turns out there wasn't a lot to edit. Yes! I'm excited, dude. You have no idea how excited I am. After I was done with D&D on Friday on the 4th of July, I was doing some prep work for the charity stream, and I had Deltarune music playing in my ear. And I am not going to spoil anything for you guys, but I was playing the rock and roll song. That's as specific I'll be with that. And I was humming it, and I was whistling along to it. And my DM was like, wait, is that song from Deltarune that just came out? And I was like, yes, why do you know that? And he was like, oh, because I've been listening to the music is great. And I was like, can I tell you about it? And he was like, no spoilers. And I was like, can I tell you about the music? And he was like, tell me about the music. And we had a wonderful conversation. This was after our D&D session. The music is a banger. It's so good. I love, one of my favorite parts about Toby Fox's musical style is the common melodies, dude. Those leitmotifs, those musical motifs that repeat themselves in very particular moments. He is, at least from what I get, he seems to be incredibly intentional about musical motifs. And there's a lot, I think, that you can glean about the story, the plot, and all the stuff that happens in general, the lore, from just listening to the music. And I mostly listen to the music, because I have not played Deltarune at all. All I've done is watch Diamond and listen to the albums. It's cool stuff. Let's see. Official saying that I made a Cosmo, turned out really sour due to asking for lime instead of lemons. Is this normal? If the lime is a little bit more than the lemons, it's possible that the limes you have just are a little bit more acidic. If you think about it, every tree is different, every lime is going to be a little bit different, and that's why sugar and acid adjusting exists in the cocktail world, to make sure that if you're going to make a syrup, it's the same sweetness level every time. If you're going to make a sour solution, it's the same level of sour every single time. That's why I like my super juice, and I have my Brix refractometer to measure sugar. Anyways, let's see. I see Chino out there saying, I just want to say thank you once again, Cam and chat, for embracing me and my ignorance on drinks and mixology. It means a lot to be treated as a, quote, child or someone stupid. It means a lot not to be treated as a child or someone stupid for lack of knowledge. Again, if you are a child, you are not old enough to be engaging in alcoholic content. My best recommendation is shut up. With that out of the way, if you are an adult and you are, I assume, the age of jurisdiction, the age of majority in your local area, you could have just turned 18, dude. You could have just turned 21. 18 is legal in some countries, so I acknowledge that. I don't care if you know nothing. One of the things that I think, too, to try to be as non-pretentious as possible, because I am not an expert, I am just an amateur. Even going over the same basic questions over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, there is so much nuance in even the simplest things that you might learn something new along the way. I was saying before in Chino, I know I didn't answer your question about expanding on why ice is a mineral. I want to say ice is a mineral because minerals have a defined crystal structure. And when water freezes, water molecules arrange in such a way that is more or less the same every single time. I'm talking about crystal structure on like a microscopic scale, right? Like not every ice block is the same, not every snowflake is the same. There's the famous thing of no two snowflakes are the same, right? But water solidifies in a way that is very, very consistent. As opposed to things like plastics, for example. As opposed to things like proteins, for example. And if you think about it, minerals have to be made from metal. And hydrogen has a metallic form. So it is a metal, technically, attaching to a, I think is oxygen a noble gas? I don't think oxygen is a noble gas. I don't have a good knowledge of the periodic table. So it's got a metal, and it has a defined crystal structure. That's a mineral. Evidently. Anyways, I can get one more animal. I hope that answered the question, you know? Chino's saying an amateur in your eyes, but an expert to me, more on the novice side. That's fair. That's fair. Everybody's got perspective. Oh, get that. There we go. That's what I wanted to get. See a lot of shit popping in here. Let's see. I see Piano Bingo popping in saying, bro, what would you rate this game from 1 out of 10? I was thinking about trying it. Dude, this is a solid 10 for me. This is my favorite game of all time. I am biased. Welcome back, Piano, by the way. Teal is saying ice is rocks and shrimps is bugs. I believe it. I see this is official out there talking in Spanish. I'm just letting you know I don't speak Spanish. Unless I know exactly what you're saying. I'm not going to say it out loud, only because I don't want to inadvertently say something that's going to wind up hurting somebody. But welcome in, by the way. Bienvenidos. Bienvenidos. Inglés, por favor. I would greatly appreciate that. Chino out there saying, yeah, I can't speak Spanish. I can speak a little bit Spanish, but I do not speak enough Spanish to be confident. I see Dave Carson pop in, back in saying, what race did it win for it to earn this medal? Grand Prix, Tour de France? Oh, Clementine? Jewel, Hero, Dark, Beginner, and Challenge. Yeah. Chino said, I said you're the best. Ah, mi amigo can es mejor. I'm the best. Something about me reading that as mejor made me a little hesitant to say it. My apologies. I know what a whore is, and I know what a whore ain't. Anyways, welcome in by the way, Dave. Good to have you back. Official out there saying, I know Cam, don't worry. I'm asking Chino Suerte over on Twitch. That's me, official. I thought it was. I get so confused because I think, official, I don't know if it was you the entire time, but somebody popped in and had another official name, and I was like, is this just official double imaging me? Or is it a different official? And I don't think I ever got clarity on that. Man. Wolfie out there being like, just here to have fun. Dude, that's what we try to do. This is official on Twitch says. This is also me, official. Yeah, there are... I am official. This is also me, official. I am not a professor of the quantum studies. This is why this confuses me. But I love it. Dave saying, I've been lurking in and out. Hope YouTube vertical chat is behaving tonight. We're doing okay right now. We're doing okay right now. And by the way, if you're a lurker in chat and you haven't said a word, that's okay. I'm anxious as fuck. So, I typically don't say anything in chat rooms, and I'm trying to get better with that. Tiovo out there saying, so if books are made from trees, does that mean a library is a forest? And if so, does that mean since we can read books and we speak for the trees, thus making us the Lorax? Yes. And because I speak for the lore, and so does Lycos Lore, we are the Lorex. Because he is lore and I am X. Yes. Thank you for giving me an excuse to plug my podcast. Get out of here. Silent saying, how's that timer going, Cam? I have no idea how long it's been. I have the machine taking care of it for me. Alexa, how much is left on that timer?
There are no timers set.
Alexa, when is my next reminder?
Here are the upcoming reminders. Jacquin infusion, tomorrow at 12:11 a.m.
Alexa, stop. Half an hour. If it kept talking, it would have revealed my personal reminders. Getting closer. Getting closer. I think that's what we'll do. We do drink requests on the show, but I am pretty darn infatuated by this drink request from Silent. And I've been infusing tequila over the last couple hours for it. I'm nothing less than excited. Let's see. Bubo saying, I'm a lurker. I can't sit still, though. I've got this on in the background. Dude, fair. Fair, fair, fair. Dave saying, in the best way possible, your stream is nice background noise while I game or study because you're funny and you often drop insightful or helpful information. Appreciate it. I take that as a compliment. Very much so. I see Not Needed saying, when making a Jocose julep, are there any good substitutes for bourbon? Tried it and didn't really like it, how it was. I'm not sure what a Jocose julep is, but if you're talking about just a typical julep, so juleps are kind of difficult, you know? If you think about it, a julep is just, at its core, sweet bourbon with mint. But it doesn't have to be mint. It doesn't even have to have mint. Essentially, a julep is a really, really cold old-fashioned without the bitters. Covered in ice. So it's got a lot of dilution. The thing that you run into with julep-style cocktails is when things get really cold, you can't taste the sweetness as much, so you add more sweetness. As opposed to an old-fashioned, which tends to be served relatively warmer than a julep, because juleps are served in copper mugs with a lot of crushed ice, typically, right? So if you were trying to look for something to swap out for a bourbon in your julep, literally pick any other base spirit. If you like tequila, swap it with tequila. If you like brandy, swap it with a brandy. Brandy or cognacs have similar notes to whiskey just because of the similar process of being aged in bourbons and stuff. It tends to be a little bit more fruity too because it's made from fruits, but it really does depend on the brand. It depends on the brandy, and it depends on the whiskey. But yeah, I'd try swapping out the base spirit with something different. Instead of a bourbon, you could try a rye. They do say too that whiskeys and spirits of higher proof have a more potent flavor. So you might get away with, instead of using a bourbon, maybe try a bottled in bond bourbon with a higher proof, and then maybe kick up the sweetness just a little bit to compensate for it. Because it'll be a little bit more in alcohol. Or maybe just add a touch of water in case you're not the biggest fan of, like, prominent alcohol flavors. Which is a totally fair preference to have, by the way. Alright, where's Clementine? There you are. Gotta keep track of that. Let's see. Chino saying BRB, no prob. Tiovo saying Twitch sent me 20 minutes into the past for a moment. Pretty wild. Shadow Knight saying great game to play. Welcome in, Shadow. Chino's saying, why does Twitch not like to work on iPhone? Because nobody likes to work on iPhones, I guess. It's a bitch to program for, from what I've been told. Silent saying, looked it up, very interesting. Crème de menthe and lime juice. Which one? Which cocktail? Crème de menthe and lime juice. Are you saying in a julep? Oh, for a Joko's julep. Oh, that's a specific recipe. No way, that's a specific recipe. Okay. It's got crème de menthe and lime juice. It's kind of like a julep, but you're kind of cheating a little bit with the crème de menthe in a way, you know? That's intriguing. I've never heard of that recipe before, you know? That's cool. All right, let me see. Dave out there saying, I just swapped from Moscow to Mexican meals. Big fan of the spirit swap. Yeah, swapping out the vodka with the tequila. I think, if I'm correct in saying. It's delightful. Swap out your base spirits. Play around with it. Official saying, the only outrageous thing about my watching habits is my name and the pun. I claim it as my own, the whole official thing. As you should. It's yours. Don't let anybody take it away from you. Kit Kat saying, wood chips can be used to smoke drinks in case no one answered your question. Was somebody asking about smoked drinks? Yeah. It doesn't even have to be wood either. You can smoke a lot of things. You can smoke herbs. You can smoke woods. Anything that burns, you can smoke a cocktail with it. And it varies depending on what you decide to smoke. Dreon Terry on the YouTube side, welcome in. Chino saying, what do you prefer, white or dark liquor? Neither. I don't really, I don't want to use the word for it, but I don't tend to discriminate based off of the color of a spirit. Typically. Light spirits tend to be unaged, and there are some really, really potent flavors that you can get in unaged spirits, like unaged brandies or unaged Blanco tequilas, and there are some really, really dark notes, really complex notes that you can get from dark spirits, right? Things like that have been aged or whatever. I wouldn't say that I prefer one or the other ever. It really decides on the use case. If I had to say, like, statistically, what do I use most? I typically use more darker spirits, like aged spirits like whiskey and brandies. Cognacs, let's say specifically. More so than other ones. Let's see. Ferb saying, excuse me, could you smoke a drink with another drink? If that drink can burn, yeah. For example, excuse me. Well, if you think about it, we get into the nuance of what are we doing to the drink? Are we smoking the drink or are we doing something else to it, right? Because 151 rum sets on fire. I think absinthe sets on fire. And the question is, can you smoke a drink with absinthe? Yeah, but does the absinthe produce a smoke? If it doesn't produce a smoke, you're not really smoking the drink with another drink, right? Don't get me wrong, like, when you burn something, combustion reactions will always have some sort of byproduct. So, yeah, could you smoke a drink with another drink? Yeah, but it has to be burnable, right? And then you get into the, oh my gosh, the complication of some things burn under specific temperatures and specific pressures. Maybe you can't burn a Cosmopolitan at room temperature and atmospheric pressure, but if you put that shit under a vacuum and pump in oxygen, could you burn it and thereby smoke a drink with a Cosmopolitan? Maybe. Maybe. Man, that's a wild thought. I didn't even think about that. Can you smoke a drink with another drink? Can you set up an environment such that the combustion reaction can happen? Holy shit, dude. I don't know. Maybe. Wow. That's a solid question there, Ferb. Gee whiz. Okay, let me see. Dave saying, could you batch smoked liqueur into a meat smoker with meat? Could you batch smoked liqueur? Smoked liqueurs in a meat smoker with meat. I'm imagining a cherry wood or something, smoked brisket and whiskey combo, or to make the drink meat flavored in a way. Would it make the drink meat flavored? If you're putting alcohol inside of your smoker as the thing that you smoke your meat with, the alcohol is probably going to evaporate. It could add some, like, caramelized notes. Like, if you burn whiskey, if you set whiskey on fire, you can caramelize the sugars that are inside of it. You can do some changes to the oils that are a part of just the chemical structure of pretty much all base spirits. And the alcohol will inevitably be boiled off. That's kind of what... That's the same thing as whether you're using alcohol in cooking, which I don't know much about. I don't do a lot of cooking, all things considered. But if you were to say put it into your smoker, I would think that the alcohol would boil off in a smoker. But I'm not as familiar with how smokers work. I imagine it is heat, and heat will evaporate alcohol and leave the other stuff behind. But it does bring some of the stuff with it. So some stuff will be left behind inside of your glass, and some stuff will be carried to your meats. Could you whiskey smoke meat in a smoker? Probably. Probably. Drion out there saying, I love clay. In what way, my friend? If you're like a clay artist or whatnot, and you make like pots and stuff and pottery, dude, much respect in your direction. I have never laid my hands on wet clay. I would not know what to do with it. Clementine, where are you? You're worrying me. Clementine? Oh my god, there you are. Man. Ferb out there saying, got you thinking like, is it worth trying? I have no way to pull a vacuum. I have a vacuum sealer, but I can't hold the vacuum without adjusting the volume of the space. So I can't do any experiments like that. Not with the current equipment I've got. Not needed out there saying, if you inject the smoke, it could kind of steam through the meat. That's fair. Ooh, that's an idea. Check that out. That's a good idea. Yo, Dave. Not saying that if you inject the meat with your whiskey, with your smoked spirit, it'll evaporate through the meat, leaving all the other stuff behind inside of it. That's a fucking great idea, dude. Wow. I know somebody who has a meat smoker who could test this out, who could test this theory. Clementine, please. There we go. Official saying, I redeemed hydration, Mr. Cam. Look at chat. I think I drank it, but there's always a good excuse to drink more water. Thank you for holding me accountable. I appreciate it. Oh, more water? Even better. Don't ever feel bad for reminding me to drink water, chat. Please continue to bother me about drinking water. Please don't bother me about the whole alcohol thing. I'm already aware. Water I legitimately forget about because I wound up chatting with you guys. Not to say that anybody is responsible for me not hydrating myself other than myself. That is totally on me. However, when I'm multitasking, it gets hard to keep track of everything, so I really do appreciate the help. It is because of your redemptions of Hydrate chat that I don't wake up with massive hangovers. Thank you. Dave out there saying that is a really good idea, but like with a wine braised rack of lamb sounds really good. Please tell me more about cooking meat with wine, dude. We do a pot roast every once in a while, and I like to cook with red wine, and I like to cook it with white wine, and it is so good. Gosh. Owlboy, welcome in, dude. Ferb out there saying it helps to have that extra reminder. It helps? Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. Let me think of it this way. Let me take a huge step back for a moment. Everybody in chat right now is equivalently watching some random white guy on the internet drink drinks and play a video game. Every single one of these are alcoholic. You can bet your bottom dollar that this guy's drinking alcohol. Oh, there's an ad break. If you remind the man on the screen to drink water, he appreciates it. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I do appreciate it. I do get tipsy on this stream sometimes, but we do it in a way that is mindful and not ever too far. I've never blacked out on stream. I've never browned out on stream. That's not the point. It's not the point of the stream. We're not taking shots until we black out, dude. It's not the vibe. This is mixology. How are we supposed to enjoy the drinks if we're unconscious? Anyways. It's great, actually. Actually, that redemption used to not be hydrate. It used to be consumed to remind me to have food or drink. For example, my own drink here. But like, and I thought because every Twitch streamer has a hydrate command, what use is it here? Well, here, telling the mixologist to drink has a different meaning than reminding the gamer to drink. I need water so I can continue doing what I do. And sometimes I forget. So it's a different vibe than the game. You can say that every gamer out there needs hydration, but I would say when you're specifically putting toxins in your body more or less consistently, it strikes a different chord than whether it's, admittedly, some other guy sitting in his living room sustaining himself on the darkness of the world around him and the blue light coming off his LED screen. But, you know, no shade. I mean, no shade by that statement. Official saying, this ain't no random white guy. This is Cameron with an X. Actually, I believe that I am Sprite Zero with an X. I believe. You got me confused with the other guy. Diamond saying, like, speaking of water. Damn it, too many cooldown. Correct. There's a cooldown. I like being reminded that I can drink water, but you don't need to spam me. Man. Well, Wolfie out there saying, I get to see peeps misspelling along with myself. I don't feel bad for misspelling. Actually, if you're in chat and you are misspelling a command, please let me know what command you are misspelling. You can use, and again, this has another level of complexity on top of it. I have a suggestion command in chat, !suggest. You can let me know to add aliases for commonly misspelled commands, because as is the good chance to do so, we have an event coming up on Saturday where we are raising money for the Made by Dyslexia Foundation. The Made by Dyslexia charity. My partner is dyslexic. You don't have to be dyslexic to have trouble spelling words. Some people are just shit at spelling, and that's fine. I don't want you to feel like you can't participate in what's happening in the stream just because you have trouble spelling. So, if you feel that you are constantly misspelling a word for one of the commands, let me know via admittedly a different command or in the suggestions channel in our Discord, and I will think about adding it as an alias so that you can still do it even if you misspell it. There are a couple of misspelled aliases that are already in there, which I started adding because we were trying to be a little bit more accessible to folks with dyslexia, like my partner. I actually, welcome back from the ads, by the way. I was talking about adding misspelled aliases of some of the commands on the stream because we have a dyslexia charity stream coming up on Saturday. My partner is dyslexic. She misspells things sometimes. And if you wind up misspelling things, I don't want you to feel like you can't be a part of the action. So if there's something that you are constantly misspelling, let me know. No stupid questions, and just because you can't spell out hydrate or whatever it is, or suggest or infinity, that's fine, dude. That's fine. Speak up. Say something. I ain't judging you for that. I am judging Clementine, however. But that's my job. I'm her coach. Let's see. Chino saying, make a command for you. I will. Wolfie, you were saying that there was the water command that is causing you issues. Let me know what that issue is. I'd love to have it fixed out for you. Clementine, where'd you go? Yeah, Clementine's gone. Nope, you're in the water. Great. Calkin saying, have you had these Sprite tea drinks? It's carbonated all over polymer. Dude, I've been seeing it advertised all over Philadelphia. Have I tried it? I haven't. I haven't been able to find it in stores. Like, typically, if there are, like, exclusive flavors of sodas, I will try to find them and add them to the stock. Like, if you haven't looked on the website recently, I have a bunch of Coca-Cola flavors that I don't think are even in production anymore. You can use those for drink requests. That's why they're there. Welcome back, Cole, by the way. Chino saying, I'm dyslexic, I have trouble with reading and spelling. Dude, that's fine. That's fine. Your brain is just designed just a little bit differently. Who dat? Jofflin out there on the Twitch side saying, hello, y'all. Just checking in on everybody today. I hope the day has been good. Remember that even if it feels like you haven't done your best today, that's no reason to beat yourself up over it. Our best changes from day to day. Please never weigh your best today compared to any other day. You are here, and you should be damn proud of it. Yo, fucking cheers to that, Jofflin. Positive vibes in my chat. I love it. Any case. Owlboy out there saying, kind of like how Amazon directs to Amazon. There you go. And, you know, if you think about it, it's a pretty smart business decision to add common misspellings to your website and proper misdirects and whatnot. And actually, that's a pretty good idea. I'm gonna write that down. That's a good idea. Website redirects for misspellings, i.e. infinity. Yeah, what I'm thinking about is, I know, infinity, I've caught some folks misspelling infinity. Again, this is not, I caught you red-handed, be ashamed. No, I've seen, like, folks have trouble spelling infinity because there's just a lot of I's in there. So I added an alias for one of the misspellings of infinity because that's, like, one of the core redemptions of this channel. And I was thinking, hey, you know, I could add a redirect on the website, too. Make it a little easier. Wolfie saying, don't think my hydration redeem came through. I'll drink it for free. All you gotta do is remind me. Chino out there saying, peace out, y'all. Gotta go sleep. Thanks for popping in so much, Chino. I am happy to answer any questions you got. And if anything, I'm thankful for you asking them to remind us of some of the simpler things. The things that we take for granted. Let's see. Oh, another hydration. God, everybody wants me to say so wet today. I appreciate that. Until my next stream. Until then, Chino. Owl saying, it's also to prevent typo sniping, a form of social engineering attack in which people buy domains similar. Yeah, it's defensive. That's a good point. If you think about it, if you don't add the misspelling, somebody else will. That's a solid point there. As a guy who's got like a mild passion for cybersecurity, that's fact. That is fact. Owlboy saying too, have I mentioned I went to school for 4 years for cybersecurity? Owl, did you really? Dude, that's awesome. So I got my degrees in electrical and computer engineering, and it was towards the latter half of my 5 years in college that I really start learning what cybersecurity was. And if I had a different life, I probably would have gone into cybersecurity. I think I would have ended up with cocktail mixology anyways in performance, but I love cybersecurity. Like, it is incredibly fascinating to me. As a person who is well-skilled at reverse engineering and hacking, the logical other side of that is cybersecurity. And, like, pen testing and stuff like that. Got a lot of respect for it. I'm very curious. Let's see. I'm seeing Jocelyn out there saying, can I ask the difference between a dry and wet martini? I've had both, but they're both kind of wet to me. Fair. So, a dry martini is a martini that has more gin or vodka in it, more base spirit in it, compared to one that doesn't. Oddly enough, the name is a little bit confusing, because typically, your martinis are going to be made with gin or vodka and dry vermouth. So you would think, well, if my martini is dry, then surely I have more dry vermouth, right? Nope. Nope. Instead, dry refers to having more vodka or gin in reference to the fact that back when martinis were, I guess, first invented, which came about when gin was made and vermouth was coming to the market, when you asked for something that was more dry, you weren't asking for something more dry vermouth, you were asking for more London dry gin. A wet martini is just kind of the colloquialism for the other side of dry. If you don't have it dry, wet means more vermouth, which can be dry vermouth if you're doing a typical martini style. It can be sweet vermouth if you're doing more of a perfect martini style. But suffice to say, a dry martini is heavier on the booze, heavier on the base spirit. And a wet martini is heavier on the other spirit, typically a vermouth. No stupid questions. Love that. Love that. Now, don't get me wrong. Do some people order a dry martini woefully expecting more dry vermouth? Yeah, of course they do. But typically that's not what it means. But it depends on the bar. Cole saying I picked up a new game series recently. Oh, which one, Cole? Have you been streaming it? I admit, I haven't popped in recently. I've been doing this charity events planning thing. Owlboy saying that you did do, you didn't actually finish your cybersecurity degree, but 2 years vocational training and 2 years towards a degree? Dude, that's epic. I love technology, and cybersecurity is a part of that. Not Needed saying, how would you describe Harvest Moon if you've tried it? I haven't played Harvest Moon since I was like a kid. I can't accurately describe Harvest Moon aside from it is a farming sim RPG. Farming sim RPG. That's how I would describe it. But other than that, I don't have many details. I haven't played Harvest Moon since I was a kid. I've been meaning to play it again at some point. Haven't gotten around to it yet. If you want to see me play Harvest Moon, you can use that suggestion command. I take suggestions. Let's see. I also see Owlboy saying not a fan of martinis, although I've only had a vodka martini. If you haven't tried it with gin, give it a try with gin. If you haven't tried it with whiskey, try a whiskey martini. Kit Kat saying, I enjoy security conferences. You meet all sorts of cool people just from all the walks and just like from chat. Absolutely. You meet a lot of cool people at conferences. I look back fondly on the really cool people that I met at CES when I had the opportunity to go 1 year. Haven't been back since then. After that, and after the one that came after the fact, I didn't go to conferences very much because I wasn't compensated appropriately for it. But conventions and stuff? I go to that stuff. I go to that. Jocelyn saying that makes a lot more sense. Thank you for clarifying. It's been bugging me for like 15 years. Felt dumb asking. Again, please don't feel dumb asking any question in this stream. If I don't know the answer, I'll learn it with you. Because if I haven't made it obvious, chat, some people believe that if you drink alcohol, you are stupid and a dumb fuck. And I'm at least half of that twice a week. Will we try our best? Let's see. Wolfie saying, Cam, haven't had any bumps. I got good luck this evening. We'd love to see it. Shelly saying, I went for comp sci for about 3 years before dropping out in 2023. That's fair, that's fair. A lot of respect to the technological computer sciences. Let's see. Cole saying, Mafia game series. It's been surprisingly kind of fun, so I plan on streaming that for a while. Oh, dude, go for it. I'll try to pop in when I can. I'm one of Cole's moderators, by the way, y'all. Don't mess with Cole Menez. I'll kick you. With skill, deft, and attention. Owlboy out there saying, a Manhattan is a kind of whiskey martini, just with sweet vermouth instead of dry or tomorrow. Fact. It's fun, actually. In the book, The Cocktail Codex, which I would absolutely recommend, they say that there are only 6 main base cocktails. And one of the main base cocktails is a martini. It prominently features a base spirit, a typically wine or fortified wine-based adjustment, and a little something on top of it. Oh! Alexa, that is done.
Okay, I'll stop reminding you.
The hibiscus is done! But I got some cool questions out here, so we'll wait for a hot second. I also kind of gotta use the bathroom at some point, so I'm gonna do that before we get to the chat request. Silent, I assume you're still out there. Yeah, I believe you are. I believe you are. We're going with Silent's recipe. But yeah, they would say, according to the Cocktail Codex, the Manhattan is merely a part of the martini family because it features prominently a base spirit, a wine modifier, and bitters of sorts. Let's see. Owlboy saying, did you see my kimchi on the Discord? I did, dude. It looked delightful. I have yet to have really good kimchi, let alone kimchi at all. And I don't yet appreciate it. But as I've been getting a little bit deeper into the world of lacto fermentation, I might make my own kimchi one of these days. I might bother you all for a recipe. Oops, sorry. Didn't mean to whack the microphone. Jocelyn asking, what's the most shock your taste buds mixed drink you have ever had? Shock my taste buds? I can't quite recall it. Let me think about that. I can't quite recall off the top of my head. I have had a number of mixes on this stream that have struck me as, wow, didn't expect that to happen. Most recently, I'll give you the most recent one. I think it was on Wednesday or Monday of last week. Cole gave us a recipe for the Greg with an X, and I don't quite remember what the recipe was. Excuse me. But it was a combination of flavors that on paper looked like it was going to be one thing, and when I tasted it, was like something completely different. And it was really, really unique. So I'll say that's the most recent one I've had. Overall, I don't really know if I can answer that question very succinctly. But you know. Let's see. Jocelyn saying too, I used to love technology, but when I decided my life career was going to be technology retail, things got a little bit different. That's fair. That's fair. Cole saying, apparently we had a spam user on Sunday, so we gave him the old cave in, losing them. Yeah, dude. If you're in your own... Dude, it's your stream. Kick him. Get him out of here. Time him out. Generally speaking, I would think of it this way. If you're a streamer and somebody pops in chat and makes you uncomfortable, they don't need a second chance. Get him out of here. Vibe check. Owlboy saying, wild fermentations are magic. Surprisingly good drink was Fireball and apple juice with an orange slice. Oh my god, I gasped. Cole! You're gonna love this. You told me about the fermentation. You told me about the wild yeast. You reminded me, you DM'd me, you reminded me about the wild yeast, and I got it. The experiments are underway. Remind me after I'm done feeding Clementine, I will show to you all this wild yeast project that I just started on. Not counting the ginger bug, not counting Clementine, the orange peel bug, the actual IRL version of the Chao. I mean, like, I picked berries off a tree that had wild yeast growing on it, and we're gonna see what we can get with it. Man. Owlboy saying, too, surprisingly good drink was Fireball and apple juice with an orange slice. Yeah, it sounds great. Spice from the Fireball, cinnamon flavor, cinnamon apple, good combination. Orange slice on top of that, nice garnish. Slight aromatic component. Drian out there saying, what video game is your favorite? This one, actually. This is one of my favorite video games of all time. I also really enjoy Cookie Clicker. It's an idle game. And I also enjoy Dwarf Fortress, a simulation game. Also, by the way, Drian, I realized I didn't have a chance to acknowledge your message earlier about you actually making pots from clay. You use clay as a part of your art, dude. That's really incredible, dude. Is this like a career thing of yours? Is it a hobby of yours? Do you make like clear vases? Do you use, do you make pots? Do you make cups and otherwise? If there's anything that I really, really appreciate, it's fellow artisans in chat, and you struck me as the type of person who is, at the very least, an artisan of the clay variety. And I'd love to learn more. Alright, I got a couple more things to go here. And I think we'll take a small break for a cocktail request. I also really have to... I gotta use the bathroom, chat, so I'm gonna run some ads. And I'll also make sure that I have all the ingredients for this. I'm doing, like, guys, I got the little pee-pee dance going on here. I am not afraid to admit that I do a pee-pee dance. I'm a man, damn it. Honesty. The best policy. Actually, I don't really care about that raccoon. All right. Let me just double, triple check. Silent Symphony, I saw you saying that you were just hanging out. I'm pretty sure you're there. So I'm going to act under the impression that you are. Let's do a cocktail, right? Let's see. Drian saying I make cups. Excellent, dude. That sounds wonderful. All right. I take cocktail requests on the show. If anybody ever wants to do a cocktail request, I will put the message in chat now for the command that you can use. So, typically after the Infinity Bottle segment, I'll take some requests from chat and try to mix up things that otherwise I might be surprised about or otherwise. So, I've got two requests so far, one from Pop and one from Silent. Pop has made a request before. I see you hanging in chat with that 99 bananas. Pop has made a request before, so the priority goes to Silent Symphony, who I don't believe has made a cocktail request yet on the stream, and it utilizes this Hibiscus-Infused Tequila, which just finished. So let me put that up on my screen here, as we proceed over for a cocktail request. Hopefully that worked out. Okie dokie. Wow, look at that! I added some parsing. Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, Silent, I don't know if you realize this, but you specified your ingredients perfectly. Look at that. Chat, do you see the recipe on the screen? I updated my parsing logic. Now, if you type out recipes in a way that is legible, cleanable, and parsable... Oh, it's over here. Excuse me, it's over here. And for the vertical chat, it's down here. It automatically added the spaces. I was working on that a few hours ago. I'm so excited, dude. All right. Here's an ad break. Actually, before I do that, let me just make sure that everything looks okay and that everything is more or less widely formatted. Sorry, didn't mean to do that. I gotta click this other button first. Recipe scene, we're looking at this recipe. It's a little big. We've got the Hibiscus-Infused Tequila. We've got the Sloe Gin. We've got the vanilla syrup, Cassis, Lychee Juice, lemon juice, rose water, beet juice, egg white, dry shake, add ice and other stuff. Flowers on your grove, that's what it's called. Requested by Silent Symphony. I think I need only about 3 lines, so I'm gonna keep it right there, and I'll double check that when we get back, because I gotta do stuff. Death saying looking good on YouTube, just over halfway to 2,500 deaths. Damn right, Deaths, dude. Death, 2,500. I don't think we'll reach it for the stream, but we might in the future, you know? Let's see. Ozzy saying out there, nice. Owlboy saying soon I'm gonna have some delicious spiced kumquat. I fucking love kumquats. Watch ads. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I don't think I need any ingredients from downstairs, so great. Excellence. I love ads. Thanks for supporting the Bar of the X. Mwah. That's for the people watching ads right now. Not YouTube. You guys get a pass for now. Anybody want a spring roll? Wolfie's saying, got snack suggestions? Spring rolls. Get a spring roll from your local Chinese restaurant. I like Pops. Red onion soaked in salt. Sounds good. You ever had cinnamon toast? Like cinnamon toast crunch? Fuck yeah, I have. Apparently they're coming out with a bacon flavor. Somebody mentioned that in the Discord the other day. What do I need for this? Hibiscus, sloe gin, and then I'll do a little bit of linting on the recipe. Vanilla syrup is in my closet. Cassis is down here. Where's my crème de cassis? There is my crème de cassis. Did I set us the food and drink, by the way? Are we in the right category for this? Yep. Yes, we are. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. My bladder is empty, and I'm having a snack. Sloe gin and vanilla are in the closet. Lychee juice I have back here. Lemon juice I have back here. Rose water's in the closet. I grabbed the beet juice from earlier. Let me grab the, oh, did I put my lime juice away? I didn't put my lime juice away. Excuse me. Lychee juice is also down here. Still got some of that. Hanging in the back, though. Little, there we go. Hanging right there. Just saying. Simply, I don't have lychee juice specifically. I have lychee syrup. Could work. Could work. Let me know if I need to make any adjustments to the recipe. Rose water. I just need rose water, sloe gin, and vanilla syrup. That's what I need. Officials saying I pronounce cassis like a real Spanish-speaking guy. Cassis. Casis. Crème de cassis. I don't know how you want me to say it. I don't know what the correct way of saying it. I learned how to say things correctly based off of your guys' feedback. Okay. Vanilla syrup. In rose water. We have rose water. And then I needed... Oh, what was the other thing? Oh, I forgot what it was. I walked away from the stream. I forgot. Sloe gin. I'm using the good stuff, not the shitty stuff. Where are you? There you are. All right, we'll save the rest of that for... Oh, I dropped my spring roll. Oh, man. It's okay. I'm still going to eat it later. I'm back. Should be fine, says Silent. Excellent, excellent. Okay. I have hibiscus and sloe and vanilla. I'm using Torani because I don't have any other vanilla syrup prepared. Cassis, kuzusi, the kuzusi, lychee, lemon, rosewater, beet juice. I got the beet juice over here. There we go. Dry shake for 10-15 seconds. Add ice and shake it. Great. Let me do a little bit of linting here just to make sure that everything looks good. There we go. Wolfie being like, more in the spring roll. It's okay, I'm still gonna eat it, but I'm just gonna eat it later. Okie dokie. Let me just do a little bit of... This is called Flowers on Your Grave. What an epic name, dude. I freaking love it. All right. The hibiscus-infused tequila we're using is Hervás. That is the name of the tequila that we're using. It is a Blanco. Hervás Blanco. And I think Hervás has a accent or something. I think it's to the right-hand side. I hope. Probably. If I'm wrong, I'll fix it later. Sloe Gin. I actually just got this bottle of Sloe Gin from Lil Abe's family. I've had this bottle of Sloe Gin from Jacquin's for a while, and I freaking hate it. So I wanted to try it against this one here, because I think this is probably going to be a little bit better. This is Mr. Boston brand Sloe Gin. For our vanilla syrup, we are going to add... we're gonna do, hello there. Trying to do my, stop that. Hello computer, what are you doing? There we go. I hope my computer didn't freeze for a second there, by the way. Vanilla syrup, we're doing Torani. We got the Crème de Cassis. Crème de Cassis. By the way, chat, in case I am ignoring you, it's because I'm doing business, and I apologize. We'll kind of get to that after the fact. I don't mean to ignore you. Sometimes. Jacquin's. Yeah, that's the brand that I don't like using, Jacquin's, but I have their Crème de Cassis, so there we go. Leo asking, what are you making right now? It's on the screen. I'm currently updating it. It's called Flowers on Your Grave, a recipe provided by Silent Symphony. Silent, remind me, did you say that this came from a particular bar or otherwise? If so, would you mind letting me know at the very least? Don't be too specific. I don't want you to dox yourself. But where we got this from, because I like to give credit where credit is due. Let's see. I was also seeing Silent saying I would guess the syrup is probably more concentrated, so might need less of the lychee juice. If anything, it's a little bit more because it's syrup. It's going to be a little bit sweeter. I would say if this recipe called for simple syrup, you could just forget about the simple syrup, but you've got vanilla syrup in there, and that vanilla flavor is not really going to be represented anywhere else. So I think we'll just keep it with what we've got. I could, admittedly, smush these lychees and try to get more of the juice out of them, but I think it'll be kind of a diminishing return situation. I don't think we'll get as much for what we're going, because when you get juice, it's mostly water anyway, and what we want is lychee flavor, and this lychee syrup here, oh, is really good. Oh, no. Oh, no. I just looked at my lychees. My lychees have molded. Oh, no way. Oh, that stinks. I just checked my lychees. Oh, man. Wow, I can't use that. Really can't use that. How can we improvise? How can we improvise? Do I have anything else that is lychee flavored? Hold up a second. Hold up. So, I unfortunately don't have anything that is safe for human consumption that is lychee flavored, except for this can of lychee sparkling water that Anna was drinking and didn't finish. Now, we could use a lychee liqueur too, but if I'm being honest, I don't think I have a lychee liqueur. I'll double check my stock just to see what I got, but I don't think I have anything aside from those lychees that are flavored like lychee. Oh, and apparently, wait, what is, my stock says I don't have any lychee flavored stuff. Really? Am I misspelling lychee? I'm gonna use this lychee soda. If we're supposed to be swapping out for lychee juice, if I concentrate this, then we should be good. Just says canned lychee. Yeah, unfortunately, so that stuff that I had was canned lychee. Man, that really sucks. Oh, I'm so sorry about that, Silent. We're gonna make a small adjustment, because I really, really want to try this. It's such a unique combination of flavors. I got an idea. I'm gonna take what's left of this lychee soda and rapidly reduce it as best as I can by concentrating it using heat. It's gonna change the flavor of it ever so slightly, but we might be able to get it to work. I just need an induction burner. This might not work. If it doesn't work, that's okay. If it doesn't work, that is okay. I need to get a pot from downstairs. Be back yet again. I realize we have no music. Let me put that back on for a hot second. I'm gonna go get a pot. The question that we are going to answer is, can you reduce lychee sparkling water to make a lychee juice or lychee syrup? I don't know. But by goodness, this is a fucking mixology stream, so we're gonna find out. Today on CameroxnWithAnX, can we lychee? Should we lychee? I don't know. Let me turn this way so I can actually see what it says on the thing. I have no idea if this is going to work. But we'll give it a try, because I didn't think that... So typically, heavy syrups are high enough in sugar such that it won't go bad, but I realize, especially... Here's the tip. Here's the learning moment here. When you have anything in syrup, make sure that that thing, whether it's fruit or herbs, is not above the syrup line. Because I took syrup out of that container, and I didn't make sure that the solids, the lychee, were underneath the fluid line. If it's underneath the fluid line, typically mold doesn't have a place to catch on to, but it was above, and that's where I went wrong. So let's try it. Let's see if we can concentrate it. I'll pour it all in here. And I'm just gonna turn it up to max. And see what happens. I don't know. All right, let's see. Silent saying, in the meantime, I'll link the rest of this recipe. Silent saying comes from Shelter Cocktail Bar in Calgary. Shelter Cocktail Bar. Excellent. Oh, I need a place for my, this is gonna be a little bit difficult to, oh, it's bubbling already. Bubbling already. So this goes from, this was from credits, is Shelter Cocktail Bar, Calgary. AB. Oh, I just realized. Oh, my apologies, Silent. I just realized you provided the credits in the description. I just didn't catch it. My apologies. My sincerest apologies. Title is that. Okie dokie. We've got our Hibiscus-Infused Tequila. We're using Hervás. Sloe Gin, Mr. Boston. Vanilla syrup. We're using Torani's. Crème de Cassis. We're using Jacquin's. Lychee juice or muddled fresh lychee. All of that is bad. So, we're going to use a lychee... We're going to call this lychee syrup. And we're to say that this is, Sanzo. And if anybody asks how we did it, we'll be honest with them. Lemon juice. 2 to 3 drops of rose water. We like that. I'm gonna use, what is the brand on this guy that I got? Wadi. Wadi, it appears. Let's see. I see chat talking about, Warlock experiments. What's y'all favorite flavor of Pop-Tarts? Blueberry. Pop saying mix some sugar into the reducing process to help bring out the flavor. I'm gonna wait to add sugar until after, because if I add too much sugar now, it'll caramelize. And I don't want it to caramelize. Not yet, at least. Not yet. You can see it's starting to smoke. It's reducing all right. It might be reducing a little bit too fast, but we're trying our best. Wolfie saying, give me those fudge Pop-Tarts. Oh, dude, another very, very good answer. Wadi. Wadi is the name of the... Yepers. That's our rose water. Fresh beet juice. And that's coming from... This is Lakewood. I don't have fresh beet juice, but... Lakewood Organic. That is the brand. And then we also need an egg white. That is the only thing we're missing. And luckily, I have at least some of that. So I'll use the rest of my egg white because that was fresh from earlier. Bloody Axe popping and saying, new here, what's going on? What's this? We're mixing a cocktail and we're improvising. The method is dry shake, then shake for another 10 to 15 seconds, I assume with ice. So method is shake and strain. Shake and strain. But we dry shake. Oh, dry shake. Dry shake. Wet shake. Then strain into a tall glass over ice. Strain over ice. There we go. I think we've got all of our everything up here. How is that looking? Need a little bit of space. So it's a little bit off the screen, but that text is a little bit small. So if anybody wants the full recipe is available using !sips now. Just double checking my ratios. 2 to 3 drops and otherwise, yeah, we'll make this work. And a single egg white. Dry shake, wet shake, strain over ice, poured into a tall glass over ice. Great. I think we're good. I have no idea if this is gonna work, so we're gonna give it our best shot, you know? Cole saying favorite Pop-Tart flavor, s'mores. That's a good one. Pop saying you've never had a Pop-Tart. Pop has never had a Pop-Tart. That's fair. That's fair. Okie dokie. I basically have my induction burner on the highest setting, and I'm trying to reduce as much of this as possible. And I'm gonna say that we're at the right reduction point if it tastes lychee forward. Oh, hi there, that's hot. Not too hot, actually. Official being like, hi, I'm too drunk to hang. Spend the rest of my minutes on VR chat. Have a great rest of the stream. Official, thanks for popping in, dude. It's getting there. Honestly, I don't think it tastes very much like lychee anymore, but we'll give it our best shot. All we need is how much of this lychee syrup? Half an ounce? We'll be good. Bloody saying, are these alcoholic beverages? Yes. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. This is a bar, after all. Oh, and I'm spilling things everywhere. Silent saying, at the very least, it's an interesting combination of flavors, even without the lychee. Absolutely. I feel so bad about the fact that I was like, yeah, we got lychee, and then it was molded. That's totally on me. Totally on me. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what that tastes like. I don't think that tastes like lychee. I really don't think it tastes like lychee. But you know what? We're gonna go with it. All we need is a half an ounce, so I'm just gonna reduce this as much as I can to a half an ounce, and I'm gonna try to, specifically... What am I specific? What is this? Chatbot says Twitch. Oh, it wasn't Oh, we finally reached our character limit on Twitch. Oh, okay, that's cool, actually. That's cool. !sips, Twitch, new messages, missing, ! There we go. Evidently, the recipe has too many lines for Twitch's character limit. We finally reached Twitch's character limit with this. Remove 6 characters. Exactly, exactly. The chatbot was not prepared for that. It's prepared for that on YouTube, but not on Twitch. Because Twitch has a really good character, a very long character limit. Yeah, personally, I don't think this tastes very much like lychee. However, what we're gonna do is we're gonna add, I'm gonna reduce this as much as I feel like doing, and then we're gonna add a little bit of sugar to it to try to mimic what I assume the sweetness level of lychee juice is, which I don't seem to be too sweet, but it's definitely sweeter than sparkling water. It's an approximation. As best as we can. Let's see. Buenas noches, says Pop. Absolutely. Not needed saying pomegranate or rambutan can be a pretty good substitute, but you need to shuffle stuff around a little bit. Yeah, rambutan, I believe, is in the same family as lychee, so that, I've tasted rambutans and lychees side by side. I think they're more or less interchangeable. Pomegranate, I don't really agree with that one, but that's just my personal bias. Pomegranate to me is nothing like lychee. Maybe there's some common notes and whatnot, but I think it might depend on the pomegranate, it might depend on the lychee. Lychees are like really, really unique. They are a rather semi-sweet fruit with some very prominent floral notes that you don't typically get in other fruits. I will also say too, what I'm doing right now is trying to boil off as much water as fast as possible. Whatever residual sugars in here are caramelizing. They absolutely are. So this is not very faithful, but it's the best that we got. Pop saying red or purple pomegranate. Is there a purple pomegranate? Alexa, what is purple pomegranate? Alexa, what is purple pomegranate?
From specialtyproduce.com. Red pomegranates are the most recognized and commercially cultivated types.
Doesn't know.
Pomegranates can also be found in pink, white, yellow, and purple hues.
Really? Oh, you can get a white pomegranate too. That's so cool. I didn't know that. Again, is it very lychee forward? I don't think so. Let's throw some sugar in here and see what happens. It's the best approximation I got. The sugar is more or less dissolving instantly. I'll turn the heat down a little bit without my metal spoon inside of it. I want just enough to make this a sweet syrup-ish type consistency. Not as much as a syrup, but as much sweetness as what I would typically find in a juice. I shouldn't be using metal on metal for this, but that's what I got. Actually, I have a whisk. You want a small whisk though? I do. There we go. Try to work some mixological magic as best as we can. As best as we can. Pop Cheesemo saying, purple pomegranate is my favorite flavor of pomegranate. It tastes like sour candies. I didn't even know they came in other colors. That's incredible. Damn. I never had a purple pomegranate either, but I just found out that they come in varieties. They got white ones too. Official out there saying, never noticed, but the Chow Garden music is really high-friendly music. Oh yeah? Drunk-friendly? Excellent. Shelly saying, 8s? That's infinity, rotated 90 degrees. I love it. No problem. Yep, stop it. Let's go. That's sweet enough to be a syrup to me. Cut it, bottle it. Where am I going to put it? Not in the original container, because if I did that, it's got mold in it. Bottle it. This is probably hot. Hopefully it doesn't break. Actually... Not, we're going with it. YOLO. All right. Hush up, you. Oh. Whew. This thing's getting hot. I wonder why. Yeah, hot. Don't it? All right, we have equivalently some sort of lychee type syrup. Lychee type syrup. That's what I'm going with. You have space on my table. I'ma put it on the floor. Okie dokie. I'ma be honest. I am gonna edit this video as if we had lychee juice. I think this passes as lychee juice. This looks like lychee juice, which, by the way, kind of looks like semen. I'm gonna state it outright. I've never seen lychee juice any other color aside from pink, but that's if the lychees are a little bit too ripe. This is, like, underripe lychee juice. This did not come from my body. And it is kind of hot. It's the stream secret. 1 ounce of semen juice. We're a very prideful community around here, by the way. If you think that concept is not totally far out of the gate for me, and I'm not going into that any further. Okay. Anyways, Pop saying, like, thank goodness the glass on the hot element was making me nervous. Induction burners typically won't induce any heat in glass. Typically. I've done a lot of hot stuff with these glasswares before, so I trust these glasses. Silent out there saying, if we had white grape juice, apparently you can mimic lychee with some simple rose water and white grape juice. Interesting. I guess that actually kind of makes sense. That kind of makes sense. Whew, that's hot. I don't think I'd have any white grape juice, unfortunately. But it's a good juice. It's a good juice. Okay, I think I have everything now. Let's jump into it, right? So, now this hibiscus tequila infusion is finished. The infusion is done. Let's mix a cocktail with it. Make sure to strain out your hibiscus and squeeze the remnants into a new container. Grab this, grab a little strainer. Strain this out real quick. Get all the hibiscus out there and give it a little squeeze. Just a little squeeze. I'm using my fingies. That's what I got. Diamond, welcome back. I just remembered a game recently that play releases in like 3 days. Thought it would be next week. Oh, eventually. Pop Cheesemo Sam, but the element will get hot after heating a steel pan on it. No, that's very, very fair. Oddly enough, and like that induction burner has a warning on it that says, the surface is hot. Don't touch. I've touched that thing with my bare hand. I'm not encouraging anybody to do this, right? But I've touched it enough with my bare hand right after taking a hot element off to it. It cools really, really quickly. So I wasn't particularly worried. Naturally, if there's any statement to be made here, know your equipments. Don't do stupid shit unless you know it works with what you've got. And don't think, too, just because it worked before doesn't mean it'll work after the fact. With that being said, that smells delightful. This smells really good, actually. How does that taste on its own? Wow. It's tequila with the slightest sourness. With a really robust, like... How would you describe that? That's nice. That's unique. I find that almost savory in a way. That's cool. That'll make for an interesting drink. Okie doke. So for this one, grab a shaker. Oh, I only have my bad ones. I only have my bad ones remaining, but we'll go for it. Add to your shaker 1.5 ounces of Hibiscus-Infused Blanco Tequila. Oh, that's not the right measurement jigger. This is the one I want to use. Do I have 1.5 ounces? Hell yeah, I do, and a little bit left over. There we go. Cool. Got a little bit left of that. Might use that later. Next we got... where's my Sloe Gin? 1/2 ounce of Sloe Gin. Before I put this into the cocktail, I just recently got this, so I haven't had a chance to taste it yet. So I'll do a taste of this one, too, as compared to the Sloe Gins I've had in the past. Yeah. That makes so much more sense. This is cough syrup. But that's how it's supposed to taste. As opposed to the other Sloe Gin I have, once upon a time... Oh, it's got a nice slight sweetness to it, too. Oh, there's a berry note there that I can't quite describe. That's nice. It's almost creamy in a way. Way back when, before I even started mixing drinks, I had this restaurant that I went to in my hometown that was serving a Sloe Gin fizz. And at that point, I had never had Sloe Gin before. And I tasted it and I was like, wow, that's almost peppercorny-like in a way. Years later, I would get my first bottle of Sloe Gin and I was like, that's like a really sweet red cough syrup. But it didn't have that same bite to it as that original cocktail. I'm willing to bet that restaurant used something more akin to this bottle of Sloe Gin. Sloe and Gin, by the way. This is 30% London Dry Gin, 70% sloe berry liqueur, and the other stuff is just grain spirit with artificial flavorings and colors. So this is the way to go, in my opinion. All right. 1/2 ounce of Sloe Gin. That's liqueur of the blackthorn, by the way. Or the sloe berry. Let's see. Not needed out there saying red. It is slightly more floral. Barely, but it is a little bit more. Yeah, and like the tequila on its own is vegetal. It's bright. It's vegetal. It's bright. Tastes like tequila. With the hibiscus, there's a little bit of an extra dryness from those petals. There's a light very, very light sourness. I don't want to call it tart because it's not really there. I just know it's a light acidic bite. And there was something about it that I think is almost kind of savory in a way. That's cool. I've never tried that combo before. Silent saying Sloe Gin Fizz. That's a good one. It was really good. Never had one like it since then. At least not in my chat. Not recently. Let's see. Next we got vanilla syrup. I don't have any freshly prepared, so I'm using the shelf-stable stuff. I also have only one jigger that measures 1/4 ounce, so I'm gonna use that one. 1/4 ounce of vanilla syrup. We got a lot of really cool flavors happening here, so I want to go as exactly as I can with my ratios. Otherwise, I might throw things off. Next, we got the Crème de Cassis. This, with the hibiscus and the rose water, there are not enough recipes that use Crème de Cassis. Oh, excuse me. Let's see. Wolfie out there saying, I want chocolate-covered pretzels. Alcohol makes me want so many snacks, as it should. Because the more snacks you put in your body, the better your body processes the alcohol, right? Pop saying, I love the flavor of licorice cough syrup. That's why Jägermeister is one of my favorites. I'll just pour it into a coffee cup and drink raw or mix with some milk. Dude, I love Jägermeister. I also really like the flavor of licorice, so similar tastes. I get it. 1/4 ounce of Crème de Cassis. Or Crème de Cassis, or Crème de Cassis. I don't know how you pronounce this thing. What's next? Hey, that lychee syrup. We'll try. Shelly saying Jaeger milk is diabolical. Oh, wait. Yeah, wait a minute. You put the Jägermeister with milk. I didn't read that properly. That sounds incredible. That sounds incredible, dude. I kind of got to try that. Jaeger milk. Somebody come back here again and request Jaeger milk. And I don't know exactly what you're talking about. I would love to try that. Man. Okay. Next, we're going to add that lychee syrup. For the folks in the live stream, you know... Oh, sorry. I would say this is lychee juice. I'm going to say that this is lychee juice. Our little secret. It's not lychee juice, but it sure as hell looks like it. Sure as hell looks like it. We're going to keep that. There we go. Shh. You saw what happened. 1/2 ounce of lychee juice. I really want to taste it again, but it's way too hot. Way too hot. So let me cap that. Let me cap that off and label them too. So I would adequately call this concentrated lychee water syrup. Concentrated because I boiled off most of the water. Syrup because I added extra sugar to it. And then this one over here was the, oh, I don't have a label on this. Hold up. I got extra labels. Silent out there saying, there is a cider that I absolutely adore that is so hard to find here. It's a black currant cider from Washington. It's absolutely incredible. A Cassis cider. Black currant berries, dude. Such a unique flavor. I will say, like, Crème de Cassis is one of those flavors that, in my experience, really stands out in a drink. If it's there, you tend to notice it. And if you don't notice it, I would say that it was used rather well. Or it's not being used enough, and the point of the drink was a little bit different than you anticipated it to be. This is Hibiscus Tequila. I'm gonna call this Hibiscus Tequila. It won't last very long. There's not a lot of it. It won't last very long. Wolfie saying chocolate espresso bites especially. Oh, that sounds good. You're making me hungry for my spring roll. It's sitting right there. I could eat it, but I haven't. Not recently. Okay. Tequila, Sloe Gin, vanilla, Crème de Cassis, lychee juice, lemon juice. We need lemon juice on top of this. 3/4 ounce of lemon juice. What else do we need? There we go. Rose water, the beet juice, and the egg white. The egg white comes last. We love to see that. We love to see that. I don't have a full egg white. I'm just using what I've got. I really don't feel like cracking open another egg. I'm really bad at keeping track of my eggs. I hope that's all right. Then we got the rose water. 2 to 3 drops of rose water. How will I do that? I will use my drops with a dropper. I'll use one of my heavy droppers for this. There we go. This dropper really sucks. I don't use it very often. But that was 2 to 3 drops. Smells so botanical. It's aromatic. It smells like rosewater. It's exactly what it is. Next we got the beet juice. I have to shake this well. Shake it like a bartender would. I hated that. I guess this hasn't been opened yet. That's incredible. All right. Whew. I will absolutely be rebottling this. Half an ounce of beet juice. By the way, chat, have I ever told you how much I freaking love beets? Man, that shit's good. I love that, dude. I love that so much. Pop saying, like, speaking of currants, have you ever had a red or white? I have had red currants before. I took a trip to Europe when I was younger, and one of the towns that we stayed in was selling red currants on the street. So I would pick up I picked up a bushel of them, or a carton of them, and I would eat them as we walked along our journey. It was very cool. I've never had a white currant before. I didn't realize that they had white currants. Let's see. Griffin Adams saying, something nice hiss. I was gonna say, the hissing that you would have is similar to the hissing that we had when we put the sparkling water onto the pan and heated it up. I'd say it was rather similar. Welcome in, Griffin. Undefeated Joe popping back in saying, like, I love beets too. Beets and beets. Beets and beets. But also the red stuff. Silent saying beets are fantastic. I love beet greens. Cook them down. Beets were always my favorite part at the salad bar. Also the tiny little mini corns, and we get those now. We specifically get cans of baby corn from one of the discount grocery runs that we wind up doing. Every single time we get a can of heart of palm, which goes great in salads, and baby corn, and I just eat entire containers of baby corn because I'm a freak, and I'm not afraid to admit it. Now I need an egg white. Luckily, I've got one of those right here. Finally, let's add an egg white. I had a little bit left from earlier. We love sustainability. Using the stuff that we have. All right, that is all of my liquid ingredients. I better start shaking this soon, otherwise things are gonna get funky. Because we've got lemon in there, as well as the other stuff. Just washing out my equipment real quick. I can also do that after the fact, but I haven't. Dry shake this first, then add ice and shake it again. I don't like this shaker. Help me. Oh, it's working. I can feel it in there. Man. Let's see. Pop saying that white currants are my favorite berries from childhood. Ooh, don't break the seal, Cam. Don't break the seal. Oh, man. They're more rare, but the flavor is phenomenal. They're a bit more sour. That's so intriguing. I never knew about that. Oh, I can smell the tequila, dude. All right. Now let's throw some ice in here. I see Griffin saying, seen the shorts, figured I'd watch a stream. Love the energy so far, Deuterino. Also glad you got your name right. Oh, absolutely, Griffin. If I ever pronounce anybody's name wrong, please correct me. Oh, dude. Oh, man, the foam on this is going to be magnificent. I've got to show you guys what it looks like inside of this glass right now. Look at this. Look at the foam on this, dude. Wow. Never mind, welcome back. That is such an intriguing smell, too. Very intriguing. Okie doke. Now I'll throw ice in here. I got a bit of that. Quite a bit of that. Pop it over here. A bit of this. There we go. Oh, this is gonna be cool. And then we strain this over ice in a tall glass. I remember that. Was there a garnish on this guy? I don't think there was. Excellent. Shake it again. All right. Strain this into a tall glass over ice. And I think that's all we got, right? I think that's all we got. Let me just double check. Not forgetting a garnish or anything. That's it. There we go. Strain this into a tall glass over ice. What color is it gonna be, chat? Go ahead, guess. I got a strange feeling I know already. Bring the cocktail angle over for this one. Oh boy. Pop out there saying that there's a local hotel around here that also bottles and sells their own berry wines. They make wines out of black, red, and white currants as well as blackberries. Oh, that sounds so good. That sounds delightful. I also need a little bit more ice. Let me grab some of that. Don't need this shit. Ice. Yo, Bryce, welcome in, everybody. Welcome to the bar with an X. Want a cocktail? I've got one prepared. We've got an egg white in here. I'm gonna opt to double strain this. Oh, do I really have no extra strainer? Really? Where'd all my strainers go? I use this one for the tequila. I'm gonna reuse it. Here we go. Oh, man, dude. Look at the foam! My gosh. Let's see. Cow King out there saying about their homegrown jar of beets. Hasn't been opened since 2016. I bet that's gonna be pretty tasty. Man, what's going on, Bryson crew? Hornet saying, MK says rock hard. Rock hard? Absolutely, just like ice is. Dude, this is a thick foam. I didn't even use that much egg whites. That's great. Wolfie21 on the Twitch side saying, stay rock hard out there, everybody. Bryce, 2025, as everything should be. A lot of that foam isn't coming out there, chat. We're taking with what we got. There we go. Oh. Gosh, if I had any more lychee, I would garnish it like that. Don't forget a straw. Dude, the color on this is magnificent, dude. Magnificent. Gosh, how does this smell, actually? Dude. Something about the way the tequila's coming off of this is almost corn-like in a way. This is cool. Wolfie on the Twitch side saying, is there a Wolfie in the YouTube chat? Yes, there is. Yes, there is. We got multiple Wolfies out there, y'all. Silent saying, now you see why this was so interesting when I tried it. Oh, let me see what I think of this. I'm looking forward to this one, dude. Wow, that's so wow. That's intriguing. I'm not the biggest fan of tart sour drinks, but this needs to be this level of tart for the whole thing to work. I'm trying to think of something that tastes similar to this, because it feels like I've had this flavor before, but I have no idea where. I'm tasting the vegetal notes from the tequila, the accented hibiscus notes from the addition of the other sour ingredients. There's a certain savoriness from, I think, the hibiscus and the beet juice that just exists so pervasively throughout the whole palate. This is delicious. This is awesome. Wow. Like, it reminds me a little bit it's a little bit corn-like in a way, like a sweet corn. But if you took that sweet corn and you made it a bit more fruity, you made it a bit more tequila forward, oh God, what else did you do with this thing? I think those Crème de Cassis notes are really prominent here, but it works so well with everything else in there. Like, tequila and cassis. Never had that combo before. Excellent. There is a slight flavor that I feel like I can actually get from the lychee in there. Although, admittedly, I think it kind of melds with the cassis a little bit. That black currant flavor. There's a bottle of spirit that I've always wanted to get here at the Bar with an X called Nixta, Nixta, corn elote liqueur. I would think that I've not tasted it before, but if you served this to me and told me, guess what's in it, I would have guessed that that was in this. Of what I understand it might taste like, which is a little bit corn forward, but it's a corn liqueur essentially. This is awesome. Wow, dude. And the texture is just great. Like, it's dry enough for me to really appreciate the sourness, but it's got a texture that's a little bit... Nah, it's kind of dry. I'll leave it at that. I like that. Wow, this is wild. What did I miss in chat? Sorry, I was having a little bit of a drinkgasm here. Welcome into everybody, by the way, from the MK Bryce chat. This is the Bar with an X. We make drinks like I'm doing right now, and you get to watch me drink them. If that sounds great to you, good, we're in agreement. Let's see. I'm seeing Wolfie out there saying, no, Wolfie on YouTube saying, call me Winter as we get another Wolfie in chat. You got it, Winter, I got you. Silent being like, right, I genuinely hadn't had anything quite like this. Yeah, dude, this is... I've yet to have something with this level of... Or rather, let me put it this way. I have yet to have something with this particular combination of flavors, and I feel like it's just complex enough for me to get all the way to the bottom of the glass. I really appreciate you sharing this with me, Silent. This is awesome. And the color is just... Oh my gosh. That was great. I'll be dissecting this one for a little bit more as we continue the game. I love it, dude. As a fellow bartender of sorts, cheers to you. Cheers to us. Thank you for sharing this with me. This is so cool. Mix it up a little bit. Get a little bit of extra foam in there. Man. Oh, it was so cool. And I want to apologize again for the mix-up with the lychee. One of the things that I can learn from this is when you're doing ferments, when you are doing syrups or anything that has stuff inside of it, they tell you, do not let your solids rise to the surface, because the surface and the air that's above the surface is where the mold grows. So that was my mistake. And that's basically like that. If I'm speaking openly, that is like a good 7/8 of a can of lychee just completely gone to waste. But it's a learning experience. If we can learn from it, then all things are good. Anyways, let's see. Excuse me. I'm gonna clean out my measuring jiggers here. Pop out there saying, I ought to find a fancy finished drink for you to mix. So far, I've only given you the layman's drinks that anyone can mix. Dude, if you've got it, if I've got the ingredients, I would love to give it a try. Never mind saying, that's a relief to hear. Oh, talking to Winter, medical stuff is always very nerve-wracking. I hope everybody's doing well out there. I see Philadelphia Bendy saying, hey, it's me, Pepsi Man. I decided to become part of the Bendies. Well, there we go. And a fellow Philadelphia, nonetheless, that's where my bar's located. Check that out. Well, Philly, Dilly, Bendy. Thanks, everybody, for joining me. I'm gonna clean out some of my measuring jiggers. It's what time right now? It is about 1 o'clock in the morning. We might have time for another drink request. I got a strange feeling I'm gonna go through this one rather quickly. This is a drink where, like, there are some drinks that are really worth unpacking. This is one of them. This is so many different ingredients put together. If anything, looking at the recipe, and again, right, there are I think there are two logical extremes for cocktails. On the one hand, you taste everything. On the other hand, you don't taste anything in particular. This is a wonderful middle ground, right? I don't taste the vanilla syrup. I really don't taste much of the lychee. I definitely taste the beet juice. Oh, I don't taste the rose water either. That's not necessarily an issue, because in some drinks, what you're trying to do is utilize some ingredients to accent the flavors of the other ingredients. I would think that the rose water is here prominently to access the cassis and the lychee. I would think the beet juice is here. I would think to accent the hibiscus tequila, but it kind of stands out on its own. And then the vanilla, I think, also does a job of supporting the tequila and maybe even the Sloe Gin in a way, and probably the Crème de Cassis and a couple other things as well. Oddly enough, when we were talking earlier about what tequila to use here, a Reposado tequila and even Cristalino Reposados or Añejo tequilas tend to pick up sometimes those vanilla notes from the aging process. There are also tequilas out there that are considered mixto tequilas or non-additive free tequilas that add vanilla flavor to it to make it taste a little bit more aged than it otherwise might have already been. So some aged tequilas you get flavors of vanilla. And you could say that there is a remnant of those vanilla flavors in tequilas that are not aged or not aged as long. So I wonder if the vanilla is there as a means to accent either the reposado tequila that they might use at the bar, maybe as it's on rotation, or if it's supposed to add an almost aged like note to the tequila or the tequila base, despite it not being aged at all. So this is one of those drinks that I would, if I had the opportunity to ask the bartender, ask the mixologist who made this questions, I would love to know the mentality about behind which ingredient was added for what reason. Because together, I think it works great. Man, let's see. I see Moo out there on YouTube asking, your favorite drink of the week that you've made so far? This is number 3, and this is my favorite. This is my favorite so far. Solid question. Well, Winter saying, drinking for good health is also ironic because it's bad for what you have. Hey, you know what? There's pros and cons to alcohol. Makes me a little less anxious, speaking personally. Philadelphia Bendy saying, I was actually born in Philadelphia, but I moved to Missouri. Hey, that's fair, that's fair. Some people move around. I was born in New Jersey, and I moved to Philadelphia because I came here for schooling, and I've been here ever since. Shelly of the Mud saying, I assumed you're West Coast. I don't know how you have this much energy at 1 a.m. without consuming as much caffeine as I have. I feast upon vibes. When I was in high school, I would have way too much energy for the school day, and people used to say that Cameron would breathe the air around him and convert it to pure dopamine. I have always been a rather intense energy kind of person, for one reason or another. Silent, I want to send another huge thanks in your direction. I don't know how you managed to get the recipe behind one of the drinks served at one of the bars that you're familiar with, but I am stoked that you shared it with me, and even more stoked that this is a combination of flavors that I can look back on and be like, you know, never thought this would go well together. I like it. This is cool. In any case, if anybody wants the recipe for this cocktail right here, it is really, really good. You can type !sips in chat. I will also send a message to our Discord server with the details for the cocktail recipe. I've made a habit of trying to put all of the drinks there now, so if you ever miss a cocktail request on the stream, you should be able to find it in the Discord server, which I'll throw a link in chat as well, just in case you're missing any of that. This is only the most recent cocktail requests. If you ever want to know any of the other drink requests that have been on the streams before, I published edits of the shorts on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube, and they will also now be added in the description of the YouTube videos as well, just in case you want to keep up with it. At this point, I want to remind everybody as well, with another link in chat, that we have a charity event coming up on Saturday. If you are familiar with the content at all and recognize the infinity bottle that back there is another infinity bottle, a smaller infinity bottle, that we'll be filling up on Saturday's charity event for every donation made by Dyslexia. This bottle holds about 400 milliliters of liquid, and 400 milliliters of liquid represents our goal of 1,000 pounds, because Made by Dyslexia is an English organization. I hope you'll join me then for it, and tell us the weird stuff to put in this bottle, because I was saving the chaos for this, and I think the gimmick's gonna work pretty well. Let me eat the cherries from my earlier cocktail. The infinity drink is going away. Will this be the drink that I finish this evening? I don't know. I don't always finish my drinks. I don't have to. Let me clean up my bar a little bit too. It's getting a little wet. I got separate things for that. Let me get that over here. Let's see. I'm seeing Nevermind out there saying, I'm trying to visualize the flavor profile of this drink, and it's kind of confusing my brain. It's interesting. Like, I would say that there is a note in here, like, all things considered, like, if I'm being honest, there is a note in here that kind of reminds me of corn. But I think it's the flavor of beets playing tricks on me, because when I would go to the salad bar when I was younger, I would have beets and corn and cottage cheese and stuff like that. So it's possible that my brain is making dots where dots otherwise don't exist, or that's just the way my palate works, and the flavor notes are totally there. Let's see. Pop Cheesemo saying, Cam, I've got a dumb question. No dumb questions, only dumb answers. But would vanilla extract that is 32% ABV be eligible for the infinity bottle or the chastity bottle, the charity bottle? So then anything that I have is available for the chastity bottle, the infinity bottle. It doesn't have to be too high in alcohol content. Now, your question of, is vanilla extract available for the infinity bottle, the regular one, because it's over 15%, if it's over 15% alcohol, and that would depend on the fact of whether or not this vanilla extract, which I bought from the store and put into an Angostura Bitters bottle, is in fact over 15% alcohol, in which case, yeah, it's totally valid for the infinity bottle. Now, you can make your own vanilla extract, like I have been doing and haven't been very public about. This is just vodka that has had vanilla beans sitting in it for, honestly, I don't even know. I know that this vodka is 40 proof, or excuse me, 80 proof, 40% alcohol. I don't know what the proof of this is. I can measure the proof of this, potentially, but I already know what the proof of this is. So I am working on some vanilla extract that once I'm done with it, or rather when it gets to a point where I have enough of it to actually work around with, yeah, it'd be eligible for both bottles. But right now, yes, for the charity bottle, vanilla extract is absolutely available, and I believe it's on the website. If it's not on the website, just ask me about it on Saturday, and we can make it work. Vanilla extract is, at the very least, in most cases, not all cases, because not all extracts are alcoholic, basically vanilla or vanilla flavoring in some sort of solvent, typically grain alcohol. So, dumb question? Never. I see another thing from Not Needed saying, do you put all the recipes that are given somewhere or do they disappear in time? I hope I answered your question before. Every recipe is published as an edit on the YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram. And recently, I have begun putting those recipes in our Discord server, but that was very, very recent. Closing off my conversation with Silent Symphony for this cocktail is, this particular thing here, it's a combination of mixology, research, and other people I know that are familiar with the drink, so it may not be perfect, but the measurements made sense. And you know what? I love it. I love it, dude. Cheers. All right, let's play a video game. Let's get back into it. What we're trying to do is create a champion. And Clementine, so long as Clementine's not dead yet, which thank goodness they're not. Hello, buddy. Has swim level 67, 63, 79, 69. I think it's time to bring Clementine back into the fighting ring. I am gonna be so happy if this works out. This is the result of many, many hours, dude. Many streams. Time for some Chao fighting, or at least we'll try to. Clementine, by the way, was the Chao that we used to get through all of the races and all of the fights so far. Clementine is 6 times as more defensive, 6 times more dodgy, and about the same level of punchy and fast than they were previously. How will Clementine match up? All I can do is sit back, hope, and we'll find out together. I'm a little bit stressed out about this. So long as Clementine doesn't get like half of their health kicked out of them in the first hit, I'm happy. Yes. Oh my god, that's great. Previously, a single hit would take Clementine down to like half health. There's not a lot of power in these hits, but this will work. This could work. That was a good one. The knockback on that is really, really nice. Knockback, not as much. I think if Clementine can just keep landing hits, it'll knock Crunch out of the other half of the ring. Yes, like that! Knockback is good. Get him another one. Another one. Yes! Yeah, dude, that's what I'm talking about. That's it. Get out of here. Get out of here. Sleeping on the job? No way, dude. Sleeping on the job? Out of the ring. Yes, dude. Better than last time. But it ain't over yet. We got 4 more fights. That damage is not half bad at all. Damn right about that. Wow. An awesome blossoming action that we got here. All right, time for Wacky. So previously, in Clementine's previous life, Clementine got all the way to the end of the Super Tournament and lost on the last fight. And then before we had a chance to train them up further, they reincarnated and started over again. And I realize a part of that is leaving the Chao garden open while we were doing the drink request. I should probably be hanging in the lobby for drink request just so that Clementine doesn't, like, die in the background. Which is very possible. Oz Nerd popping back into the Twitch chat saying, hello, sir. Cheers. Oh, cheers back in your direction, Oz Nerd. You have come at, I think, the pinnacle of small animal fighting. There you go, buddy. Pop out there on the YouTube side saying, in order to teach my kids how to play games, I have them play older games so that they learn proper game logic and how to use controllers like we did. My 5-year-old kicks ass in Super Smash Melee. Dude, you're raising your kid on Smash Melee? I love that so much, dude. I love that energy so much. Smash Melee was the training that I fell into in high school when I was in the performing arts program, and in the men's dressing room between shows, we were not supposed to be doing this. The pecking order would be decided upon who was good at Smash Brothers Melee specifically. And I did okay. It's so good, dude. It's a classic game for a reason. It's so good. And Kirby 64. She really likes Sonic Heroes as well, but it's a little bit fast. Oh yeah, but that's a skill that you learn. That's a skill. Sonic is like Sonic and speed it's ubiquitous. They go hand in hand with each other, you know? I remember reading an article recently about Sonic the Hedgehog stages recently where there was more work to make a Sonic the Hedgehog game because the stages had to be longer because the speed was faster. So you would need more ground to cover. Kick him, Clementine. Crystal's low on energy. Clementine is not going to let him recover from this. Nope. Nope. I have full faith in Clementine. I'm a little bit hesitant of the further rounds, but so far, Clementine's kicking ass. Silent Civilly asks, is Kirby 64 the Crystal Shards? I don't know, actually. I think it might be. Shelly saying Sonic Heroes for PS2 was one of my first video games, and it did so much damage to my learning how to play games early on. Yeah, it's a unique one. The thing that got me about Sonic Heroes is the relative difficulty of some of the boss fights, as well as getting those Chaos Emeralds, which I was never able to do. Like, if there's any other Sonic game that I want to try to 100% if I can, it's going to be Sonic Heroes, because I've never been able to get to the end of that. Clementine's lost this round. It was close. It was close. It was really close, dude. It was really, really close. All right, we got more training to do. It's Pumpkin Hill for the skeleton dogs, and it's Metal Harbor for Swim and Fly. So we're just gonna keep doing that.
Stage select.
I am not sleeping until Clementine is the victor. Unless Clementine reincarnates again. That will be a notable exception. If Clementine reincarnates, I'm stopping the stream right there. We'll pick back up again on Wednesday. I don't think I could go through that grief on camera again. Shelly saying, to this day, I've never been able to beat it on Team Chaotix or Team Dark. If I'm correct in saying, Team Chaotix is the unique one, because they have very unique win conditions for each level, and then Team Dark is supposed to be the hard one. I think for me, I was able to get through, I think all of the stories, but I was never able to get the Chaos Emeralds because I didn't understand how the mechanic worked. Like, even to this day, I don't remember exactly how you get into the special stages. I feel like it's probably got something to do with like a ring count or something. Probably. I don't know. Pop out there saying Sonic Heroes is my favorite Sonic game. The maps are so good, and the fact that the difficulty is built into the team you choose is peak gaming. It is. And then in addition to, like, it still remains, like, I don't exactly know what era of gaming this is, but there was an era of gaming where how good you are at the game determined how far you'd make it into the game. And I know don't mean like, you know, if you're good at a game, you level up, you get to new areas. I mean like having nothing to do with experience points. If you were good at the game, you were rewarded with a true ending, with a final boss, as opposed to just falling into it naturally. With Smash Brothers, it was, if you were good at the game, you would unlock more characters, and you would be rewarded with new characters to play as opposed to, you just kind of get it along the way as happenstance. And don't get me wrong, like, for Smash Brothers Melee, like, it was a little bit happenstance, but when I think of the peak example of what I'm talking about, it's the Mario Kart Wii, where you could play the game totally normally for ever. However, if you wanted all the characters, there were very, very specific things that you needed to do for each one of them, and a lot of them were not easy. So, if you had all of the characters unlocked in Mario Kart Wii, it wasn't just because you bought a DLC. It's not just because you put in enough hours, although in some cases, just the number of hours determine the characters that you get. But if you had all the characters, that was like a clear sign that A, somebody hacked the game and cheated, or who you're about to race against knows what the hell they're doing. And don't get me wrong, like, I don't think that they're, like, some people would say, like, oh man, games are weaker than they used to be. Nah, dude, there's just more accessible game options. A lot of people are really, really frustrated by not being able to get 100% by just playing the game. Which is why even recently, I think Stardew Valley added a mechanic in the game such that you could still get 100% without actually 100%ing everything, because there's just a lot to do in the game. And it's not cheating or anything. Although if you do cheat, there's some special stuff that happens, at least from what I've read. But, like, you could still complete the game legitimately. 100%, even though it's not, like, technically 100%. Anyways. Winter saying, if Clem reincarnates, we will get the second round of grief from Cam and chat. Also, we summoning for Clem to reincarnate. Please don't make Clement oh, yes, actually, we have to... If Clementine is going to do anything, I should hope that Clementine doesn't just die. And by the way, Clementine will not die if we treat her well. So if we keep petting them and giving them animals and whatnot, the happiness should be high enough such that they reincarnate. Renzo out there saying, I just wish that the Smash DLCs didn't just give them to you immediately and that they were things you had to do to unlock them. I would think of it this way. Like, if you're the kind of person who's like, I yearn for the Melee days, why can't Brawl be like Melee? Why can't Ultimate be like Melee? Well, they're different games. If you wanted it to be like, and this is probably like a kind of harsh way of putting it, but like if you wanted to play Melee, go play Melee. And that's a little bit tough. That's a tough pill to swallow nowadays too, because like, you know, GameCubes are not as prevalent anymore. They're not making them anymore. It's harder to play these games. Which is why I'm of the mentality that, like, you know, if there's a game that you cannot play any other way and your only choice is to emulate it or otherwise, do it, dude. You know? Renzo being like, Sora Melee mod. Dude, what if? Exactly, there you go. You want to play Kingdom Hearts in Smash? Get a mod. Mod it. Never mind saying you play Stardew Valley 2, Cam. I did a while back. I've been wanting to play it again, and if I'm being honest, I have wanted to play Stardew Valley on stream for a number of years now. And I've got ideas. Pop out there saying, as an indie game dev, I definitely try and add that element to my games where some content is simply skill locked. You can't buy everything. For some rewards, you gotta grind. Pop, do you make games? Pop saying, if buying isn't owning, piracy isn't stealing. Oh, I like that. If buying isn't owning... There we go. That's an interesting mentality. I was just talking about this the other day with somebody... I don't remember who it was who was over. We were talking about the whole, like... Yeah, I don't know. I was talking with my DM after we played D&D. The fact that you can't just buy a game and own it. And I think, actually, Nintendo specifically came out recently was just like, yeah, if you buy a game, you don't own it. You lease it. And I think that ruffled a couple of feathers. That certainly ruffles my feathers. But anyways, Pop, do you make games? Are you a game developer? I am very, very interested in your work. I think another nerdy drink creator out there is Pass the Controller. They have a whole podcast about indie games and whatnot, and they're big into the indie game space. so they say, and so I will repeat, play more indies. And I would like to do more of that going forward. But if you're working on a game, dude, please tell us about it. Indie games of the future, says Silent. Yeah, dude. What? Stardew Valley, Undertale, Minecraft. Some of the biggest games of our generation. All indie games. Amazing. Minecraft less so nowadays, but in the early days, amazing. Shelly out there saying, speaking of emulation, I wanted to ask, are you playing Sonic on an emulator or real hardware? I am playing on Steam. So this is, I purchased this game on Steam to play it on my computer. I'm not emulating this one. But in the past, I emulated Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. I emulated, I think, when I played, what other game did I emulate? Oh, Super Mario 64. That game was emulated when I played that. I am not above emulation. I will absolutely use emulation to live the life I want to live. Because for me, I don't like the delay between hardware and software. And I don't like programming around it. Let's see. I'm seeing Pop out there saying, I haven't published anything yet, but I'm working on a couple of projects with my childhood friend who is also an indie game dev and music producer. Dude, keep at it, man. There is something beautiful that you guys are crafting together, and I don't know exactly how you feel about the project you're working on right now, but just as I think about how much Undertale affected my childhood and how much, to Silent's point, Balatro is probably affecting people going forward, you could have something that is really, really good and life-changing. And in the worst-case scenario, you've got something that is uniquely yours and your buddy, and I think that's just beautiful, dude. Ain't nothing wrong with something that is uniquely created to your specs. It was interesting. I saw a TikTok creator the other day who is making an Undertale-esque type game that runs on original Game Boy Advance hardware. And this person was just getting comment after comment after comment after comment of, this is an Undertale ripoff. You're just ripping off Undertale. Your game is just Undertale. Stop recreating Undertale. Don't charge me for another Undertale. And the guy's like, well, it's inspired by Undertale, it runs on Game Boy, and yeah, it's inspired by games like Undertale, Earthbound, and a lot of other things. And you know what? Everybody takes inspiration from everybody. So, like, it's unique in my own way. And if you like that, great, the game's being made. And if you don't like that, alright, you're missing out. That's what I think about it. Shelly being like, I love how every couple of years a new indie game made by one person takes the world by storm. I've been so addicted to Balatro. Oh, and Five Nights at Freddy's 2 was the other one that I was thinking about the other day, too. It all started with Scott, dude. And look where that ended up. Movie deals, and spin-offs, and fan games, and content creators popularizing, and it's wonderful, dude. Like, if that is the potential for any game, why wouldn't you at least want to try? Like, speaking more personally, right? Like, there is this idea that all you gotta do is put yourself out there on the internet and you can make it big as a content creator. Like, if the stakes are this low and the gain's potentially that high, why wouldn't you give it a try? Why wouldn't you take a risk when you have the opportunity to do so? When, in my case, it's when I was a little bit younger, because I'm only mid to late 20s right now. Why not quit the job, deep dive into it, and the worst that happens, you got the rest of your life. Granted, I'm just kind of regurgitating content that I've consumed that gave me the guts to quit my job and do this full-time. Not just streaming full-time, the whole cocktail mixology aspect of things. But that's my story. And as the bartender, I am much more interested about hearing your story. Let's see. Well, Winter Sand was obsessed with Undertale, like you should be. Would love stuff like that, saying Wolfie. I take suggestions, as you know. Not Needed saying, did you ever question why it's called Legend of Zelda when it's about Link's adventures? I did question it, but if I'm being honest, I didn't think that far into it. If you've got context not needed, please. I'll take that. Silent Symphony out there saying that they really feel pop. You're slowly learning how to work with Godot and Game Maker Studio. It's going to take time to do as a solo dev, but I wanted to create an old school 2D Metrovania first. You could be the first. That's really cool, dude. That's really cool. I tried to learn a little bit of Godot. This was at a point where instead of just flat out quitting my job, I would do some game development stuff, and that just didn't work out for me. I know of Godot. Did a little bit. Nevermind saying it's like people who like the Souls franchise but really hate other Soul-likes. Yeah, dude, like, dude. I think of it this way. If you freaking love... Should I pick a random game, dude? If you freaking love Sega Bass Fishing for the PlayStation, and somebody is making effectively a copy but on Switch 2, why wouldn't you want it? It's more of the game that you really like. Like, swallow your pride, suck it up, and enjoy your game. It's what you wanted, isn't it? I don't know, man. Bento, welcome in, by the way. Good to see you. Pop saying the project we're planning on publishing first is inspired by Final Fantasy, Expedition 33, Bloodborne, and Ocarina of Time? I don't think I've ever seen those all said in the same statement. Dude, power to you. Bryce out there saying, good night, my friend, confidant, and potential future lover. Have a good rest of your stream. I love you, Bryce. Never forget that. Never forget that. Have a good night, sir. We're good here. All right. Silent saying too, Godot is a great engine. Love that. Love that. It's open source. We love open source things. I like open source. That's why I use GIMP and not Photoshop. That because I'm just used to it. There are other options out there. And I do have access to Photoshop now, but I don't use it. I'm just stuck in my own ways. I fear that I might stay this way for the rest of my life. Silent saying, okay, that is a wild set of influences. Oh yeah, what? Final Fantasy, Expedition 33, Bloodborne, and Ocarina of Time. Sounds like it's got puzzles, dungeons, hard boss fights, and RPG turn-based mechanics. And maybe, what's that thing they do in Final Fantasy? Limit breaks. Yeah. Pop out there saying, almost any idea you'll ever have. Oh, Esmar. Leave. Wait, where the heck is Clementine? Clementine? Oh, you're in the water. Have I been feeding it to the... Oh, I fed it to the wrong Chao. Oh, man, dude. Wow, that's unfortunate. Pop saying, almost any idea you've ever had, someone will find something adjacent to it, so might as well just do what you want and hope others like it too. Facts. Facts. Nevermind out there saying, as long as it's honest, more games is always good. Yeah, and you know what? I think of it this way. If you legitimately copy somebody else's work, that's what we have a judicial system for. And like people have a very intriguingly good ability at sniffing out bullshit. And if what you're working on is quite literally a ripoff and bullshittery, when it gets to the masses, people are gonna figure it out anyways. And I think all that stuff will wind up making its due course, right? Like there are a ton of people out there who quite literally rip other people's game code, put it up in the Nintendo eShop as a separate game with a different title and different cover, but it's the same game. People do that. And admittedly, us as, I guess, a species are not really good at figuring out where all the bullshittery tests start and end and actually be able to take action on it, but we're getting better. I think so, at least. That's my thoughts. Oh, hello there. Buddy. Never mind being like asking Pop about their game. Will there be parries? I love that. Pop saying too, and most importantly, it'll have music. Music is very important to the both of us. We have an idea where you can affect the soundtrack and have it change the environment in the play. You can modify the soundtrack? Oh, that's cool. I'm a music lover, Pop. I am incredibly intrigued, and at the very least, very invested in where this goes. I hope you continue sharing us, sharing with us any projects you got. If you are trying to get like any sort of funding for the game or attention on it, I'll remind you that we got a little self-promote channel in our Discord server. I personally would love to keep track of it if you've got any socials and stuff. Feel free to send them our way. Bento out there saying, slight spoilers here about the Legend of Zelda series. I know a lot of spoilers, so I'm about to read this, and I'm taking you along for the journey. Bento says the reason that Zelda is called Legend of Zelda is because it's the story of how the goddess Hylia created the world. Hylia. And talks about the eternal struggle between the chosen hero and the reincarnation of Demise. The legend is how Zelda, the reincarnation of the goddess Hylia, with the help of the spirit of the hero, aka Link, is constantly fighting against those reincarnations of Demise. It's more than slight, I guess. No, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, dude, I have done I did a bit of deep diving when I played Ocarina of Time. I've been getting a little bit more context about the original lore stuff as I've been watching Little Saw's playthrough of Skyward Sword. And albeit from that, like doing deep dives into some of the lore stuff and whatnot. And the whole idea of the reincarnation of Zelda, Ganon, and Link over and over again is beautiful, dude. It's beautiful. It also makes me feel a little bit less bad about, hey, I made a Link cocktail, but now I'm going to make another Link cocktail, and now I'm going to make another Link cocktail. Like, all the Links are a little bit different. But there is something that ties them all together. And when I think about how to... admittedly, I don't have a Link cocktail yet. I don't have a Zelda cocktail yet. I technically do have a Zelda cocktail. Sage of Time was a Zelda cocktail specifically. I don't have a Ganondorf cocktail. But if I did, I would want to somehow capture the various different aspects of these characters as they persist throughout their lifetimes and have something that remain constant. Could just be a choice of glassware, could just be the color of the drink, could just be a garnish. I don't really know. I haven't thought about it in a while. Jay Novice, welcome in, by the way. Pop saying parrying will be an option for some, but it won't be as integral as it is for Bloodborne or Expedition 33. As we get closer to having a playable demo, a playable demo, I'll start being a little bit more public about it and thinking about funding. Yeah, dude. Please feel free to share it with us. Hello, Clementine. You want to play this indie game that Pop is telling us about? I bet you don't even have opposable thumbs. But you've got fists, and that's why we pay you. Man, this is awesome. By the way, like, if I haven't said it before for anybody watching out there, if you have a passion for something, please feel free to share it with us. So long as it passes the vibe check. Like, if you have a passion for ruining people's lives, I don't want to hear about it. If you have a passion for abusing alcohol, I don't want to hear about it. Go get help. But if you're creating something with a passion similar to my passion for, like, cocktail mixology, I would love to hear about it. We had what was it? We had Drian earlier saying that they make clay cups, clay mugs, I believe. And it appears that you got a passion for that. Pop out there making some video games. There's clearly a passion there, right? I know Renzo is also a video game drink creator, among other things, right? We had who was it? I think was it Tiovo who was the really freaking awesome DM. Man, y'all. It's cool. If anything, I get to vicariously live the glory of that type of activity through y'all sharing it with me. And the rest of us get to be along for the ride. And I think that's really cool. Share more stories, play more indies, drink better drinks. Welcome in, Umido, by the way. France is waking up, chat. It's almost time. Oh, Clementine wants to breed again. Who's gonna do it? Who is going to bear the child of our champion yet again? Anybody? Anybody? It's a really creepy thing to say now that I think about it. Winter's like Frank. Frank's downstairs. I moved Clementine to the heavens. There are different Chao up here. These Chao are Chao from my previous playthrough, my personal playthrough of this game. Technically, I'm not allowed to use them. So we will vacate the premises before they have a chance to get dirty. Not needed out there saying that you've been doing some blacksmithing and it's been fun. Dude! That's awesome! When I was younger, my buddy Lycos Lore and I, the guy from the podcast, we made a charcoal forge. Nice. Yo, kid, welcome in, dude, with the unicorn. I love it. I love it. Dude, when Lycos and I were younger, we built a propane forge, a charcoal forge, and we just melted metal cans, and we were hoping one of these days to do a bit more research on blacksmithing to make, like, weaponry and stuff like that, and props and stuff. Never got that deep into it. Actually, I was talking to my father the other day, and he was cleaning up the garage, and we finally dismantled the forge. I've got the crucible in my back trunk. I've got our aluminum nuggets that we made from our experiments. And I'm going to be delivering it to Lycos when he comes over for, you guessed it, the charity event happening on Saturday. Lycos Lure is going to be there. Lil Abe's coming back for another appearance. We got Brad, More Than Awesome, coming back. Disney Queen will be there. And my fellow mixologist, Amy Chow. All the moderators and bouncers that you know and love. Or potentially don't because they banned you. Suckers. I hope those suckers are doing well, by the way. I don't mean any ill will to the people who are banned from this chat. I hope you're doing well, but you're not welcome here. I wish the best for you, so long as you are not here. And if you are here... Eh. Take your bad vibes elsewhere. I'm just trying to... Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm still so intrigued by this drink here, Silent. This has, like... These are some notes that I'm getting. One of the reasons that I really, really like Cabernet Sauvignon varietal wines, typically red wines, is because of a flavor that I get that is almost cream-like in a way. Like, it's got a note to it that makes me think, like, hey, you know what? This is almost like heavy cream. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's a prevalence of lactic acid or something else that gives that cream flavor. But I'm getting that note. I'm getting that note for some reason. I think it's the hibiscus. But I don't know. Diamond being like cream, like the Sonic character. Let me be clear, Diamond. I am not thinking about the flavor of a young rabbit girl. Big no to that one. Shelly, like, I'm still thinking about the Jaeger milk. Dude, I brought milk. I bought milk for the charity stream on Saturday. Milk in the infinity bottle? It's for charity, Cameron. It's for charity, man. Oh my gosh. Speaking of which, charity event. There it is. Details in chat. Saturday, July 12th. 11 o'clock a.m. That's whatever time it is for you right now, plus about 9 hours. Clementine, don't do it! It's sinful! Do not breed! Do not! Kid saying, did you stock up on holy water? Kid, I have not seen a priest since I got married. And that's because I had to. I have no holy water. Nothing here at the Bar with an X could be considered sacred, even in the lightest form of the word. If anything, I have half a mind to not for this charity event, to ship a bottle of water to Renzo, just so I can have Renzo bless it and send it back to me. Because evidently you don't necessarily need to be a deacon or a registered Christian priest to bless something and make holy water. I am ordained. I can marry people. If I can make holy water by some interesting religious rite, send me instructions, and you will have your holy water. And I will not be paying extra for it. But I most certainly will be charging extra. Naturally. Kid, like, you can buy holy water on Amazon. Yeah, but I will not be paying extra. Therefore, I will not be paying extra price for my holy water. No, you weren't supposed to! Stop! You're not supposed to! Get out of here! You're not supposed to! Get out of here! No baby! No babies! Put it back in your pants! Eat this raccoon instead. Talk about cock block. Oh my gosh. Glorious, welcome in. Oh my gosh. I think I successfully prevented them from breeding.
Stage select.
That's amazing! I didn't know I had this power. Man. Renzo saying, I will definitely do that for you, bro. Bro. Preach. Preach. Maybe when I finally visit the Final Hearts bar or whatever happens in between then, Renzo, I can just bring a bottle of water with me and I'll just be like, yo, can you bless this for me real quick? And you'll be like, yeah. Oh my gosh. Shelly's saying you can just go to a church and drink it. They have a big bowl. So they... Wait. Shelly, you're saying I should take a water bottle to the local church and just take from their holy water? Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness gracious. How far am I in my drinks here? I think that's a good idea. I am not a very morally sound character. But how do we make it alcoholic? Bro, Everclear in the holy water. Kid being like, Cameron is literally a Disney villain preventing young love. That is a very, very interesting reference to the Hunchback of Notre Dame there, kid. Actually, it's even worse for the Hunchback of Notre Dame because he was definitely trying to prevent Esmeralda and Quasimodo from doing their due, and he just wanted to kind of get the do with her on instead. After, like, abusing her. That shit's fucked. Anyways. Kid being like holy water plus sanitizer. I'm not drinking sanitizer. That's just unflammable. Can't do it. Can't do it. Can't do it. Oh, with the seal! Give me the seal. Hello. Nope. 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 Seal. There we go. I mean, if you think about it, sanitizer is, I believe, in not all cases, you must check the battle. I believe it's ethyl alcohol. It is technically drinkable. Or edible. Potable. Potable. But I wouldn't recommend it. It's not gonna, at the very least, it's not gonna taste good. The texture's gonna be all weird. It reminds me of, there's this channel on TikTok that I'm pretty sure is advertising a product to thicken things. It's a thickening agent for people who otherwise can't swallow liquid foods or liquid drinks. So you provide thickening agents so they can eat things. And this dude literally just like, here's an alcohol. Let's pump a bunch of thickening agent into it. Is it thick? The answer is yes. And that's how it be. Another one, Clementine? Oh my god, dude. In heat. Gee whiz. Shelly being like, how would you make holy water alcoholic? I mean, Jesus can't have been the only person who was able to turn water into wine. I mean, there's chemistry behind that, right? Think about it this way. If you have the yeast and the grapes and the water, you can make the vino. Not necessarily instantly. I think that's a question for the real scientists in chat. But how would you make holy water alcoholic? I would think of it this way. I would take holy water and I would use it to start a batch of wine or beer. Does that make the beer any less holy? I have no idea. Are there beers or wines out there that are specifically made with holy water? I don't know. Or rather, water that has been blessed by somebody of the Christian faith? I don't know. But I'm sure it exists out there somewhere. I'd be shocked at humanity if it didn't. No, Clementine. Don't do it. Glorious being like thickening agent with 2 C's. Yeah, you got that right. Let's see. Silent being like, I mean, you can drink or eat anything once. That's fair. Unless it's too big to get in your mouth, I guess. Winter saying, Cam, I must position for Clem's sake. Give Clem her man Frank. Who are you to believe that Clementine ever expressed ownership over Frank to begin with? They've all been my animals, don't you see, Clementine? I was talking to Winter, but I addressed Clementine instead. Everybody's Clementine now. Don't you see what this is all about, Clementine? It's about you winning. It's about you being the champion. You being the best that you can be, Clementine. I want you to succeed. I need you to succeed. And if you don't, we'll keep doing this over and over again, Clementine. Do you know what the definition of insanity is, Clementine? It's doing the same stage over and over again, expecting the outcome to be different. Nothing changes, Clem. Even the random numbers that dictate the animals and the chaos drives and the enemies and the movements can be traced back to a single seed, Clementine. It's not truly random, Clementine. Nothing in computers are truly random. And as such, your success is not truly up to chance either. For if I funnel enough love, compassion, and animal souls into your being, you will be the champion that I know you always have been. For time is irrelevant. Anyways, I blacked out for a hot second. Chat, you doing okay? Is the cocktail still good? Yep, still is. Still is. Kids saying, are there balloons for the charity event? Yes, there are. Yes, there are. J Novice being like, is anyone okay? I don't have a license to say whether people are okay or not. Don't take medical advice on a stream for mixology. We drinking alcohol here. Is that good medical advice? Probably not. Renzo saying the liquid apparently doesn't matter. Water was just the first thing made and the most abundant, but there are no rules saying that you can't use a spirit to be holy. There we go. Spoken like a true man of the cloth. Not needed saying vodka's about 60% water. Found something to add salt and put in the moon for a little bit with a little silver over it. There we go. We can rationalize holy vodka, chat. I know we can. I know we can find a way to make it seem logically sound on paper. Shelly saying there is a real 5% seltzer made with holy water you can buy called Sacred Seltzer. Sacred Seltzer. I knew it had to exist. Oh my gosh. Shelly out there with the recon mission. You came back with something. That's incredible. Oh my god, where can you buy that, Shelly? Oh my goodness gracious. Can I order that? That could be good. Kid, I can meet you halfway. Well, actually, so it can't go in the infinity bottle because it's not 50% alcohol or more. But it might be possible to concentrate it illegally. We're talking about higher powers now anyways. We might as well talk about things being higher than the law, right? Let me make it very clear. I live in the United States, in Philadelphia, and I do not distill any spirits in my own home. Yeah. Jay out there saying, just distracting myself from the slow march to enviable death. A little bit of a nihilist out there too? Yeah, same. Bro, my partner Anna loves to remind me that I'm not allowed to die until I turn 125 years old, and I respond with, well, I'll die eventually. She's like, stop saying that. I'm like, it's true. Like, I'm not trying to get too deep into this chat, because that's not the vibe. But you know, y'all are gonna die one day. I'm gonna die one day. And I don't know about you, chat, but that's a comforting thought to me. Not in a way that you should be concerned about, right? It's not a concerning statement, but like, when I think about it, when she's like, don't die, and I'm like, I will one day, I'm like, you know, I feel very comforted by that thought. Like, eventually, I'll have a chance to rest, but I'm certainly not ready to do so yet. I don't know. Memento Mori. Oh, dude, no, not ended. Oh, absolutely. Exactly what I was thinking. Remember your mortality. Kid saying, I thought you lived in the bar with an X online. No, I live in Philadelphia. I thought it was open about this. Pop out there saying, trust me, there are some crazy Russians that have blessed their vodka before. Dude, I bet there's some crazy Italians out there too that have also blessed their vodka. You know, Renzo, don't feel like you have to answer this question, but what is your ethnic background? I'm Italian and German. A little bit of Czechoslovakian in there, apparently. Hungary, I believe my mother said once upon a time. Or Hungary, I don't remember how to... Alexa, how do you pronounce Hungary, the country?
I pronounce that Hungary.
Hungary, Hungary. Hung. Know what I'm saying, chat? Gurry. Like Gary. The snail. Hungary. Don't say that, actually. Nope, never mind. Nope, not... Okay, I'm gonna take that. Get it out of here. Ad break. Yep, nope, let's not think about, snail penis anymore. Let's not do that. No, thank you. No, thank you. Need a drink? Sure. Renzo being like Irish, Scottish, German, French. Yeah, there's probably a crazy Irishman out there somewhere who might want to bless some vodka. You know? Let's see. While I'm over here, let me see. Got some things in chat from, oh man, Silent being like, we're gonna die. That makes us the lucky ones. There we go. There we go. Looks like a little bit of poetry out there. Diamond saying, why would you hang Gary? What did Gary ever do to you? No. Remember, hanged is the past tense of a hanging. Hung. Completely different story. None of that shit. Poppy and like Finnish, Irish, Scottish. Would you bless vodka? Renzo saying, I've drawn Hungary before as a commission for $120. Dude, if you could, let me make it clear, chat. If you can make a living by drawing Gary the Snail from SpongeBob SquarePants with a hung-ass phallus, more power to you. Beautiful. Beautiful. Everybody's sharing their ethnic background out there. Chat, please remember your security. Glorious got a little bit of indigenous population, a little bit of Northern European, Senegalese, Senegalese. Wolfie out there, German, Scottish, British, a little bit of that. I think one of my brothers did a little bit of a deep dive on our family history once upon a time, but I know I'm German, Italian, excuse me, Hungarian, and Czechoslovakian apparently. Mostly Italian. I can do that. I'm from Italian. Specifically Sicily. On the southernmost portion. While I'm up here, let me take a look at our drink requests so far. See if we got anything else in there. Let's see. We did a request from Silent Symphony so far, which was delightful. I've also got requests here from Pop and Bento. The one from Pop has got banana liqueur Valation, banana liqueur, vodka, milk. Wait, Pop, does that have an ounce of banana liqueur, an ounce of vodka, and a full cup of milk? Oh my god. Oh my goodness gracious. And I've got Bento, if you're still out there, feel free to say hey yo. Destiny's Shimmer. Coconut, pineapple juice. I am here. Fill the glass halfway with ice. Pour the shaken mixture into the glass. Slowly layer one of my blue curacao over top of it for the middle layer. Top with an ounce of lemon lime soda. I don't have any lemon lime soda. I don't have any lemon lime soda. Let me write that. I could absolutely get some lemon lime soda. Renzo saying, do I have basil and espresso? Check my website. But no, I don't. Lemon lime soda. Ugh. Oh my god. I don't know what I was oh my godding about. Dude, Pop, I am really intrigued about this Valaton? 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 You say Dennis the Menace, but in another language represented as a drink. Interesting. Pop out there saying the Valaton tastes so good on a hot summer day. Dude, I believe it. I believe it. I have yet to have a milk cocktail of the sorts. I'm thinking about that one. Now, I will say, between Bento and Pop, I believe Bento, the last one we did of yours was the Bento drop, the lemon drop, right? I think Pop, it's been a hot minute since we had a request from you, so I think if it goes between the two of y'all, it's Pop gets the priority. Actually, yeah, wait a minute. Pop hasn't been in the stream since the request system was, the request system was developed. So I think it's definitely gonna go to Pop. And Bento agrees. Dude, guys, let me take a moment just to say how thankful I am that y'all are so fucking kind to each other. Like, I love the fact that there are folks in chat who are just like, yeah, you know what? I had it last time. Let's give it to the other person. That sounds kind of interesting. Like, I don't know what the right word to describe that, but y'all are very, very nice to each other, and I appreciate that. And let's see. And at least one of you are out there in YouTube chat. YouTube Vertical, which has been misbehaving recently. But nothing against Glorious. Glorious is doing great, by the way. Do you think, speaking of Glorious, do you think Disney will do justice to Ice Age since they have, they're making the movies now? I haven't watched all the Ice Age movies. I feel like I don't have the perspective to give a proper opinion on that. Do I think they'll do it justice? Yeah, Disney's pretty good. Disney's pretty good. They're pretty good at doing stuff. Now, do I think that they're gonna do Ice Age the way that the previous people who did it? What's the word I'm looking for? You were saying, do you think they'll do it justice? I have no idea. I don't think I've ever actually watched an Ice Age movie. Aziel being like, Ice Age is still going on. I stopped after the 4th one. Yeah, there's so many Ice Age movies. Alexa, how many Ice Age movies are there?
There have been 3 movies in the Ice Age series since the first one, Ice Age, came out in 2006.
Wowza. Anyways. Jay being like, YouTube chat, shake my head. Never mind being like, really glad that YouTube ain't wildin' like last time. Yeah, and I think, so this is what happened last time, chat. This is from what I understand. When YouTube chat was getting really out of hand, YouTube was pushing out that particular stream to more people. So instead of it being, hey, people popping in every once in a while, it was just like a landslide of just anybody who happened to be scrolling through their phone at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. And I think of it this way, some people get a little bit odd at those hours. Granted, since then, we've done a little bit of looking into of how we can adequately moderate during those particular occasions, and I think we've got some tricks up our sleeves, so we're ready for them. Now we are. Let's see. Jay out there saying, like, Disney's pretty good, they ruined Star Wars. Hey, you know what? I was never a big Star Wars fan to begin with, and I enjoyed the Disney movies. Now, do I dare compare them to the original? Nah, I'm not a good judge of it. I'm very simple when it comes to whether I enjoy a movie or a show. Did I like it? Yeah? Cool, it was a good show for me. I get a little bit more... I choose my battles. If somebody's gonna say, hey, the Incredible Hulk is the best cocktail ever made, I'd be like, alright, I got opinions. It's green and doesn't utilize the cognac very well. But that's just my opinion. I'll be particular about the things that I have a particularity for. And at least a peculiar particularity, a passionate peculiar particularity for. That's cocktail mixology. Did I like the Star Wars movies that I watched? Yeah, it's alright. It's alright. Jay, I just realized that your message got caught by the auto mod. Hell yeah, dude. Let's let it happen. Jay's like, I'd absolutely beat off a hobo for some green chartreuse. I mean, if a hobo's got a bottle of green chartreuse, that's just reasoning. That's the bargaining system. The bargaining system is still real, chat. It still is. Anywho's. Glorious out there saying... Oh, where's Clementine? Hold up. That's not Clementine. There you are. Glorious saying the Final Fantasy MTG Collector's Packs went up in price because there is only 77 gold Chocobo cards. Are there really? Wow. Aziel saying too, I've never seen a Star Wars. The most Star Wars I've seen is the Family Guy parodies. That's fair. They're funny ones too, from what I remember. But I haven't watched them in a while. Clementine, eat some food. Renzo saying too, now I'm imagining you coming into the bar, saying hi, and then everyone starts the rite of blessing on a bottle of vodka on a spotlight. I'm waiting for it, dude. I'm waiting for it. I will absolutely come in. It'll be... I'll be like... Father Renzo, I bring to you a gift of Grey Goose. Bless me, O Father, for I have mixed. And then, I don't know, the funeral rites in view. I don't know. Man. Jay out there saying, have you tried any of the alternative DIYs? For green chartreuse? Not yet. Not yet. I don't have all the spices for some of those DIY recipes out there. Not needed saying, water? What a great idea. What a great idea. Yeah. Oh, and a hydration. There we go. Water is good. Water is great. Water is good. It doesn't have to be blessed for it to hydrate my body. Never mind saying, speaking of movies, what are your thoughts on the new Superman? I haven't watched it. I'm not a big superhero guy. I think of it this way. If some people like it, great. If it's not as good as the original, great. It's different. I will say, of what I've seen of the previews for it, I'm like, they're making another Superman? Like, like, from my perspective, I didn't think we needed more Superman. I don't know basically anything about it. Aside from, just like the other movies, Superman looking pretty good. You know? Gloria's saying out there, too, that evidently people are trying to sell the gold Chocobo cards. I found some for $100,000 for a card? Oh my gosh. Wow. Jay saying, too, for the green chartreuse DIYs, they're demanding like 30 different spices. And don't get me wrong, I have been upping my collection of spices for DIY drinks and whatnot. And I am totally happy to put together some special infused spirits and otherwise one of these days on the channel. But right now, I just don't have enough for it to be a system. Let's see. I'm seeing a random question happening from... Oh, my random question is not working properly. Hold up a second, I gotta fix that. Bento asks a random question with the chatbot. I don't see it. It's not showing up on the aggregate because I coded it wrong. Do you like traveling with your family? Do I like traveling with my family? Not really, if I'm being honest. I'll expand on that in a hot second. Random question. Get rid of exclamation point. I recently transferred that over to the streamer bot, so that just wasn't coded right. Yeah. Family's the original F word, says Jay. Yeah, I don't really like traveling with my family. If I'm being completely honest, overall, the traveling that I've done with my family in the past is just a bit stressful. I don't need to dive any deeper into that. It just winds up being a little bit stressful. I like traveling with Anna because she's a really good event planner. She's really good. And we keep good. We keep good, you know? Anna's really, really great at planning out basically a whole trip. And if I'm being honest, and this is one of the things that if there's gives and takes in all relationship, this is me taking. And this is Anna giving. She plans out everything in a trip. From where we stay, the budgets, the food, the locations, the bars, the otherwise. And I just sit back and follow the itinerary. And I love it. And she really, really likes planning events. So it works out. It works out. I don't like planning events, but I like doing them. And she really likes planning the events and also doing them. And it works out. And for traveling, too. For traveling. But yeah. Renzo being like, bless the Grey Goose with the mixologist stream with the Keyblade, dude. You know it. You know it. Victor popping in saying, understandable. Welcome back, Victor. Good to have you back at the bar. Bento out there saying, too, also a second, more involved question. By the way, anybody who wants to do the random question redemption on Twitch, it's just to give you ideas. You can ask me questions anytime. I am not obligated to answer. But Bento says, more involved. What was the moment that you realized your passion for drinks could be used for Twitch streaming? Or I guess streaming in general? Dude, great question. A friend of mine was playing Minecraft one of these days, back during COVID, and I was hanging out with her and popped onto Discord call with her and played a little bit of Minecraft with her as a disembodied voice. Eventually, I was like, hey, I kind of want to try Twitch streaming too. And she helped me get set up, which was very nice of her. Along the lines, I had realized that I had been sort of developing this practice of mixing drinks, and I wanted an excuse to make more drinks for myself. Going back to what I was saying before, the best way to start mixing drinks is just to mix them. I had a bartender's guide, I had a recipe book, and I had a few bottles from college. So eventually, with my Twitch streams that I had recently started too, I was like, I'm gonna work up the courage to do a whole stream that is not video games at all. I'm just making drinks. And I did that for the first time, I think back in 2021. And I wasn't playing any games. I was very anxious about that because I didn't think that I could run a mixology show and have people actually be entertained. And admittedly, it is completely different than it is now. And I have been going back and forth between ideas on drinks forward or games forward. Drinks forward or games forward. For a while, I was just doing games. I wasn't doing drinks. For a while, I was just doing drinks, and I really wasn't doing any games. And it wasn't until after a small hiatus that I took about, I think, 2 years ago, like a year and a half or 2 years ago, that I finally figured out a way to make it work. Like, combined together. Because I was like, if I'm going to do this whole thing, I think that I need a really good idea to combine video games and drinks together. Otherwise, I'm not going to grow in either direction. And the thought occurred to me, I had inspiration from folks like Greg from HTD, How to Drink, Jason from the Sin City Bartender, the Drunken Moogle, who had been making video game drinks. And in that moment, I was like, what if I made drinks based off of the video game that I am currently playing? And it's just devolved from there. So it was an iterative process. And this took place over the last, like, 5 years or so. Like, did I have that good idea in the very beginning? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. For a while, my goal as a Twitch streamer was, I'm just gonna get through all my Steam library games. And that was a noble, can't think of the word right now. It was a noble goal, but I didn't get it. I didn't get to do it. Pop up there saying, my father was a truck driver in the 80s, so my wife hates traveling with him because he'll drive 12 hours without stopping for food, bathroom, even coffee. Yeah, dude. In my opinion, stop for food. You don't need to stay in the truck that long. Unless you can stay entertained during a 12-hour truck drive, dude, more power to you. I can't do it. My wife can't do it, so we don't do it. What the heck was that? I don't know what the heck that was. Wow. Nomad, welcome back, dude. Good to have you. Renzo out there saying, I feel like a lot more would be different if I was vocal back then. Oh, Renzo? Oh, possibly. Yeah, dude. Hey, but you can't change the past. I'm just happy that we're existing where we are right now. Bento saying, that's an awesome story. Thank you for answering it. I was curious as to how and why this channel came about. Yep. If anything, if I have to go even farther back, there is... I started mixing drinks in college because I was enjoying... I wasn't really enjoying the beers at the fraternity parties in college. I was enjoying a cocktail at parties every once in a while. My mother was a bartender. She's actually trying to get back into bartending nowadays, partially inspired by the fact that her son took it a step further. So that's a little prideful point for me. But she was a bartender. She gave me her bartending book. I wanted to get into making better drinks because I only somewhat enjoyed the beers at parties. And my dearest Anna, who was my girlfriend at the time, really didn't enjoy cocktails. So I was like, well... I bet if I took some bartending lessons, maybe I'll be able to figure out how to make a drink for you that you enjoy. So I took some bartending lessons in college. Shortly thereafter, I paid somebody to get me drinks, paid somebody to get me bottles so I could mix around with them. Started mixing from there, took it back home, kept on trying to mix things at home, brought it back to Philadelphia, started streaming, and I guess the rest is history. I guess. Winter Wolfie saying, Steam will never end with games. The impossible goes. Yeah, it was impossible. I decided to drop it. It did give me an appreciation for indie games because there are a lot of indie games that you can just get for free and just add to your Steam library. Like, it's actually kind of cool in a way. Like, there is absolutely an excess of games to play. Or rather, there is no shortage of games to play. Nomad out there saying, everybody loves the person who brings the food and drinks to the tabletop gaming section. Or at least you should. And even back before streaming, back before cocktails, back before fraternity parties in college, where I even drank alcohol, back before even the parties that we would host at my parents' house where alcohol would be available, there was D&D. And bringing snacks and interestingly flavored sodas to the tabletop. And that pre-existed all of that stuff. And you know what? Going even farther back, way farther back than that, and somebody absolutely got me on TikTok because they commented this exact same thing. But when I was very, very young, I was the guy who, when he'd take a shower, he would mix all the shampoos and conditioners together to see what it smelled like. And sometimes what it tasted like. I also just had like a fascination with burning things. Anything. melting things, anything, freezing things, anything. And I think that's where the mixology bug bit me for the first time. Probably. Victor out there being like, fair, there it is, it's true. Renzo saying, I remember you said you had another channel before this one, and I want to watch it so badly. Do I have another channel before this one? Oh, yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. Yeah, that channel has stuff on it that I don't think should have been on YouTube to begin with. If you can find it, hit me up. Let's see. Bento out there saying, honestly, I'm starting to get tired of only getting licenses to play games that I buy. Oh, yeah, dude. Oh, that's a big thing. It's getting a lot of people angry, you know? That's why I've never been buying my favorite games on Good Old Games, GOG. That's fair. That's fair. As when you buy a game on there, you can actually go to their website and download offline installers for that game, even modern games. Really? Which is why I've been buying my... Oh my god, you can do that on GOG? I didn't know that, actually. Check that out. I actually had no idea. I see Aziel out there saying, deuces, finally gonna crack a couple open and try some new bevies and butthead skins in Call of Duty. So far, pretty funny turning people into nachos. Into nachos? Dude, absolutely. Thanks for popping in, Aziel. Deuces back in your direction. We'll see you again, hopefully on Wednesday, or maybe later on, and maybe for that charity event on Saturday. Infinity Bottle. It's gonna be there. Pop out there saying, I bet you make salads as a kid, just mixing a bunch of leaves and flowers. No, never been much of a salad guy when I was younger, but I did dip popcorn into dirt. And I guess that's mixology. Let's see. Binto saying that, yeah, you can do that on GOG. You can actually own the games. I had no idea. That's awesome. Wow. Nevermind up above saying, very, very cool. Who would have thought that mixology ran in the family? Does Mom with an X have any recipes that you love making? No. Let me make it very clear. My mother is a bartender, not a mixologist. And although sometimes this term mixologist gets thrown around, in my humble opinion, somebody who is a mixologist focuses on drink creation, like the actual recipes. Bartending is serving recipes that were determined by somebody else. You can be both. These are not necessarily mutually exclusive terms. But my mother doesn't have any, to my knowledge, she doesn't have any original... Actually, you know what? Oh, fuck it. She's probably up right now. Let me text my mother. Let me see if she's got any original recipes. Hello, Mom with an X, comma, chatting about your bartending adventures on my stream right now, period. By chance, have you created any cocktail recipes? Question mark. Do you have any favorite recipes that are totally your own? Question mark. Heart emoji. She might be awake. It's possible. It's possible. She's a night owl. Victor out there saying, and with that, I am officially never looking back on avoiding the Switch 2. Yeah, that was the whole thing they made about it. Like, you don't actually own your games, you're just licensing them. Like, okay. I think of it this way. When I'm on to play a game, I don't care if I lease it, I don't care if I own it, I just want it, so I'll take it. Whoop. Renzo out there saying, I was always mixing things when I was little, but even before Mixological Adventures, because I was trying so hard to be an alchemist. Dude, this is liquid alchemy, dude. Liquid alchemy. Liquid Intelligence. Great book. Dave Arnold. All right, we are going to get... We're going to get a little bit into this. I see Papa's still out there, and I really want to try this combination of theirs. I really want to try it. Oh, but first, I got to get this raccoon out of my inventory. Pop, I see you making a recommendation about a salty snack out there. Oh, man, dude. What was it? Butter in a saucepan, garlic, salt, onion powder, thyme, and oregano, then pour that in a butter mixture on popcorn. That sounds delightful. Wow! Renzo out there saying, I made mustard gas on accident. In class, I was watched very carefully from then on out. Yep. Yep. You gotta be careful. Chemistry can be dangerous. Anyways. I am super curious. I know, so I we might be at a point where Clementine can do the final round. Maybe. I think we're really, really close, chat. Really close. And so long as Clementine doesn't die, and I can prevent Clementine from dying by spending as little time in the garden as possible. Swim is almost through the roof, meaning evidently Clementine's got a lot of defense. It's at this point that the broadcaster is getting scared. For it is possible, because Chow tend to want to breed before they pass on. And that scares the hell out of me. Pop out there saying, bro, it's 9:22 a.m. here. I ain't going anywhere before this stream ends. Pop saying too, it's actually it's scary how easy somebody can make mustard gas. Yeah, don't share it on the stream. I don't want to be put on the list. All right, Clementine, you're coming with me. We're going out here. Let's put banana liqueur and milk and the other stuff together. What was the other stuff? What was the other thing? Banana liqueur, vodka, and milk. That's it. Let's try it. That's all I got to say about that. Oh my gosh. Not need to be in like, Clem is definitely a favorite. Oh, they're my favorite. All right, let's take things back to the bar for a hot second. Dude, this is awesome. This is delightful. Also, I need a whole cup of milk? It's so good, dude. I'm gonna keep this over here just in case. Just in case. I didn't quite get all the way to the bottom of this, but I want to. Actually, I want to, so. Gosh. That's really cool. Thank you again. Signal. I believe. Oh, you know, don't need that coaster anymore. Bento, like, this should be interesting. I just need to I think all I need to do is just get my milk from downstairs. Let me go in here and my recipe things over here. It is recipe time. Got a request from Pop Cheesemo for who even knows? What the heck is going on here? Oh, okay, that parsing went weird. All right, something's broken with that parsing. Oh, excuse me. We can fix it. It's the name, excuse me. Whew, excuse me. There we go. The name is apparently another way to say Dennis the Menace. I can't wait to try this. So we have an ounce of banana liqueur in this. It is called Valaton, an ounce of vodka, and a cup of milk. Alexa, how many milliliters is a cup?
1 cup is about 237 milliliters.
237 milliliters, which means to preserve the ratios here as best as possible. If you did it over there, 237, let's say that's 240. 240 milliliters is probably a good thing there. Milk! Milk, madam! That sounded weird. Let's not say that again, Cam. Thanks. Valaton! I love it. From 90s in Finland. There we go. Requested by Pop Cheesemo. Pop, how do I mix this? Do I shake it together? Like what do I do? I need further instructions if you don't mind. Studio, let's do here. Let's make the recipe just a little bit larger. There we go. There we go. That's pretty big. Milk mat. Yeah, let's not say that again. Sorry about that. Highball full of ice. Would we just build it? Do we just build it in the glass? Or do we shake anything? Let me see. Renzo out there saying, come in full circle. We do have to put salt into whatever spirit we bless because that is part of the rite. Okay, that's fair. That's very, very fair. Victor saying, considering recipes, have you ever tasted meads? If so, what's your favorite? I haven't tasted a lot of mead. I've tasted a homemade mead before. I've tasted some flavored meads before. If I had to pick a favorite, it's Dankstmjod, which is blood mead. And it's just because it's available. I like it. I like mead. I want to make my own mead one of these days, but I had a whole organization happening. You might have heard me talk about a sister location on the stream. It's complicated, so we don't really have that anymore. Pop saying, highball full of ice, then you pour everything in and mix it in a spoon. Great. We pour everything in, mix it with a spoon. We build it right in the glass. Excellent. That is all I need. I just need to get my milk. So there we go. Shelly out there saying too, what language is your stream bot and backend written in? So it is called streamer.bot. It is not in a particular language. It is a whole GUI, a whole GUI interface. So it's mostly visually with a bunch of other stuff. It's not a particular language, but you can custom code functions and stuff in C#. I hope that answers your question. Streamer.bot. Streamer.bot. It's real good. Yeah, actually, never mind ask it. Is it pronounced Valaton or Vayatan? Oh, because the double L, right? Let me go get milk. I want to know how to pronounce this too. Very intrigued. Valaton with a small hold on the double L. The vowels are pronounced as you would in Spanish. Valaton. Valaton. Valaton, I think, perhaps? And Pop, what were you saying? This one was originally, this is like a Finnish drink from the 90s? Yeah, it's a Finnish drink from the 90s. Dude. Pop in here with another Finnish-inspired drink. It's simple to make. And I'm intrigued. Also, I forgot my banana liqueur. God damn it. That's okay. Let me go get it. I gotta get my 99 bananas. It's the only banana liqueur I've got. It could be a good banana liqueur. I'm limited. I told you it's an accident waiting to happen in there, Jeff. Nothing's broken. Everything's fine. Just had to get my banana. Wow. Let's see. Bento saying, I feel like this would be better shaken, not stirred, not simply poured into a glass, but this is just my opinion, not a mixologist or bartender. Well, we have the instructions right from the Finland man, and we take advice on the Finnish drink from the Finland man himself, Pop Cheesema. So I'm gonna go with what he says. Let's see. Wolfie saying, hey, y'all, heading out once this drink is made, hitting my hammock for a good sleep. Oh, dude, sounds comfy. And I see OT popping back in. Hi, Cam. What's up, OT? Been a while. I hope you're doing well. Let's go for it. This is built right in a glass. So, this is built right in a glass. So, grab a glass, fill it up with ice. I'm gonna do one of these. Yeah. Grab a glass, fill it up with ice. Apparently I left my freezer open, which is great. Not Needed asks, can something besides banana be used, or is it only the original variation? That would be a question for Pop. Can you use other things than banana in this? I'd be curious. I'd be curious as well. There we go. Dropped one of my ice cubes, which means it goes in my buckets. Yeah, I left my freezer open. It's okay. Into our glass, put an ounce of banana liqueur. The only banana liqueur that I have chosen to provide is 99 bananas. That's all I got. So that's what we're gonna use. Grab one of my measuring jiggers. Let's go with it. An ounce of banana liqueur. In my case, it's basically banana schnapps. I have a strange feeling I know exactly where we're going with this. Yo, Big Cal in chat with the 99s. Pop saying too, pear liqueur is a popular variation. I like that. Instead of the bananas. I like the sound of that. Let's see. Welcome back, Big Callum, by the way. Bunto saying too, I wonder how this would be in a chilled glass instead of a room temperature one. Could be valid. Could be a valid comparison. Next we'll do an ounce of vodka. I've got the French vodka for the Finnish drink. How does that work? Who cares? I don't know. An ounce of vodka. This is essentially kind of like a White Russian, but instead of coffee, you're adding banana liqueur. Intriguing. Shelly saying, I didn't know they made proper glass bottles of 99s. Oh yeah, they got big bottles. I get the big stuff. I got one of the tiny bottles of the 99 whipped. But I've got enough pinnacle to last me, so I'm not worried about it. Let's see. Pop saying, too, that these drinks are based on ice cream pops that were popular back in the day. Oh, no way! This was the whole idea of the ice cream stuff from earlier. Lastly, we add a cup of milk. I'm using whole milk for this one. Fresh carton crack? Oh my. Dairy. A full cup of milk. A full cup of milk. That's almost my whole carton of milk. Oh my god. My glass is just slightly too small. It works. It's just enough. It's just enough. That cracking sound, though. Oh my god, OT. You right. That milk knows how to make an appearance, apparently. Wow. That's a lot of milk. I could have used less ice, apparently. Evidently. Alright, well, now that that's combined, give it a mix if you can. Mine's spilling everywhere, but that's just how the show runs. Give that a slight agitation. I know it's spilling everywhere, chat. It's fine. It's fine. Are the ice tubes too big? Literally, if I put one less ice cube, we would have been just fine. It smells great and banana-y. It's okay. My bar mat is just gonna look white for the rest of the stream. Dude, chat, I have had the idea of adding to the bar industry inventory a keyword that represents a specific ingredient. This is a specific ingredient apparently that they refer to as bars. I just don't remember what the keyword is. That refers to all of the liquid that has collected in the tray, the rubber mat, as a cocktail ingredient or as a beverage. I've been curious. I'm just gonna stir this until cold. I know I'm spilling milk. It's okay. The bar paid for it. I'm not losing anything here. Victor out there talking a little bit more about the mead. The only one that you found was called Poltora mead, which is based on a measurement of 3:2 honey and wheat. I think, though, was imported from Poland. That sounds delightful. A mead that actually focuses not just on the honey, but also on the grains as well. Man. Pop Cheese Mode being like, duck fart? I've always wanted to try one, dude. I'm aware of it. Functional Idiots popping in being like, what's the inspiration on this one? Apparently, this is inspired by a popular ice cream that was served in Finland around the 90s. Welcome in, by the way, Functional. Good to have you back. Ferb saying the only thing I can think of is possibly calling it runoff. Oh, this thing over here? It's possible. No, wait a minute. Oh, there was an episode of How to Drink where I learned. I can't remember. I cannot remember. Shelly saying, I think I've heard a barback calling it... Oh, it's calling it a barback shot or got anything free shot. Oh, maybe. OT, like, don't cry over spilt milk. I won't be crying. I will, however, clean off the thing a little bit. Because I don't really feel like getting milk on my fingers if I don't have to. So let me... A little bit of cleanup. I have a very dirty glass. I have a very, very dirty glass here. I am a dirty boy. It is time for me to drink my milk. Is that gonna make it into the edit? Maybe. Chat, what do you think? Dirty boy drinks his milk. Is that edit material? The internet's gonna say yes. I know what the internet's gonna say. I know how the internet works. I'm a bartender on the internet. I've seen shit. And as the years continue, I will see even more shit. And that shit will be delightful. Yeah, there's just fucking milk all over my bar mat. Oh my gosh. Ferb's like, yes, with a period. You know this Ferb means business. Alrighty. Let's give this a try. This just smells like banana, and I'm already enthused. I feel like I know exactly what this is gonna taste like. It is milk with the lightest flavor of banana. I don't even taste any of the vodka in there. I don't taste any vodka. There's only an ounce of it. I don't think I need to taste the alcohol. Like, that's exactly what it is. It is milky, and it is banana. That is all. If anything, there is a slight alcoholic bite somewhere towards the end of the palate. But aside from that, that is... What do the kids say? Oddly crushable. If anything, like, it's not super forward on sweetness. It just it tastes like flavored milk. It is banana flavored milk with some vodka in it. I got no problems with this. I got no problems with this at all. Pop, you were saying this is a part of Finnish history here. I dig that. Cheers. Oh, there's hair on the bottom of this. Hello there. Get out of here. I'm kind of thinking, how do we add something in for this? I feel like, what can we add to this? I'm thinking if we added a little bit of sweetness, it might be a little bit even more like ice cream, you know? I'm gonna play with this for a hot second. I'm gonna play around. I want to play around a little bit. I'm gonna add half an ounce of simple syrup to see if I can make it a little bit more cream-like, a little bit more ice cream-like. There you are. I'm thinking for a moment. Pop, are you cool with me playing around? I'm thinking. Ferb's got an idea. Here's an idea. Just put a scoop of ice cream in it. That's a good idea. That's good. It would absolutely conserve the milk aspect of the cocktail, right? Wolfie's saying the best thing to drink without waiting the alcohol taste. Without getting the alcohol taste. That's fair. Yeah. Victor's saying too, interesting, so it's an alcohol that's deceptively delicious, hides the taste of it. Kind of reminds me of the times I used to drink Baileys. That's fair. Pop saying yes. All right. I'm going to add a half an ounce of simple syrup to this, because if this is supposed to taste like an ice cream, I feel like it needs a little more sweetness. Let's try with that, see where we get with it. Give it a little mix. Where'd my bar spoon go? I'll just get another one. I don't need more of them. I don't need more. Well, add a little bit of sweetness. When I think about vanilla ice cream, or when I think about ice cream, I think of vanilla. So I'm thinking maybe we add just a touch of vanilla to this, just a dash of vanilla extract. See where we get with that. Pop saying too, cardamom is huge in Finnish baking. If you want to get funky, add some crushed cardamom. Crushed cardamom? Yeah, let's add some crushed cardamom to it. Ooh, a little bit of sweetness helps. A little bit of sweetness, getting a little bit more ice creamy. Pop says, if you want to get funky, add some crushed cardamom. Hell yeah, dude. Let's add crushed cardamom. Why the hell not? We got some of that stuff. Where is my cardamom? Found my cardamom. Got the cardamom. Pop, are we talking green cardamom or the other one? Not so stuff. Let's come back over here. I've got Do you know, Pop, is it green cardamom or cardamom seeds? Because I got cardamom seeds, but I know I also got green cardamom around here somewhere, and I feel like we want the whole damn thing. I know I got cardamom. I rearranged my spice cabinet recently, so it's possible that I've misplaced it. I'm looking for it. It smells freaking wonderful in my closet. Not cardamom, is it? Oh, that ain't cardamom. Found it. I found the green cardamom. I was lost. Pop says the seeds. Excellent. I didn't even need that. Great. Yeah, let's add a little cardamom to this. Let's see. OT saying cardamom goes so well with milk. Good suggestion. Green? OT says green, but Pop is the mixologist here. So Pop says the seeds. We're going with the seeds. Let's see. Pop says cardamom goes well with this. So let's take I don't know. How much cardamom have we had? I have no freaking clue. Let's take let's try adding a teaspoon of crushed cardamom. Cardamom in my mortar. Give it a crush, and I'm just gonna throw it right in. I've got plenty. Pop out there saying, too, that's not a bad idea with the chocolate shavings. Oh, who said chocolate shavings? The ice cream pops were chocolate. Ooh! Hold up! Pop's got an idea! Hold up a second. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. Cardamom is very strong. Oh, dial back. Dial back a little bit. How about half a teaspoon? It is rather strong. Maybe even a quarter of a teaspoon. Let's restart. Let's do a quarter of a teaspoon to start out with. We don't want to get too overzealous here. Cardamom's pretty damn strong. All right, give it a little crush. Little crush in our mortar and pestle. There we go. Not needed out there saying chocolate with maybe a slight pinch of cinnamon might be good too. Oh, we're all getting in on this. Pop, what you say goes. Ooh, how aromatic. Oh my gosh. All right, let's throw... I would try to infuse this ahead of time, but I'm just gonna put it right in the glass. Give it a little mix and we see where we get with that. Try to get it incorporated. Let's see. I see Ferb out there saying, sorry for invading your, idea pop. Just trying to share my thoughts based on from what little I very know or understand. Oh, no, dude. I think of it this way. I hope nobody out there is too attached to their idea of what is the right drink or otherwise. This is a collaborative mixology kind of bar. Everybody is always fair to share their opinions. But right now, Pop is the mixologist, so I follow Pop's orders. No worries, everyone's allowed to join in the theory crafting. I love that energy. Glad to know that we're on the same page. All right. Let's see how the cardamom fares. And then we might need a little bit of chocolate in after this. Ooh, a little change in aroma. That really rounded things out. It's not just banana anymore. It's banana with a little something extra. It could use... I would say it could use either more cardamom or more time left to infuse with the cardamom. The longer the cardamom sits in here, the more powerful the flavor is going to get. So I think, Pop, you were saying that the candy was, or what was it, the ice cream had chocolate over top of it, right? Because we can work with that. We can get chocolate notes in here. I got a couple of things that we can do with chocolate. Maybe not grated chocolate, but we could add a chocolate liqueur to it. Maybe a dash of nutmeg? We could do a dash of nutmeg. We could do that. Let's see. Ozzy saying, I'm popping in between games, but glad I could make it just in time for the taste. Absolutely. Wolfie saying, too, you could add a cookie to snack on. Might be great if you've got it. I don't think actually, we do have a couple of cookies. Maybe. Cookies could be a good idea. Victor saying, chocolate on banana kind of reminds me of Heritage Day, whereas a treat they used to bring out Swedish fondue recipes where they had bananas, strawberries, and other fruits with chocolate. Oh, that sounds delightful, especially with the fondue recipes. Man. Ozzy, he said we can do that. We can do that. We can do that. Abayata says, milk, correct. Wolfie saying, I would suggest snacks if you want to eat something with the drink. Oh, that's fair, that's fair. I've got the half of my egg roll over here that I should probably get to at some point. It's been sitting for a hot second, so let me give it another taste with the cardamom. I really like the way that has rounded things out a little bit. It at this point, it has a lot more character to it than it did previously. I'm thinking, Pop, I got 2 other ideas that I was getting from you. Chocolate and or nutmeg. In the meantime, I'll update what I've got in the recipe over here. Valation Pop's version. This has become a little bit different than it was. We also added I added a half an ounce or about 15 milliliters of simple syrup. And a single teaspoon or a quarter of a teaspoon, 1.25 teaspoons, I don't know how many grams of crushed cardamom seed. So far. There we go. Doing pretty well there. Let's see. Wolfie being like, I'm just a snacky person when drinking. Oh, that's very fair. Victor out there with the Ayy. Let me get the rest of my cardamom in here for my mortar and pestle and clean out my pestle over here so I don't have to go down and clean it. The spice notes are strong in this drink. Let's see. I am thinking, I like the idea. I like the idea of adding nutmeg over top of this, as well as a bit of the cream. Oh, Pop saying I added a picture of the ice cream to the food portion of the Discord. All right. This is a topic of conversation. I'll look at it. Pop with the thing. Vanilla and Pyrina. I guess Pyrina is that Finnish for banana? It does have a little bit of chocolate. Oh, there's ingredients in the back. Oh, can I see the ingredients? I can't read that. I tried to, but I couldn't. Pyrina is a pear. Oh, that's what you were saying. Pear liqueur could work here. Ah, I see. Bento saying too, a quarter of a teaspoon is about 1.25 grams. Oh, excellent. Wow, I really appreciate that. They come in multiple flavors. That's fair. Ferb saying, do you like archive the modified versions for after the stream? Yeah, I send so all of the final recipe will always be posted as edits on YouTube Shorts, as well as on TikTok and on Instagram. I also send the final version to our Discord server as well. Okay. Let me add here the, what was it? It was 1.25 grams. Excellent. I appreciate that. 1.25 G's. There we go. Yeah, everything that you see on the recipe card will be sent straight to our Discord server. If I remember to click the button, which hopefully I do. So, at this point, overall, this is getting a little bit more characteristic by the minute because we have the cardamom in there that are continuing to impart their flavor onto the mix around it. I'm gonna give it one more mix for now. I think we're still going between whether we add some nutmeg to this or we add some chocolate to this. I can totally see that banana and chocolate is a great combo. Nutmeg and rich things like milk or cream is also almost always a really good match. Okay. Let me give this another try. Yeah, dude, that's great. I love the way that tastes. Can we take it further? Pop saying chocolate shavings. Chocolate shavings. I just gotta go get some chocolate. Now, when we say chocolate, do we mean milk chocolate? Do we say dark chocolate? Do we say that we want to add cocoa beans in there? I'm gonna go get some chocolate. I think I have some over on my desk. Hold up. I snack on chocolate. That's one of my snacks of choice. Yes. Oh my god. 72% cocoa for this one. I'm gonna stick with the theme. All right. Let's grate some chocolate over top of it. I've got some 72% here. Oh, man. This is gonna be good. Personally, Pop saying, I personally love milk chocolate, which is also always on the ice cream. Oh, hold up. Let me put the dark chocolate away. Put it back over here. I do have some milk chocolate as well. I'm not the biggest fan of milk chocolate. Now, this chocolate here, this is milk chocolate. Oh, no, this is dark chocolate. Oh, do I not have milk chocolate? Wait a minute. Hold on, I'm getting milk chocolate. I'm pretty sure I have some downstairs. I was under the impression that I had milk chocolate, but all I have is this dubiously labeled bar of, I assume, chocolate. I don't know if this is milk chocolate. I think it is. Pop saying dark chocolate would certainly work as well, but if the original inspiration is milk, we'll go with that. Oh, what is this? It's hiding a Hershey bar. Great. Put some milk chocolate over this shit. Diamond, like, did Cam disintegrate again? Sometimes. It happens. You know me. You know me. Let's say, Pop's going with the milk chocolate choice, so let's grate some milk chocolate over top. I got that Hershey. Why? Because Pennsylvania, that's why. I'm being generous. Half of this popsicle is supposed to be chocolate, so. Now, instead of just grating over top, let's mix it once again. A little bit of the chocolate shavings in there. Try to see where we get with that. Let's see. I see not asking, what does cardamom taste like? It's rather unique. It's very aromatic. Very, very aromatic. How would I say the cardamom tastes? I could probably get better at describing this too. Ooh. Cardamom to me, not, tastes very similar to the way that pine cones smell. Very similar. Super, super piney. Like you bit into a pine nut or a pine tree, I would say. A little bit of chocolate this time. Well, it didn't change the flavor, but now it's got more chocolate. I'm into it. I'm into it. There was a little bit of that chocolate note on the end. I like that. Well, the milk chocolate too. I've never particularly liked milk chocolate, but I like it in this form. Let me put you over here. My other ingredients. Man. Pop saying, imagine the angrier older brother of cloves. That's cardamom. Dude, I think for me, cloves are even more intense. Let's see. I'm seeing some other folks out there saying, Shelly saying dark chocolate feels to make the most sense with the banana. Victor asking on a scale of 10 to 9%, 90% cocoa, how do I prefer? Dark, dude. 72% is one of my favorites. Bento saying, are you against the idea of sending things in a P.O. box? It'd be cool if we could send you different alcohols. I don't want to accept anything that's going to go into my body via P.O. box. But if you are, let's say, a brand or a distiller or a company, reach out to me personally and we can provide you a shipping address for sponsorships and stuff like that. We'll only do that professionally, but a solid question. I'm thinking about setting up a throne wish list at some point, not for alcohol, just because shipping alcohol gets a little bit dubious. But for other things that I can use here at the bar. Let's see. So, Pop. Right now we had the garnish of, let me add a garnish of chocolate shavings over top of this. Is there anything else you think we need to add to this? Milk, chocolate, shavings. I'll say notes based on the popular Finnish popsicle. Popular Finnish popsicle. Pop that out there. Yeah. Okie dokie. I'm seeing Functional out there saying, I might be crazy, but every time I cook using cardamom, it gives this dish a Fruit Loops flavor. That's fair. A wooden popsicle? We gotta have the wooden popsicle. I think I have a popsicle. I'm pretty sure I do. Because it's for, you're right, because it's for the ice cream, right? I know I have popsicle sticks. Check it out. I have popsicle sticks. Oh, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Dude. I have these left over from the Kingdom Hearts. From the Kingdom Hearts streams. And a popsicle stick. To stir it. There we go. Final notes. you can taste the slightest adjustment of flavor from that cardamom that's been sitting in there. There is just a very light hint of chocolate on the very end of the palate as the shavings kind of melt in your mouth. Overall, it is like a sweetened banana cream in a way, with a little bit something extra. This is really cool. Shelly out there saying, wait a minute, did you make the sea salt popsicles with those? I did. I absolutely did. Pop, I appreciate you taking us on this journey with you. I think at the very end, we came up with something that was, you know what? I'll take it. I will absolutely take it. I don't think I've ever appreciated banana flavored milk as much as I have this evening, because we got to play around with it a little bit. Very cool. Thanks again, Pop. Love having you in chat for these more Finnish-inspired drinks. Cheers to that. Oh man, and we got ads starting in 2 minutes. We finished just in time. My bar is a mess. Pop saying, thank you. This has been extremely entertaining, and now I know what I'll be making for my wife next week. Dude, I would love to see what y'all think of it. Let me know. And hopefully, it turns out well for everybody. Hopefully. So we get ads starting in a little bit, so we'll just wait for the ads to happen. We'll just hang around here at the bar for a little while. I think, personally, Clementine is going to do great in this next event. Personally. But we might. Maybe not. Bento out there saying, I think it'd be cool if we took the Popsicle 6 and froze it into a popsicle. That'd be pretty good. Oh, we totally could. Pop saying, too, I wonder how coconut rum would work with this. Dude, coconut and banana? Yes, please. Tropical flavors? Yeah, for anybody who is wondering about those popsicle sticks, yeah, I still keep them over here. From the Kingdom Hearts playthrough. Over on my, if you're in the vertical chat, you probably can't see it, but over on my shelf over there, I like to keep a little cameo of some of my favorite drinks and stuff from the past. I've got some of my Kingdom Hearts cards over there. I've got the Ocarina of Lime still over there. I've got this little thing that somebody commissioned for me for the Undertale playthrough. What else do we have? I don't have anything for Paper Mario, I think. I should add something for Paper Mario, because I don't have anything Paper Mario themed, but I have my little paper airplane somewhere over... Hi there, jump scare. I think I have them somewhere over in one of my... Oh, I just unplugged my monitor. Hold up. Whoopsie. Wow, that's unfortunate. Is the stream still... Yeah, the stream's still running. Whoop, I just accidentally unplugged my monitor. Whoops. Never had that happen before. We good? I think we still good. That's what I get for messing around with shit. Oh, hold on. I screwed up. That's okay. That is okay. Sonic doesn't look very good right now. Bring you back over here. I can see OBS. Okay. Are we good? Are we still good? Yeah, it looks like we're still good. I accidentally unplugged one of my monitors. All right, I'll go looking for nostalgia a little bit later. Everything looking good. Sonic does not look good right now. Sonic does not look good. How does this look? Oh, it looks just fine. Alrighty then. Sounds good. Sounds good. Alrighty then. I didn't know that I could do that. Anyways, we got ads starting in a hot minute, so we're hanging around here. Victor out there saying Ocarina of Lime. I love that reference. Oh yeah, dude. It's an actual ocarina. I made it out of a lime. It's right here. It probably still works. Hold up. Yeah, it still works. I consulted with my younger brother, who is a musician, on how to build that. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I should put a Paper Mario reference up here. Or a Dream Daddy. Oh, you know what? I do have a Dream Daddy reference, but it's in the Tiki mug that's behind one of the Sonic comics right now. So, small little throwbacks, you know? Wolfie out there saying, is there an event happening? Oh, a charity event? Yeah, dog. Absolutely. This Saturday. Shelly out there saying, I feel like if you wanted to stabilize this drink a bit, the coconut cream rum chata might be pretty good. Oh, yeah. You're basically adding, like, rum chata and stuff. If you have a cream liqueur, there's stabilizers in there already. So if you added something with stabilizers to something like this, for example, it would stabilize it even further. Honestly, I don't think that you would need When I think of a stabilizer is something that provides structure, either for, you add stabilizers like xanthan gum to foams, so that you can make really heady foams on top of cocktails. You can add stabilizers like lecithin or soy lecithin to liquids so that you can make cocktail airs out of them. You can, I don't remember whether or not stabilizers are the same or some non-mutually exclusive category with emulsifiers to be able to keep oils and waters or oils and other stuff together, right? This is actually pretty good. Like, I don't think there's not enough acid in this to wind up curdling, so this feels pretty good, you know? Bento's saying, where'd you get the Kingdom Hearts popsicle sticks? Well, I bought these popsicle sticks from Amazon, and I used the wood burning kit to make the popsicle sticks. I made those on my own. That one was pretty fun. So if you got a wood burning kit, I just copied it by hand. Some of the custom stuff that I did, like the glass back there for Ocarina of Time, the wax seal on the glass was also completely custom done. For the most part, like if for some of the stuff that I do for the cocktails and whatnot, like I put all the resources up on the blog website. I'm pretty public about this stuff, so. Somebody, I think on TikTok was like, are you going to sell those popsicle sticks from Kingdom Hearts? And I was like, do you want to buy them? Like, I don't really want to make more of them, but like, I could just get a laser cutter, I guess. Yeah, handmade. Victor out there saying, being included in bar drink theory reminds me of when I used to frequent bar maps on VR chat. Used to visit bar maps with friends and vibe thinking about the recipes they were pre-made and then theorize about how they could be made IRL. Victor. Yeah, I know we got an ad break right now, but I just read your message out there. And I think you're also, what is it? Your thing says you're turbo, right? Is that what that says? Yeah, that. Turbo, there we go. Yeah, dude. Victor, if you are the kind of person who is curious about how the drinks that exist in virtual environments could be embodied as in real life drinks, that is literally what I'm trying to do. And we got that. Anyways, so this was a cocktail that we made inspired by a popsicle ice cream that existed in Finland and was popularized around the 90s. It was called Valaton or Valaton, and it is essentially Dennis the Menace. This had an ounce of banana liqueur, an ounce of vodka, a cup of milk, half an ounce of simple syrup. Or actually, the original recipe was an ounce of banana liqueur, an ounce of vodka, a cup of milk. The modifications after the fact included half an ounce of simple syrup, that is 1-to-1 ratio of sugar to water by weight, a quarter of a teaspoon or about 1.25 grams of crushed cardamom seed. We garnished that with some milk chocolate shavings. Apparently, this is kind of inspired by some popsicles that were prominent around the 90s. Pop, thank you so much for sharing the recipe. I'm gonna send that out to our Discord server so we've got that on record, and then we'll go back to the video game and hopefully experience the glory of Clementine kicking ass. Oh, actually, I just realized I cannot hear any game music. Wait a second. Oh, I can't hear any game music. Hold up, I gotta restart the game. I gotta restart the game. Hold up a second, chat. We'll restart this, it'll be okay. Everything gets saved. Whoops, that's what I get for unplugging things. Clem is absolutely gonna kick some ass tonight. Alright. Bento out there saying had to switch to YouTube because Twitch was having a stroke. Yeah, it happens. Ooh, I hope that wasn't my fault. Do we got sound? Oh, my headphones turned off! That was weird. Are we getting sound, chat? Check. Yeah, we getting sound. That was whack.
File select.
Back into it. Been having sound? Excellent. We can hear it. Thank you for the feedback. Let's see. Renzo out there saying, man, I really don't understand how people like Brotherhood over the original. Are you talking about Full Metal Alchemist? What a context switch. Different strokes, different folks, I suppose. All right, Clementine. Oh my god, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. I am not sleeping until Clementine beats the shit out of the tournament. I do not want to sleep until Clementine is the victor. That is my commitment, dude. I love the Chao Garden. This was one of my favorite parts of the game. But it's too much. It's too much. Bento out there saying, I really want to finish watching Full Metal Alchemist. I've only ever watched the first couple of episodes of the first season. I gotta wait for your significant other, though. I respect that. Waiting for your SO to continue a series. That's what we wind up doing. I don't know. Renzo saying, I recently got a sealed copy of the original, and I plan on ripping and uploading it, since the original is considered lost media. Wait, the original? Really? That's incredible, actually. Pop asking on the YouTube side, doesn't Brotherhood follow the manga more closely? I think somebody told me that they both kind of divert in their own ways, but it kind of depends. Victor saying, to be honest, this feels like a callback because I made the joke about Full Liquid Alchemist earlier when you mentioned you're a mixologist. Oh, did you really? You know what? I remember seeing that comment, but I didn't wind up acknowledging it. My apologies, dude. Full Liquid Alchemist. Full Liquid Alchemist. That's good stuff. Yeah, if anything, chat, just to give you an idea of how things wind up happening behind the scenes, I read more or less every single chat with a very, very base level of focus. And sometimes I'll be like, yes, I see that chat. Let me respond to this one, and I'll go back to this one later, or I'll swap around a little bit, depending on how the conversations are flowing. Sometimes I do read your chat, and sometimes I wind up inadvertently ignoring it because I just kind of got sidetracked. So I apologize for when that happens. Pop saying, been a long time since I've seen either Brotherhood or otherwise. Kind of like in Brotherhood ending a little bit more. That's fair. That's very fair. That one got a little bit more. I feel like the ending of, I really, really liked Brotherhood personally. But the ending of the original was, I couldn't have even expected the ending of the original Full Metal Alchemist. All right, this one might be a little bit close. Come on, Clementine. Just a little bit. Just a little bit more, dude. Full on up. This one's kind of close. This one's really close. Also, there's a fly hanging around my drinks. I missed him. I think with Clementine got this. Yeah, Clementine was good. That was kind of close. I feel like we knocked out Wacky last time. Did we knock him out of the ring? I feel like we did. Crystal was intriguing because I don't think Crystal could ever actually land a hit on Clementine. Oh man, dude, those cardamom notes are really coming through now. The longer the cardamom sits in here, the more prominently I can taste it. Clementine, you okay? That was like nothing. That was like nothing. Oh, man. Not needed out there offering confirmation that Brotherhood, Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood does follow closer to the manga than the original one does. Yeah, dude, the original anime wound up going down like World War II, World War III territory. That was wild. That stuff was wild. And they had a, what was it? Conquerors of Shambhala was the conclusion to the original anime, where they go back to, like, I guess the real world, because they were actually existing in another world to begin with. That was always confusing to me, but I like anime like Full Metal Alchemist because there was some cerebral elements to it that kind of made me wonder what it was like to be human or not so human, and I like that stuff. Renzo saying out there too, is someone who has read both, who's seen both and read the manga. The original had a lot more life in it, kept the quirky scenes in the manga. Brotherhood had a lot of cuts and sped the story up and kind of cut the emotion. This one's really, really close. No, don't hit me! Oh my gosh. Yes, so close. Wow, dude. Shelly saying, I feel like if you were building this drink this way from scratch, it would be best to infuse the cardamom into the vodka from the start. Oh, absolutely. So if I were to take this from the very beginning, I think what would have been really, really nice to do would be to take the cardamom and infuse it actually not into the vodka, but into the milk instead. One of these ideas that has popped into my head recently. Oh, Clementine is killing it. One of the ideas that has popped into my head recently is when you add proteins like milk or cream to an acidic drink, it can curdle and and you can correspondingly clarify that cocktail. It's a whole, like a clarified milk punch, for example. I saw this guy on TikTok who was making infused creams of woods and making them into ice cream. And the thought occurred to me, well, could you make a clarified cocktail, but you infuse the cream or milk first? And the answer is yes, you absolutely can, but I have not experimented with that pretty much at all. So I would think that I would want to infuse the milk ahead of time with the cardamom, because the milk takes up most of the volume of the drink. And so I want that flavor of cardamom, because I think it fits really well here. Dude, this could be it. Nice dodge there, Clementine. Nice dodge. Yes, dude. Dude, we've been waiting for this. It could be. It could be. It totally could be. Yes, sitting on your butt, dude. Smack. Yes. Clementine's got the upper hand. Clementine's got the upper hand. Flash is a little bit of a heavy hitter and a little bit sneaky with those dodges. Man. Pop saying if I can make some anime manga recommendations. Ginja Nagare Boshi Jacquin or Silver Fang. Oh yeah, if you ever got any suggestions at all, use ! Suggest. Not only do I look at those, but people in the Discord server do too. Shelly out there saying you can absolutely infuse the cream or milk. One time I had a clarified iced latte that was made with Fruit Loops milk. Yes, dude. Exactly that. Exactly that. I think Clementine's got... Y'all, I think we're the champions. I think it finally happened. I think we're finally done with the Chow. That was it! Oh! That is so incredibly cathartic. And I got a Steam achievement too. That's great. Grand Champion. My little Clementine. Clementine has been with us for... We've been playing Clementine Chowsa for the past month, dude. Oh, man. Never mind. That is the same person that I'm thinking of, by the way, who makes the spoon and the bowl out of the wood and then makes ice cream and eats the ice cream infused with the wood with the bowl and the spoon. Clementine, where are you? Where are you, my young one? Where are you? I need to see what... This is a child that has conquered everything. Where are you? Where are you? Up here breeding. Take the helmet off. You've earned it. Take the helmet off. You've earned it. This is our champion, chat! Let it be known! This is our grand champion! Clementine with an X. First reincarnation. Father or parent of like 3 or 4. I don't even know. We did it. Alzio, like, this calls for a swig out of my drink. Oh, Clementine apparently doesn't want to replay with. That's okay. That means... Oh, you want to breed too? You know what, Clementine? You want to have some fun? Grand Champion? Go for it. Do what you were trying to do this whole time. Are you playing with a Sonic doll? Bro. This person next to you wants the good. Yeah, no, that's how I'm feeling too, Clementine. I don't know how the minds of champions work. I'm just gonna let them have their moment. Wow, dude. We are finally done with the Chow Garden. Let them be together. Let them be together in peace, chat. Let them be together in peace, and let me relish over the glory that is every single emblem for the Chow Garden. I've never been able to do this. I have been playing this game for probably over 20 years, dude. Never been able to accomplish this. Well, chat, there are only 3 things left to do. Number 1, kart races. 1, 2, 3. 3 emblems. Number 2, boss rush. 1, 2, 3. And then, finally, Cannon's Core.
Stage.
We need all A ranks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 plus 6. We need 11 more emblems. And we will have completely 100%ed all of the emblems in this game. Gosh, dude. Renzo being like, and let it be for Wednesday? Will it be for Wednesday? I am anticipating we will be done with we will be done with Sonic Adventure 2 Battle in the next, hopefully, 2 weeks. I'm looking forward to it. Victor out there saying, if I recall, this is the only level where it's cumulative with the rings. Possibly. I know I see some folks in chat out there talking about Silverfang out there too. Can't say I'm familiar with it, but if you got a recommendation to give, feel free to throw it in my direction. Chat, I know we're kind of at a high point right now, but this is a logical stopping point. I'm good. I'm good. I think I'm gonna let it be here. I'm gonna let it be. It's about 3 o'clock in the morning for me right now. 3:30 in the morning. I'm used to this at this point, so no worries about it. Thank you, everybody, so much for joining me until this rather rich, decadent, banana-forward end. For the past month, we have been getting every single emblem from the Chao Garden in Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. We raised the Chao Clementine through the races, the beginner races, the challenge races, the jewel races, the hero races, and the dark races. And finally, after a full reincarnation and a restart from zero in rapid fashion, we trained up Clementine to become the grand champion in Chow Karate. Our champion has been well medaled and needs no introduction. Clementine is our champion. The Clementine, by the way, the Chow. I also have an orange peel bug, a wild ferment, a lacto ferment sitting on my desk who Clementine is named after. Eventually, we'll be seeing some Clementine stuff in cocktails in the future. Thank you, everybody, so much for joining me. We'll continue back up again on Wednesday, probably doing some kart racing or boss rush. I don't really exactly know what I want to do yet, but we'll figure it out then. Before I let you go, though, I want to remind you that we have a charity event coming up this Saturday at 11 o'clock a.m., July 12th. That is whatever time it is for you right now, plus about 7.5 hours. During this charity event, we will be raising money for the Made by Dyslexia charity, and our goal is 1,000 pounds. Our progress towards this goal, which is typically represented as blowing up balloons for every donation or a little thermometer at the top of the screen, will also be tracked via additions to this infinity bottle. This is not the same as your infinity bottle, chat's infinity bottle, which has rules associated to what we're allowed to put into it, which preserves the longevity of the bottle. This is a Chaos Infinity bottle for charity. For every donation that you make to Made by Dyslexia during the event, which lasts from 11 a.m. on Saturday to about 7 p.m. on Saturday, you can tell us anything that we've got here at the bar to put into the bottle. It could be juice, which is not normally available. It could be cream liqueurs, which are not typically available. It could be beer, which is not typically available. And we will be mixing some drinks after we meet our goal of 1,000 pounds or about $1,300 US. We'll be mixing some drinks. I've got some original recipes that I cannot wait to showcase for y'all. I've got some of my moderators flying in, training in, driving in for the occasion as well. It'll be a whole soiree, and I hope to goodness that you'll join us there for our second annual independently run charity event dubbed Mixing Drinks and Changing Lives. It was a pleasure being your bartender this evening, y'all, and I cannot wait to see you again on Wednesday. To everybody out there who joined me to the very end, Not Needed, Wolfie, Shelly, P. Abayada, Pop, Aziel, Nevermind, Victor, Aziel, Bento, and everybody else, as well as Renzo and whoever else is out there right now. May you have a wonderful rest of your nights, evening, dawn, or twilight. If the sun is shining where you are, have a great rest of your morning. If you've got coffee in your cup, tea in your cup, or something else in your cup, may you drink it well. If the moon is shining for you like it is for me, well, may you have a wonderful rest of your night. And if you've got a nightcap on the menu, I hope you have a good time with that as well. I'll see you all again on Wednesday at the normal time and for the charity event on Saturday. Looking forward to it, y'all. But until then, it's been a pleasure. Bye.